Chapter 929. Hearing Blazing Heaven Demoness recruit him in such a domineering manner, Feng Yuan was not angry. In fact, he was quite happy. Shark Demon and Su Baiman had worked so hard to take down Yulu Blessed Land, they were about to succeed, but Blazing Heaven Demoness forcefully took them in. It was truly pitiful. Shark Demon and Su Baiman had put in so much effort this time, most of their assets had been lost. This time, Blazing Heaven Demoness had taken the fruits of their labor. It could be said that they had suffered great losses. They had lost everything. In the 500 years of his previous life, Shark Demon and Su Baiman died. Shark Sea was invaded by others. Maybe this was related? But Feng Yuan was not disgusted by Blazing Heaven Demoness' actions. He also did not sympathize with Shark Demon and Su Baiman's situation. If he had Blazing Heaven Demoness cultivation level, Feng Yuan might have gone even more overboard. Big fish eating small fish. This was the norm in the cultivation world. It was naked, bloody, cold, and cruel. But actually, those who were older and had more experience would understand that this norm could be applied to every corner of nature. Even before Feng Yuan transmigrated, the human society on Earth was like this. When benefits were involved, there would be internal strife, brothers falling out. These situations were too common. It was just that they had an extra layer of skin. It made them look dignified. In fact, there were many people who looked dignified on the surface, but were extremely despicable behind the scenes. But this was not a mistake. Survival and reproduction were the nature of all life forms. It was just that Blazing Heaven Demoness' forceful interference caused a huge change to Feng Yuan's original plan. Blazing Heaven Demoness has high cultivation level. She is shrewd and calculative. She is 100 times harder to deal with than Shark Demon and Su Baiman. But she has a huge family. Maybe she can help me refine Star Thought Immortal Goo? There is also another benefit. Getting close to her will give me a higher chance of returning to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. I can enter the Earth Trench and obtain that treasure. A breath of time. Feng Yuan had already thought it through. As soon as the Blazing Heaven Demoness finished speaking, Feng Yuan immediately cupped his hands and laughed bitterly. I dare not disobey the Blazing Heaven Demoness orders. However, I have my own difficulties. Earlier, I mentioned to Lord Shark Demon that to unravel the final layer of the battlefield killer move, I need to refine a rank 6 wisdom path Immortal Goo. Shark Demon snorted coldly. The speed at which Feng Yuan defected was a little too fast. Su Baiman was even more resentful. This Xianxia is usually elegant and dignified, but he turns out to be a spineless coward. Groveling and groveling, losing all poise, without a single shred of integrity. Feng Yuan couldn't care less about what the two of them were thinking. They had already been eliminated. Instead, Feng Yuan, who joined halfway, stayed. Seeing Feng Yuan's fixed gaze, Blazing Heaven Demoness rubbed her chin, showing a profound smile. You want to refine an Immortal Goo? This is easy. I will help you. Northern Plains, Luopa Valley. Another earth-shattering battle took place. It slowly ended. As the battlefield, Luopa Valley was in a mess. Rocks were everywhere. It was like an earthquake. It was ravaged by tornadoes again. A group of Central Continent Goo immortals had different injuries. Their gazes were all focused in front of them. On Feng Jioga's body. Admiration, wariness, bewilderment, deep, solemn, and complex emotions. All sorts of emotions. Feng Jioga won again. His opponent, Qin Baixing, is strong. He cannot resist Feng Jioga's fierce attacks. This is the 7th consecutive victory. Qin Baixing is completely suppressed by Feng Jioga. This is the 100 days battle. After 100 days, we are finally seeing the end. The truth is, Qin Baixing is extremely strong, but unfortunately he met the even stronger Feng Jioga. Counting the time, from the time Central Continent's group arrived at Luopa Valley and attacked, but ended up facing the stubborn defense of Shadow Sect's Qin Baixing, more than 3 months had passed. 100 days battle. This was a genuine 100-day battle. Under normal circumstances, battles between Goo immortals rarely lasted for so long. In terms of scale, more than 10 Goo immortals from Central Continent and Northern Plains were all elite experts. It could be said that in the past 1,000 years, there had never been such an intense battle in the 5 regions. If it was announced, it would cause an uproar in the world, countless people would pay attention to it. But unfortunately, be it the Central Continent Gu Immortals who were secretly investigating, or the shady Shadow Sect, they did not want to expose it. Thus, this great battle that should have shaken the 5 regions continued quietly from beginning to end. Regarding this point, both sides had a tacit understanding. Since the 100 Days battle started, the crucial characters had always been Feng Jioge and Qin Baisheng. Initially, the two fought to a draw. The battle was in a deadlock. Qin Baisheng, who had the terrain advantage and used the battlefield killer move Trillion Slaughter Field, had a slight advantage. However, the more Feng Jioge fought, the stronger he became, and he displayed astonishing talent. Both sides gradually evened out, and Feng Jioge slowly expanded his advantage. Finally, in the last few days, Feng Jioge fought intensely for a long time, his battle strength rose to a new level, and he finally defeated Qin Baisheng. Defeating him once or twice was nothing. But 7 consecutive battles were enough to prove that Feng Jioge had a firm upper hand. Shadow Sect's group slowly retreated to the deepest part of Luopa Valley. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Feng Jioge stood proudly at the front, watching the enemies disappear into the valley as he said calmly. His expression was haggard, there were more than 10 injuries on his body, and blood was dripping from the corners of his mouth and eyebrows. His brimming Gu Immortal aura had also weakened to the lowest point. However, none of this could conceal the brilliance in his eyes. Every time he fought with Qin Baisheng, it was extremely difficult and dangerous. But it was precisely because of this difficulty, it was like a rock, that the beautiful jade that was Feng Jioge became even more sparkling and translucent. Ever since Feng Jioge joined the Spirit Affinity House, it was rare for him to encounter such an intense battle. Spirit Affinity House was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Feng Jioge had a high status and a great reputation, no one would find trouble with him. This continuous 100 days of battle would make other Gu Immortals feel pain and difficulty, but Feng Jioge felt the excitement that he had not felt for a long time. This made him feel like he had returned to the exciting life of the demonic path. But he still felt a trace of regret. Demonic path, fighting with all my strength, what a pity. I can't go back to those passionate days. The current Feng Jioge. He was a man with a family, he could not take risks easily. Moreover, there were the Gu Immortals behind him. They were from the other 9 great ancient sects, their thoughts were hard to predict. If Feng Jioge really got heavily injured, it was hard to say how they would react. Feng Jioge remembered the advice of his beloved wife, Bai Qing, before she left. After all, Feng Jioge had slaughtered everyone in the past, causing Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects to lose all their face. After joining Spirit Affinity House, he had been suppressing the other ancient sects for a long time. He could not even turn the tables. The other immortals listened to Feng Jioge's words. After the 100 days of battle, Feng Jioge's reputation had already been deeply engraved in the hearts of the Central Continent group. Qin Baisheng retreated into the valley, coughing non-stop. His face was pale as paper, every time he coughed, he would vomit a mouthful of blood. Your injuries are getting worse and worse. Fairy Jiangyu, who was supporting him, had a face full of worry. She frowned deeply. Feng Jioge is too despicable. He Lang Zi, who had lost an arm, shouted in anger. He is fighting Lord Qin Baisheng alone on the surface, but he is actually relying on his numbers. He is attacking from the side, threatening our defenses and forcing Lord Qin Baisheng to be distracted. If not for that, Lord Qin, how could you lose consecutively? Qin Baisheng said solemnly, no need to say anything, the winner takes all. A loss is a loss, there is no need to find a reason. This Feng Jioge is truly a genius. Relying on his own talent, he created a sound path killer move and got to where he is now. Even as an enemy, I admire him greatly. Relying on his own advantage, meticulously planning and creating an advantage, this is the way of battle. If he did not use it, I would look down on him instead. Saying so, Qin Baisheng coughed again, spitting out a large amount of warm blood. He breathed weakly as he looked around. After the 100 Days battle, only Hui Fengzi, Heilangzi, Jiangyu, He Cheng, and the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal were left. They originally had Shuesongzi, but when attacking Langya Blessed Land, he was killed by Fang Yuan. After retreating from Langya Blessed Land, 2 hairy man Gu Immortals joined them. Both were killed by Central Continent's Gu Immortals in the 100 Days battle. But Central Continent's Gu Immortals suffered greater losses. Ancient Soul Sect's Old Oracle and the 2 Gu Immortals from Spirit Butterfly Valley and Combat Immortal Sect were already dead. How could they take advantage of Qin Baisheng? Even the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent would suffer huge losses. But at this point in the battle, the most crucial core member, the cornerstone of the group, Qin Baisheng, was already heavily injured and unable to return. Luo Pa Valley's geographical advantage was also gradually being offset. The remaining 5 Gu Immortals were all aware that the outcome of the 100 Days battle was already decided. They were the losers. Qin Baisheng focused. Even though we lost, we did not lose the overall situation. On Feng Jiuji's side, he wasn't completely united. In the end, he couldn't fight me wholeheartedly, which allowed me to stall for time. After the last night, the nurturing immortal Gu in the valley will be completed. Tomorrow, the 5 of you will break out of the encirclement. I will stall the Central Continent people. Lord Qin Baisheng. The immortals were shocked. Qin Baisheng actually chose to do this. He was courting death. This was hard to understand. Putting themselves in their shoes, if it were Hui Fengzi, He Cheng, or Heilangzi, they would only take care of themselves when facing death. Why would they sacrifice themselves to save others? Or was this a trap? Hui Fengzi, He Cheng, and Heilangzi had dark thoughts. They looked at the other 3 discreetly. Qin Baisheng, Jiangyu, and the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal were the true core of Shadow Sect. And the 3 of them were external reinforcements. There was an indescribable silence. Everyone walked to their resting spot. Let's do this. Take this time to rest. Tomorrow, whether we succeed or not will depend on your performance. Qin Baisheng waved his hand weakly, dispersing everyone. He Cheng, Hui Fengzi, and Heilangzi, however, had heavy emotions. Their gazes were uncertain. The 3 walked together. They decided to rest together tonight, to prevent the Shadow Sect members from betraying them. But late at night, the 3 were suddenly summoned by Qin Baisheng. Chapter 930. In the middle of the night, inside Luo Pa Valley, Qin Baisheng and the other immortals gathered together. Qin Baisheng handed an immortal Gu to the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal. This immortal Gu is very crucial. I will entrust it to you. The black-robed Gu Immortal nodded. He was mysterious and unfathomable. Even until now, no Gu Immortals outside of Shadow Sect had seen his true appearance. They only knew that he had outstanding battle strength, at rank 7 upper stage. Qin Baisheng turned around, instructing Jiangyu solemnly, I can die, you can also die. But he is related to the Great Plan, we cannot lose him. Fairy Jiangyu had a solemn expression, I can only guarantee that before I die, he will not perish. He Cheng and the rest heard this and were shocked. They were speechless. What kind of organization was this Shadow Sect? It could make these Gu Immortals disregard their personal losses. Even if they had to sacrifice their lives, they had to complete the organization's mission. Even super forces and clans could not make Gu Immortals so loyal. This was truly an unimaginable matter. A moment later, in the silent Luo Pa Valley, there was a thunderous sound. Boom! The intense sound waves shook the entire valley. At the same time, there was a sharp warning, enemy attack. Fairy Ling Mei, who had given the warning, retreated continuously. In front of her, Jiangyu, Hui Fengzi, Heilangzi, He Cheng, and the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal were attacking together. The enemies were so powerful, Fairy Ling Mei did not dare to fight them head-on. She only had one thought in her mind, that was to escape. Fairy Ling Mei came from Heaven's Envy Manor. She and Fairy Ao Shui had rank 7 Crescent Moon Gu. When the 2 worked together, they could use Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. Peerless Crescent Moon Slash was extremely powerful. It was one of Heaven's Envy Manor's signature killer moves. Fairy Ling Mei and Fairy Ao Shui were inseparable from each other. But at this moment, because Central Continent had limited manpower and they had to seal off Luopa Valley, Ling Mei and Ao Shui were not together. They were not together. Shadow Sect's group suddenly broke out of the encirclement. Fairy Ling Mei was caught off guard. Fighting alone, he fell into a dangerous situation where his life was on the line. Kill her! The 5 Gu immortals led by Fairy Jiangyu were filled with killing intent. Their eyes were bloodshot. The attacks were extremely fierce. Even though Fairy Ling Mei was graceful and had a peerlessly beautiful appearance, even though the beauty was frightened, she did not receive any pity from the 5 Gu immortals. The killing move in his hand became more urgent. He wanted to kill Fairy Ling Mei before he stopped. At the juncture of life and death, Fairy Ling Mei resolutely sacrificed an immortal Gu. After 3 breaths of time. Using this chance, Fairy Ling Mei activated the Gu formation. Her delicate body vanished amidst the storm. In the next moment he appeared in the distance. Phew! Fairy Ling Mei gasped for breath. Her face was pale. She finally escaped with her life. Her face was full of lingering fear, and her back was drenched in cold sweat. That was close, so close. It was a matter of life and death. It is all thanks to this Gu formation. Fairy Ling Mei was inwardly grateful. This Gu formation was created by Gu Immortal Hong Chi Ming after spending a lot of effort. Hong Chi Ming was from the Wind Cloud Manor. The latter was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. It was famous for its Gu formations. Gu formations were inferior to killer moves in that they could not be activated instantly. If they took too long to set up, they could not be used widely in intense battles. However, once they were set up, they had a huge advantage. They were often faster than killer moves and had less expenditure. Because of this, Fairy Ling Mei was able to keep her life. Seeing that Fairy Ling Mei had escaped, Fairy Jiangyu sighed to herself. The other 4 Gu immortals were also filled with regret. During the 100 Days battle, Fairy Ling Mei and Fairy Ao Shui combined their powers and used Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. They posed a huge threat to Shadow Sect's side. Almost every Gu immortal was injured by this move, with varying degrees of injuries. Unfortunately, Shadow Sect's side had the terrain advantage. In the end, their Gu formations were destroyed by Central Continent's side. Now that Central Continent's Gu immortals had set up the Gu formation, the surroundings of Luopa Valley belonged to them. Since we cannot kill them, we will continue to break out. Fairy Jiangyu shouted. She was very straightforward and decisive. Ling Mei retreated. Central Continent's defensive line had a gap. Breaking out needed to be fast. The opportunity was fleeting. Ling Mei, are you all right? Fairy Ao Shui's white dress fluttered in the wind. She seemed to be moving slowly but was actually coming to help. Her face was filled with anger. You can't leave your life behind. Chen Zhenqi shouted. Isn't it too late to leave now? Bu Fei Yan sneered. Even though Fairy Ao Shui and Fairy Ling Mei were separated, their defensive positions were the closest, thus they could arrive at the first moment. As for Chen Zhenqi and Bu Fei Yan, they could arrive at the same time as Fairy Ao Shui. It was purely because of their shocking speed. Zhenqi of the 9 heavens, one flying smoke, damn it. He Cheng gritted his teeth, feeling immense pressure. Chen Zhenqi and Bu Fei Yan were the 2 most famous flying grandmasters in Central Continent's Gu Immortal world. Zhenqi of the 9 heavens referred to myriad dragon docks Chen Zhenqi, while one flying smoke referred to heavenly lotus sects Bu Fei Yan. Jiang Yu and the other 3 Gu immortals broke out of the encirclement. They were most afraid of these pursuers who specialized in speed. Seeing the 3 approaching, the 4 Shadow Sect immortals did not greet them. They only focused on breaking out of the encirclement. At this time, a wall of light appeared, blocking the 4 Shadow Sect immortals. It was the activation of a Gu formation. This was the work of Wind Cloud Manor's Hong Chi Ming. Even though Hong Chi Ming had not arrived, his voice could be heard through the Gu formation. Lord Feng Jioga has already predicted that you will break out of the encirclement. If you don't surrender now, you might be able to live. The moment he said that, a powerful aura soared up like a flying dragon, rapidly approaching them. This aura was grand and vast. The 4 Shadow Sect Immortals were already familiar with it. It was Feng Jioge's aura. They were all drenched in cold sweat. Panic was written all over their faces. After the 100 Days battle, the 5 Shadow Sect Immortals knew that even if they worked together, they were not Feng Jioge's match. Were they going to fail in breaking out of the encirclement? Just as the 5 Immortals were feeling despair, a golden arrow shot over, piercing the wall of light that blocked their way. Far away, Hong Chi-Ming's body shook intensely. As if he was struck by lightning, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He was heavily injured. The one who used the golden arrow was Qin Baisheng. How could he watch the 5 Immortals fail in breaking out of the encirclement? Right now, he forcefully used his injured body to face Ling Mei, Ao Shui, Chen Zhenqi, and Bu Feiyan. The 4 Central Continent Immortals arrived quickly, but they also lost quickly. Not only did they lose, they were utterly defeated. Like Feng Jioge, Qin Baisheng was not someone the other Central Continent Gu Immortals could resist. Qin Baisheng did not kill the 4 Central Continent Immortals. He let them leave. His attention was mainly on Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge's gaze was like a torch. He had already inspected Qin Baisheng's injuries. He had an elegant demeanor as he laughed heartily. Everyone seems to be in a hurry. It is not appropriate to leave without saying goodbye. If you want to leave, you should at least listen to my farewell song, right? Immortal Killer Move, Green Jade Song. The 5 Shadow Sect Immortals quickly retreated. Someone screamed in pain. Someone snorted. Green Jade Song's power was profound. The 5 Immortals were more or less hit by it. Wherever they were hit, their bodies would turn into jade, and the jade would spread to the surroundings. The 5 Immortals were decisive. They immediately attacked ruthlessly, smashing and digging out the flesh and blood on their bodies that were hit. At once, blood flowed everywhere. Immortal Killer Move, Soul Suppression. At the next moment, Qin Baisheng attacked. A powerful Soul Path Killer move. He targeted Feng Jioge's face and pressed down. Feng Jioge's expression changed. He quickly blocked. Qin Baisheng had 2 trump cards. One was Soul Path Killer Move Soul Suppression, the other was Sword Path Killer Move 5-Finger Fist Heart Sword. Once used, ordinary Gu Immortals would not be able to resist it. Feng Jioge had 3 trump cards. First was Heaven and Earth Song, second was Green Jade Song, and third was Submission Song. It was not vast power. It was profound and extraordinary. Feng Jioge's attention was diverted. The Green Jade Song slowed down. The pressure on the 5 Shadow Sect Immortals decreased. They ran for some distance. Qin Baisheng used a Metal Path Killer move again. Numerous golden chains wrapped around Feng Jioge's limbs, binding him up from the back. Feng Jioge was not flustered. After the 100 Days battle, the two already knew each other's abilities. Qin Baisheng's Metal Path Killer move was ineffective against Feng Jioge. These golden chains were very effective against Chen Zhenqi and the rest. But as long as Feng Jioge moved slightly, he could shatter them in a breath's time. But at this time, Qin Baisheng showed a strange smile. I will let you see the true secret of Luopa Valley. Saying so, he used a technique to activate a certain arrangement. Several colorless lights shot out of the valley. One of them hit Feng Jioge. This is... Feng Jioge shattered the golden chains on his body, but because of this, he was delayed. He was hit by the light and could not move. The power of Space Path. How could there be such a powerful force? Not far away, the 2 fairies, Ling Mei and Ao Shui, were also hit by the light. Their expressions changed and they exclaimed. As for Chen Zhenqi and Bu Feiyan, their speed was extremely fast and they dodged the light. Qin Baisheng didn't care about the 2 of them. His main goal was to hold back Feng Jioge. Now, this goal was more than half achieved. Don't struggle. This strange light is harmless. Feng Jioge suddenly came to a realization and reminded him. Ling Mei and Ao Shui were bewildered. In the next moment, they saw Feng Jioge giving up resisting. His body was sucked into the mystical light and dragged into the depths of Luopa Valley. Qin Baisheng's smile grew even wider. He actually took the initiative to crash into another streak of light and was also dragged into the valley. Ling Mei and Ao Shui looked at each other, clenched their teeth, and decided to believe in Feng Jioge. They also gave up resisting and jumped into the valley. This change was out of everyone's expectations. After being dazed for a moment, Chen Zhenqi was the first to react. He roared and pounced at the 5 Shadow Sect immortals. Leave them here first. This was undoubtedly a wise decision. Seeing that they were about to break out, the 5 Shadow Sect immortals were being restrained by Chen Zhenqi and Bu Fei Yan. Next, Hong Chi Ming, Kanyang Laojun, and Old Man Tian Long arrived one after another. An intense battle erupted. One side desperately tried to break out, while the other side risked their lives to stop them. "Ah, someone save me!" He Qing shouted. He was the weakest. He was struck down by a killer move and left the group. Ignore him, protect the main target, and continue to break out. Fairy Jiang Yu shouted. She heartlessly abandoned He Cheng and protected the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal. At the same time, in the depths of Luopa Valley, in a strange space. Where is this? Ao Shui and Ling Mei looked around in bewilderment. Chapter 931. In this mystical space, the light was gentle, there were no mountains or rivers, there was no wind or land, it was completely empty. That is right. Feng Jioge had just said that when Qin Baisheng, who was standing in front of him, looked at the 3 central continent immortals, showing a deep smile. If not for thieving heaven demon venerables arrangements, how could I have lured you here? Indeed. Even though Qin Baisheng was strong, he felt troubled against a character like Feng Jioge, who had not appeared in 1,000 years. Especially when Qin Baisheng's 2 trump cards were not used to trap the enemy, they were only focused on killing the enemy. To temporarily trap Feng Jioge, they could only activate thieving heaven demon venerables arrangements. Is this really thieving heaven demon venerables inheritance? Fairy Ling Mei's tone carried a trace of excitement. Since ancient times, in the long history of Gu cultivation, there had been countless geniuses and heroes. If these people were said to be the stars in the sky, shining brightly, then the 10 rank 9 Gu immortals were like suns, dazzling and unparalleled. Every generation of venerables, be they immortal venerables or demon venerables, they were the number 1 of their generation, sweeping through the world, undefeatable. Among them, thieving heaven demon venerable was a legend. He was skilled in space path and had unparalleled thieving skills. He also cultivated transformation path and was proficient in disguise. Before he reached rank 9, he had already changed his appearance and used all kinds of identities to achieve his unspeakable goals. He even caused chaos in the world. Thieving heaven demon venerable was also related to long-hair ancestor. The failure in refining space escape immortal Gu became long-hair ancestor's obsession after his death. This had already become a legend that had been passed down for thousands of years. The inheritance of such a person was actually right in front of them. Even the 2 fairies, Ling Mei and Ao Shui. Their hearts were ice cold, they could not help but feel excited. Their hearts were burning with passion. But Feng Jioge immediately poured cold water on them. Don't even think about it. Thieving heaven demon venerable's inheritance is not something you can touch. Ling Mei and Ao Shui's expressions changed. There was still Feng Jioge and Qin Baisheng here. How could thieving heaven demon venerable's inheritance fall into their hands? For a moment, Ling Mei and Ao Shui were disappointed. Feng Jioge's back was facing them as he stood in front. At this moment, he seemed to have sensed the 2 immortals' feelings and said, "You too misunderstood. Thieving heaven demon venerable's inheritance had an extremely strict inheritance condition. You won't fit. I'm also not suitable, and I'm afraid Brother Qin also has no chance of inheriting it." Ling Mei and Ao Shui were astonished. One of them asked, "There's a saying behind this?" Qin Baisheng laughed loudly. "Brother Feng knows a lot about thieving heaven true inheritance. It seems that the rumors are true. Spirit Affinity House has indeed obtained a true inheritance of thieving heaven demon venerable. They have been researching it, but there was no result." Feng Jioge's eyes shined with brilliance as he stared at Qin Baisheng, admitting, "To think that Brother Qin has lived in northern plains for so long. But the intelligence about Zhongzhou State was so clear." That's right, because our sect has a thieving heaven true inheritance. After many years of research, we had some results. Ao Shui and Ling Mei looked at each other. Still unwilling, Ling Mei asked for guidance. May I ask Lord Feng Jioge, what are the conditions for inheritance? Who knows, we might really be able to achieve it. Feng Jioge's gaze was fixed on Qin Baisheng. He did not dare to be careless. He said, do you know Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's origin? He is not someone from the 5 regions. He is from beyond heaven, an otherworldly demon. So, the inheritance he left behind only had one requirement for the inheritor, that was that the inheritor must be someone from beyond heaven. Of course I am not, and it is even more impossible for Brother Qin. If he was, he would have already inherited this inheritance. Why would he wait until now? Are the 2 of you? Before Ling Mei and Ao Shui could reply, Qin Baisheng waved his sleeves and smiled coldly, denying it. Impossible. None of the Gu immortals in the 100 Days battle are otherworldly demons. Otherwise, why would I have brought you all here? Otherworldly demon? Are there really otherworldly demons? I have never seen one in my entire life. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable is actually an otherworldly demon. Ling Mei and Ao Shui were both shocked. Feng Jioge nodded. Although otherworldly demons are rare, they exist. Since they come from beyond heaven, then there must be a whole new world outside of the 5 regions and 9 heavens. It is a pity that no one has explored the world outside of heaven. Ling Mei and Ao Shui looked at each other, saying, other than the 5 regions, are there really other worlds outside of heaven? Even if we can't meet the conditions for the inheritance is dead, while the people are alive. Could it be that with Lord Feng Jioge's power, he can't forcefully break through it? They did not give up in the end. This was Thieving Heaven's true inheritance after all. You eat the meat and I drink the soup. The 2 female immortals did not want the bigger share. They only wanted a share. Qin Baisheng chuckled coldly. Wishful thinking. Back then, even Giant Sun Immortal, who became rank 9, had to return empty-handed after encountering Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Not only did he not obtain it, he even suffered a double loss. His face was covered in dust. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal is especially fearful of otherworldly demons. You want to get a share of such a true inheritance? There is actually such a thing? This is too exaggerated. Giant Sun Immortal is also a rank 9 Gu Immortal. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable is already dead, but he actually cannot even deal with a true inheritance? Ling Mei and Ao Shui stared with wide eyes, half believing and half doubting. Feng Jioge did not refute them. He explained, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's space path attainment is unfathomable. It is beyond everyone's imagination. There is a saying, he is an otherworldly demon. Once he becomes a space path Gu Immortal, he will have special space path Dao marks. These Dao marks originate from the world outside of heaven. They are completely new and unfamiliar to the 5 regions and 9 heavens. The space we are in now looks ordinary, but it has already transcended the world outside. It is not in the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Giant Sun Immortal wanted to obtain the true inheritance wholeheartedly. He was afraid of harming the innocent. Thus he failed and suffered a setback, unable to do anything for his entire life. Ling Mei and Ao Shui gasped repeatedly. Compared to Feng Jioge and Qin Baisheng, the 2 of them were still too young. This was the first time they had heard of such secrets involving venerables. At once, Ling Mei and Ao Shui felt like their horizons had been broadened. But soon, they became nervous and worried. Even Giant Sun Immortal has no way of dealing with this strange space. Then how do we get out? Don't worry about this. As long as we do not move, we can stay here for 30 minutes and be transported out. Feng Jioge replied confidently. If it were other Gu immortals who fell into this strange space, they would have to use methods to probe it. If that was the case, it would be terrible. The time they were trapped here, it would be even longer. But Spirit Affinity House had a Thieving Heaven true inheritance, and Feng Jioge was a higher-up of Spirit Affinity House. He knew the correct way to leave this place. But at this time, Qin Baisheng raised his head and laughed. Feng Jioge, since I trapped you here, how can I let you leave? Just stay here for me. Saying so, Qin Baisheng was about to attack. A powerful aura soared to the sky. Ling Mei and Ao Shui felt like they were facing a great enemy. Feng Jioge quickly said, Don't attack. This space is so close, yet worlds apart. It looks very close, but we are actually very far apart. We are actually very far apart. The other party wants to lure you to attack. Once you attack, it will cause a change in this space. Whoever attacks will be targeted. The stronger the attack, the more terrifying the backlash, and the longer you will be trapped. Do not fall into the other party's trap. Feng Jioge knew about thieving heaven's true inheritance in detail. He knew the terror of this strange space, thus even someone as proud and powerful as him did not dare to act rashly. Ling Mei and Ao Shui chose to believe in Feng Jioge. They restrained their impulses and did not attack. But Qin Baixing revealed a strange smile. Brother Feng is very confident. It is a pity that your sect's research on thieving heaven true inheritance is not deep enough. I don't know what I will do next. How will you face it? He spoke confidently while activating the goo worms on his body, his aura surging. He finally reached the peak. What is he doing? Feng Jioge had a bad feeling. He was on full alert. His gaze was like lightning as he stared at Qin Baixing. But at the next moment, Qin Baixing's action was out of the 3 Central Continent Immortals' expectations. They heard Qin Baixing's loud voice. After 54 tribulations, tribulation clouds still cover the sky. The soul light in my chest oppresses all living beings. The sword chi in my fists roams northern plains. 400 years have passed. How can I give birth to a new face without death? Abandoning this broken body for a cool breeze, sweeping through the heavens to restore light years. His voice was clear as he recited slowly. His expression was calm as water. His gaze revealed a trace of anticipation towards the future. After reciting this poem, he smiled at Feng Jioge. Next, he slowly closed his eyes, no longer breathing. Feng Jioge frowned. Even during the 100 Days battle, he had never shown such an expression. Because Qin Baixing actually ended his own life at this moment. At the next moment, a cool breeze blew from Qin Baixing's body. Behind Feng Jioge, Ling Mei and Ao Shui's expressions changed. Their voices were trembling from fear as they shouted, "Winds of assimilation." It turned out that in order to stall Feng Jioge's group, Qin Baixing gave up his life and sacrificed himself. His method was ruthless. He directly destroyed his immortal aperture. Once the immortal aperture was destroyed and there was no other immortal aperture to hold it, the winds of assimilation would naturally appear. The winds of assimilation were no small matter. Wherever the wind blew, it would assimilate everything. Even rank 8 Gu immortals had to avoid it. In this mystical true inheritance space, if one used 5-finger fist heart sword or heaven and earth song, it would at most be like throwing a huge rock into a calm lake. However, at this moment, the winds of assimilation began to blow. Although it appeared to be a gentle breeze, the entire strange space began to shake violently. It was as if the entire lake was boiling. Layers of translucent ripples rapidly appeared in the space, unending. Feng Jioge had a solemn expression. Facing such a decisive attack from Qin Baixing, he had to use all his strength to deal with it. If he was careless, he would die. Behind him, Ling Mei and Ao Shui had already activated their goo worms, protecting their bodies tightly. Even Feng Jioge had to use his immortal goo. They were even more so. Leaving the mystical space would be a problem for later. They had to get through this huge crisis first. Otherwise, there was no point in talking about it. Chapter 932. 2 flowers bloomed, one on each side. Qin Baixing sacrificed himself to create the winds of assimilation, causing Feng Jioge, Ling Mei, and Ao Shui to fall into danger. Jiang Yu and the other 4 immortals tried to break out. Just as they were about to break out, He Cheng was struck down by a killer move. His face was pale as he screamed for help. However, every second mattered when escaping. At the crucial moment, a slight delay could lead to the difference between heaven and hell. The immortals ignored him. They only pushed their speed to the limit. Fairy Jiang Yu was even more ruthless. She directly abandoned He Cheng, ignoring his life and death. The hope of escaping was right in front of them. He Cheng fell behind. Wouldn't he be able to stall the Central Continent Gu Immortals? Only he had the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison. After He Cheng died, it would fall into the hands of the Central Continent Gu Immortals. This made Jiang Yu and the rest feel some regret. But regret was regret. Compared to the immortal Gu house, their own lives were more important. Hehehe, all of you go and play. I, your father, will make a move first. In the process of breaking out, Hui Fengzi suddenly laughed loudly. Immortal killer move, wind escape. His speed rose by a huge margin. In a few breaths of time, he left Jiang Yu and the rest behind. Under the furious gazes of Jiang Yu and the rest, Hui Fengzi was about to escape. Cooperate with me. Hong Qiming shouted. 7 long 7 wind 7, text 7A Gu formation at the periphery activated, giving off a dazzling light. After the 100 Days battle, the Central Continent Gu Immortals had developed a tacit understanding. Where are you going? Chen Zhenqi and Bu Fei Yen moved together. Using the unique Gu formation at the periphery, they caught up. They blocked Hui Fengzi. Hui Fengzi was the fastest in northern plains. He moved like the wind. This was something the Central Continent Gu Immortals had to admit. Just Chen Zhenqi or Bu Fei Yen alone would not be able to stop Hui Fengzi. But now, the two cooperated. They had a tacit understanding. At once, no matter how Hui Fengzi moved, he could not shake off Chen Zhen and Bu Fei Yen. His speed fell as he failed to break out. He deserves it. Jiang Yu and the rest felt great joy. They turned around and tried to break out of the encirclement. Go down. Kanyang Laojun snorted angrily, using his signature killer move life-chasing fire. Qi Hongming added insult to injury. One more hit. He Cheng's entire body was on fire. With a miserable scream, he fell from the sky. With a bang, he smashed onto the ground. He had just spat out a mouthful of blood when countless vines sprouted from the ground, binding him tightly. At that moment, He Cheng was trapped. Hui Fengzi was obstructed. Hong Qiming gave up on He Cheng and chased after He Langzi. He activated his killer move and mercilessly attacked He Langzi. He Langzi had no choice but to use his transformation path killer move. He transformed into a giant lightning wolf to defend himself. Fairy Jiang Yu and the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal had not escaped far. He was intercepted by Kanyang Laojun and Old Man Tianlong. Without any nonsense, the four immortals began to fight. All of a sudden, the wind and clouds surged and thunder boomed. The four immortals displayed their abilities. The battle shook the heavens and the earth, and it gave rise to a wave of violent waves of air that caused mountains to collapse and rocks to crack. Kanyang Laojun was a famous rank 7 Gu Immortal expert. When Dongfang Naganori faked his death, he fought against Free Scholar, Fang Yuan, and Pai Shuihan. He had incredible battle strength. Old Man Tianlong's strength was similar to Kanyang Laojun. The former was a supreme elder of Black Heaven Temple. The reason why he was sent here was because Black Heaven Temple wanted to use him to restrain the Sound Path Gu Immortal Feng Jioga. In contrast, on Shadow Sect's side, the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal was strong, but Fairy Jiang Yu was slightly weaker. After more than 10 rounds, Kanyang Laojun and Old Man Tianlong had the upper hand. They found a good opportunity to attack. Immortal killer move, life-chasing fire. Oh no! Fairy Jiang Yu's soul almost left her body. She wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Retreat, let me do it. At the crucial moment, the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal used a method to switch with Fairy Jiang Yu, using his body to block the life-chasing fire. Strange. Kanyang Laojun was slightly stunned. The mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal was hit by the life-chasing fire, but he seemed to be unaffected. Sneaky fellow, show your true appearance. Old Man Tianlong shouted. He pushed his palms together, causing blades to fly in the sky. The mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal blocked them in a sorry state. His black robe was torn apart. His true appearance was finally revealed. Kanyang Laojun was stunned. You actually have the blazing glory lightning brilliance physique? One of the 10 extreme physiques, blazing glory lightning brilliance. What are you afraid of? He is just an immortal zombie. Old Man Tianlong shouted, his attacks becoming even more intense. The mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal's true identity was a rank 7 immortal zombie. But different from other immortal zombies, he had a special identity. He was an immortal zombie with the blazing glory lightning brilliance physique, one of the 10 extreme physiques. Since I am discovered, there is no point in continuing my disguise. The mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal tore off his tattered black robe and pounced at Kanyang Laojun. Kanyang Laojun was a fire path Gu Immortal. He was countered by the blazing glory lightning brilliance physique. He was at a disadvantage. Old man Tianlong wanted to help, but Fairy Jiangyu risked her life to stall him. Quickly leave! Fairy Jiangyu screamed. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie snorted angrily. After forcing back Kanyang Laojun, he did not even look back as he left Luopa Valley, escaping. Where do you think you are going? Kanyang Laojun shouted. He wanted to chase, but Fairy Jiangyu, who was covered in blood, miraculously blocked him. It seems that you do not want to live anymore. Is this immortal zombie your lover? He is worth your sacrifice? Old man Tianlong had a cold expression. He descended from the sky and hit Fairy Jiangyu's back with both palms. Boom! Fairy Jiangyu was already at the end of her rope. She could no longer defend. Her chest was blasted apart. A huge hole was exposed. One could see her back from the front. Her beautiful eyes dimmed slightly. Her purple dress fluttered in the wind. She was like a butterfly, descending from the sky. 10 breaths of time later, Fairy Jiangyu's corpse fell to the ground. Her bones were broken. Her flesh was badly mutilated. Fairy Jiangyu was dead. At this point, Shadow Sect's momentum was gone. Kanyang Laojun and Old Man Tianlong were freed up to deal with He Lang Zi and Hui Feng Zi. Hong Qiming focused on restraining He Cheng. A moment later, He Lang Zi let out an earth-shattering howl. The giant wolf form was cut in half at the waist. The corpse slowly turned back into a human body. Blood flowed on the ground. His internal organs were scattered everywhere. It was a horrible sight to behold. He Cheng had no choice but to activate the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison again. Immortal Gu houses were powerful, but they expended a lot of immortal essence. After the 100 Days battle, He Cheng was already bankrupt. He had little immortal essence left. The Immortal Gu House Dark Prison did not have enough immortal essence to activate. It had less than 1% of its power. Hong Qiming used a Gu formation to stall it. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Hui Fengzi was finally defeated. He was extremely fast and slippery. But during the 100 Days battle, both sides knew each other's abilities. There were no special moves. The Central Continent Gu Immortal's defensive formation was like an impenetrable net. Hui Fengzi was like a fish in a net. Even though he was struggling, it was only a matter of time before he was captured. Spare my life, I surrender. At the moment of death, Hui Fengzi's expression was pale. He admitted defeat. The Central Continent Gu Immortals looked at each other. They could see the joy in each other's eyes. Between life and death, there was a huge terror. A wise man submits to circumstances. Hui Fengzi admitted defeat. The Central Continent Gu Immortals could understand this. Don't play tricks. Hand over the Immortal Gu first. The Central Continent Gu Immortals did not relax. They surrounded Hui Fengzi tightly. Hui Fengzi had no chance at all. He raised his head and sighed. He had to hand over the Immortal Gu. Without the Immortal Gu, he was like a tiger without its claws and teeth. His threat was greatly reduced. Until he was completely controlled, his life and death could be decided with a single thought. The Central Continent Gu Immortals let out a sigh of relief. Energized, they started to deal with the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison again. Hui Fengzi's surrender. The Central Continent Gu Immortals saw hope. The 100 Days battle expended a huge amount of immortal essence. The Central Continent Gu Immortals suffered heavy losses. They were under great pressure. After capturing Hui Fengzi, they would obtain Immortal Gu that could make up for their losses. If they could also control the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison, they would make a huge profit. 15 minutes later, Dark Prison was broken through by the Central Continent Immortals. However, what was unexpected was, where is He Cheng? Such decisiveness. He actually gave up on the Immortal Gu House and escaped. While we captured Hui Fengzi, he actually escaped using Earth Escape. He really found a loophole. A coward who is at death's door, there is no need to fear him. At this point, Shadow Sect's side broke out of the encirclement. The dust had settled. Qin Bai Sheng and Fairy Jiangyu were sacrificed, He Lang Zi died, Hui Feng Zi surrendered, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie escaped with the crucial immortal goo, while He Cheng, who had weak battle strength, abandoned the immortal goo house dark prison and escaped with his life. A few months ago, when these people attacked Langya blessed land, they were in high spirits. 100 days later, some died, some were injured, some escaped, and some surrendered. Even someone as strong as Qin Bai Sheng was sacrificed in Luopa Valley. It could be seen how cruel Gu cultivation was. Even at Gu immortal level, there was the danger of dying at any moment. More than 10 days later, a mysterious figure entered Earth Trench. This Earth Trench was controlled by the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. Dark Flow Giant City was guarding it. However, this mysterious figure came and went with ease, and no one noticed him at all. After entering the Earth Trench, the mysterious shadow seemed to be very familiar with the terrain of the Earth Trench. He quickly followed a certain path and went deeper. A few days later, a huge graveyard appeared in the eyes of the mysterious figure. I'm finally here. The mysterious figure stopped, showing his true appearance. It was the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie that broke out of Luopa Valley. It turned out that Shadow Sect's backup plan was hidden here. Back then, when Central Continent attacked Luopa Valley, Jiang Yu and Qin Bai Sheng had thought of breaking out of the encirclement and coming here to activate the backup plan to resolve Luopa Valley's crisis. But this backup plan was extremely important. If they activated it rashly, they might ruin Shadow Sect's plan. Qin Bai Sheng and the rest hesitated. By the time they made up their minds, the battle was already very intense. There were no more chances. If they forcefully used the plan, the hairy man Gu immortals would be sacrificed instead. Right now, Luopa Valley was already occupied by Central Continent. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie came here not to take revenge, but to activate Shadow Sect's backup plan. Instead, he wanted to conceal himself and place the crucial immortal goo here for safekeeping. This immortal goo was related to Shadow Sect's plan. It could not be lost. For this, Qin Bai Sheng and Jiang Yu sacrificed their lives. Just a little more time, just a little more time. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was filled with anger. He brought the immortal goo and entered the graveyard. This was an immortal zombie graveyard. And he was an immortal zombie himself. It was too easy to disguise as one of them. But just as the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie thought that this was over and that he was safe, a figure appeared. I can actually meet a 10 extreme immortal zombie here. The person looked at the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie as he commented with interest. His rank 8 aura was faintly discernible. At this moment, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. His heart was filled with despair. Chapter 933. Who Immortal Blessed Land, Underground Cave. The Blood G forest had already grown. Unknowingly, it had expanded to around 50 square meters. At the center of the Blood G forest, the dark red light that was emitting from the G forest had already been pushed away by the dazzling light of wisdom. At this moment, Fang Yuan was bathed in the light of wisdom, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. His expression was calm. He was like a statue, but his mind was moving rapidly. Countless thoughts were colliding with each other. It was like a meteor shower or a volcano eruption. A muffled snort. Fang Yuan's body shook. He slowly opened his eyes. The storm of thoughts in his mind stopped abruptly. He frowned. He did not speak. 2 streaks of blood slowly flowed down from his nostrils. The blood of an immortal zombie was a pale green color. There was no warmth at all. It was extremely cold. Fang Yuan wiped the 2 traces of blood off his nose indifferently. He evaluated. It seems that my newly created goo formation still has many flaws. Ever since he became a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, he had countless inspirations. He had many new ideas on how to use Wisdom Goo. This goo formation was something he had created not long ago. Previously, his wisdom path attainment level was insufficient, he could only use the light of wisdom directly. But with this goo formation, he could accelerate the process of thoughts colliding in his mind. Even though it could not increase the efficiency of deductions, it saved a lot of time. Wisdom goo was rank 9, Fang Yuan was just a rank 6 immortal zombie. It was already very difficult for him to use the light of wisdom. This goo formation, it could already be considered a rare and precious breakthrough. And this goo formation was no longer the original version, it had been modified several times. The previous few times, it showed all sorts of flaws. Once, the goo formation even exploded in Fang Yuan's body. This time, it was used. Fang Yuan suffered the backlash of the goo formation, he was lightly injured. The goo formation still needs to be modified, but that is not the main point. The problem now is the modification of Star Thought Immortal Goo's recipe. Fang Yuan's frown deepened. Many days ago, Blazing Heaven Demoness summoned Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used this chance to request to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo. Both sides came to an agreement. Blazing Heaven Demoness funded Fang Yuan. It was very generous and straightforward. The materials needed to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo. She even took the initiative to find it for Fang Yuan and sent Budan to deliver it. These immortal materials were extremely rare. Not only would it cost a lot of money, but if Fang Yuan were to personally collect them, it would definitely take a lot of time. Only Blazing Heaven Demoness had rank 8 cultivation level and her position in Zombie Alliance. He also had an extremely deep foundation to be able to help Fang Yuan gather a total of 3 sets of immortal materials in such a short period of time. Fang Yuan had everything prepared, he started to refine goo. However, he tried 3 times in a row, and all of them failed. Fang Yuan was already mentally prepared for failure. After all, he did not have the help of the Refinement Path Convention's success Dao marks, he could only rely on his own strength and luck. Relying on strength was understandable. Why did he have to rely on luck? Take Star Thought Immortal Goo for example. During the refinement process, there was a step that required 2 sets of immortal materials. One was Pale Flame White Bones, the other was Green Beetle Water Lotus. The former was a Fire Path Immortal material while the latter was a Water Path Immortal material. At this step, these 2 immortal materials needed to be processed at the same time. Water and fire fused, turning into a clear liquid. But this step was very difficult. Pale Flame White Bones had Fire Path Dao marks, while Green Beetle Water Lotus had Water Path Dao marks. To successfully process and form a clear liquid, the amount of Fire Path Dao marks and Water Path Dao marks had to be the same. Even if they were not the same, the difference had to be extremely small. Only then could the water and fire offset each other. If one side had more than the other and exceeded the allowable limit, the liquid would be extremely turbid. This turbid liquid could not be used. But the liquid could not be stored for too long, it needed to be processed immediately. Fang Yuan did not have a time path immortal goo that could freeze the time of the liquid. This caused Fang Yuan to have to process the immortal materials and synthesize the liquid during the process of refining the immortal goo. And the difference between Dao marks was too small. Even if Fang Yuan used his methods and thought, he could not see through everything, he could only make a rough estimate. Fang Yuan was not a Fire Path or Water Path Goo immortal, he had already reached the limits of his investigative abilities. Precisely so, the Immortal Goo recipe strictly stipulated the age of the Green Beetle Water Lotus, as well as the amount of Pale Flame White Bones. But even so, Green Beetle Water Lotuses of the same age would have different Water Path Dao marks depending on their growing environment. If the Pale Flame White Bones were damaged, the Dao marks would fade. All of the Goo refinement materials had been inspected by Fang Yuan, they met the requirements of the Immortal Goo recipe. But failure was unavoidable in practice. In order to refine a crystal clear liquid, one had to have a bit of luck involved. And in the entire process of Immortal Goo refinement, there were many examples of water and fire fusing. It was not difficult to do it well once and succeed twice. What was difficult was that these examples had to succeed every time. Thus, the success rate of Immortal Goo refinement was extremely low. Many Goo immortals spent their entire fortune to refine Immortal Goo without success. Immortal Gu were extremely beneficial to Gu immortals. Because of the existence of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, Gu immortals had an intense need for immortal Gu. But in the history of Gu cultivation, failures in immortal Gu refinement were everywhere. There were bloody lessons and pitiful outcomes. Currently, many rank 6 Gu immortals did not even have a single immortal Gu. Gu immortals would rather capture wild immortal Gu than take the risk of refining immortal Gu themselves. Of course, there was another reason. The refinement path attainment of Gu immortals was uneven. Many Gu immortals did not have the confidence to refine immortal Gu themselves. Especially the higher the rank of the immortal Gu, the less confidence the Gu immortals had in refining it. Back then, Giant Sun and Thieving Heaven had to ask long-hair ancestor to refine immortal Gu and immortal Gu houses for them. Fang Yuan modified the immortal Gu recipe by modifying these areas. When he became a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, his Star Path attainment level also rose to Grandmaster. This gave him the ability to modify Star Thought Immortal Gu's recipe. Including this deduction, he had already modified many areas of the original Immortal Gu recipe. There were at least 11 steps like the fusion of fire and water. They were all replaced with more stable and easier methods. Looking at the time, Blazing Heaven Demonis is about to send the 4th batch of Gu refinement immortal materials. With Blazing Heaven Demonis' help, Fang Yuan's financial predicament was completely dispelled. Blazing Heaven Demonis wanted to take down Yu Lu Blessed Land. She had the attitude that she would not give up until Fang Yuan refined Star Thought Immortal Gu. However, she was not easy to fool. If Fang Yuan wanted to use the excuse of failure to deceive Blazing Heaven Demonis and cheat her of the Gu refinement immortal materials, that would be impossible. Even though Blazing Heaven Demonis agreed to help Fang Yuan, they had made an agreement earlier. The immortal materials that she used were what Fang Yuan owed to Blazing Heaven Demonis. Whether Fang Yuan succeeded in refining the immortal Gu or failed, Fang Yuan had to repay the debt. And the longer it dragged on, Blazing Heaven Demonis would have to collect interest. If Fang Yuan succeeded in refining the immortal Gu but did not repay the debt within 100 years, Blazing Heaven Demonis would take any immortal Gu from Fang Yuan as compensation. If it were Shark Demon, Fang Yuan would not agree to such conditions. He would ask for more benefits. But facing the domineering Blazing Heaven Demonis, Fang Yuan wanted to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu as soon as possible. He could only accept it. Thus, Blazing Heaven Demonis' help was not so easy to obtain. Fang Yuan had failed 3 times. It was his loss. He already owed Blazing Heaven Demonis a huge debt. Fang Yuan knew a thing or two about Blazing Heaven Demonis' scheme. Even if Fang Yuan could not repay the debt in the future, he would still have his Wisdom Path attainment. Blazing Heaven Demonis could use this to threaten Fang Yuan and make Fang Yuan work for her. After all, Wisdom Path Gu immortals were rare. A Wisdom Path Gu immortal with Fang Yuan's attainment would be an excellent subordinate. If Fang Yuan succeeded in refining Star Thought Immortal Gu, Blazing Heaven Demonis would be even happier, because she could use this to take down Yu Lu Blessed Land. All in all, Blazing Heaven Demonis would not lose anything. After failing 3 times, the pressure was all on Fang Yuan. With my current situation, I can refine 7 times at most. I have already failed 3 times. I have 4 chances left. In terms of Gu refinement, I have already reached the limit. I can only put in more effort in the aspect of luck. Fang Yuan started to think. He had Connect Luck Immortal Gu. It could connect to people with strong luck and raise his own luck. But this had its drawbacks. Even though Fang Yuan had Connect Luck, he did not have Break Luck Immortal Gu to use it. He could only connect, not break. If the target of Connect Luck got unlucky, they would drag down Fang Yuan's side. Thus, Fang Yuan had chosen some targets carefully. These people's luck was extremely strong, and it was continuous and unending, lasting for a long time. But such people were few and far between. In the entire 5 regions, there were only a few of them left in his previous life. Fang Yuan calculated in his mind, most of the remaining few have yet to be born. Among them, Li Xiao Yao on the Nameless Island has already been killed by Song Yishur. His ancestor cannot appear in this life. The closest target is Fairy Black Moon. Fairy Black Moon was very impressive. She was the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life. She represented the most outstanding person in Spirit Affinity House. Her status was the same as Mo Yao in history, or even higher. This was because in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, it was a grand era with great momentum. There was an unprecedented chaotic war in the 5 regions. The appearance of dream realms broke the old structure of forces. A brand new Gu cultivation path, Dream Path, was born. All of this indicated the birth of great dream Immortal Venerable. In this great era, heroes were born, valiant and ambitious people emerged, dragons and snakes rampaged. Fairy Black Moon could still represent Spirit Affinity House, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Her innate talent was definitely first-rate in the 5 regions. Moreover, Fairy Black Moon led the Central Continent Gu Immortals to attack Imperial Court Blessed Land. She obtained shocking results. Her battle strength was outstanding and her methods were superb. Ever since Fairy Black Moon made her debut, she had been getting stronger and stronger. It was a blessing in disguise. Her luck was very strong. Chapter 934. It is a pity that Fairy Black Moon is wearing a mask and has a mysterious identity. I do not know her true identity. In my previous life, she was like the rising sun. Her radiance was dazzling and dazzling. She did not leave any records. Maybe she is still an ordinary disciple of Spirit Affinity House now, or maybe she is the descendant of a Gu Immortal. All in all, I have too little information. I can't even find anything. Since Fairy Black Moon could not be found, there were only the secondary targets left. These people were all influential people. However, they were all temporary strong luck. Strong luck lacked momentum and could not last forever. Some of them had huge ups and downs, and some even had great fortune followed by great calamity. They died. If I connect luck to them, my luck will be extremely strong for a short period of time. It will definitely help me refine Star Thought Immortal Gu. But I do not have bad luck. If they are unlucky, I will be unlucky as well. In exchange for immediate benefits, sacrificing the long term, is this worth it? Fang Yuan hesitated. If he had break luck Immortal Gu, he would not need to consider this problem. But whether he could obtain break luck, Fang Yuan had no confidence. And if he had no confidence in doing something, he would not do it unless necessary. Placing his hopes on luck, Fang Yuan would not do that. He could take risks and had a gambling nature, but the truth was that he was more careful and cautious. If not for that, he would not have gotten to where he was today. A few days later, Blazing Heaven Demonis sent over a sufficient amount of Gu refinement immortal materials. But Fang Yuan did not have the mood to refine Gu anymore. An explosive piece of news. It reached his ears. Not long ago, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's branch was infiltrated by old ancestor Xuehu. The latter went deep into Earth Trench and secretly plundered many precious immortal Gu and immortal materials. If old ancestor Xuehu was not discovered, Zombie Alliance could only accept their defeat. But the worst part was, the intense battle exposed old ancestor Xuehu's location. Zombie Alliance had to react. Zombie Alliance was a huge organization that spanned across the 5 regions. Someone infiltrated their own garden and plucked their fruits and flower buds. How could they tolerate that? If they did not punish such a scoundrel, Zombie Alliance's reputation would be tarnished. Their reputation would be severely damaged. If they were looked down upon by all the forces, how could they establish themselves in the Gu Immortal world? How could they compete with the other forces? For any organization, face represented a certain degree of benefits. Moreover, old ancestor Xuehu was discovered in the immortal zombie graveyard. This touched the nerves of the immortal zombies in Zombie Alliance, making them extremely angry. An immortal zombie's body contained an abundance of Dao marks. It was indeed a top-tier Gu refinement immortal material. But when an immortal zombie's immortal aperture died, they placed more importance on their body. This was the remaining pride of an immortal zombie. Thus, immortal zombies placed more importance on their bodies than ordinary Gu immortals. The Immortal Zombie Graveyard was an inviolable holy land in the Zombie Alliance. In the end, the holy land in his heart was destroyed by Old Ancestor Xuehu. Old Ancestor Xuehu has gone too far. This has severely violated Zombie Alliance's bottom line. It seemed that he was going all out to refine immortal Gu fortune, not hesitating to become a thief and steal an immortal zombie body. Fang Yuan estimated. He thought back to his previous life. 500 years ago. But there was no such incident. In my previous life, Ma Hongyun was living well. Old Ancestor Xue who could not obtain him, he naturally could not refine immortal Gu fortune. It seems that in this life, because of my rebirth, my influence has increased, everything has changed. Old Ancestor Xue who has suffered because of me. Old Ancestor Xue whose suffering was an unexpectedly good thing for Fang Yuan. Dark Flow Giant City was guarded by 3 rank 7 immortal zombies, Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quanwang. How could they be Old Ancestor Xue whose match? After the incident, they could only watch as Old Ancestor Xue who flew away. This matter could not be tolerated. The 3 immortal zombies could only request reinforcements from Zombie Alliance's headquarters. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters were furious. They decided to send 3 rank 8 immortal zombies and 10 rank 7 immortal zombies to punish Old Ancestor Xuehu and maintain their prestige. Among these 3 rank 8 immortal zombies, Blazing Heaven Demoness was among them. They needed her. But because Blazing Heaven Demoness was the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, she should have been guarding Dark Flow Giant City. Now that this matter happened, Blazing Heaven Demoness, who was in Eastern Sea, naturally had to take responsibility. Something happened to the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. She had to return and carry out her duties. Once Blazing Heaven Demoness left, the mission of attacking Yu Lu Blessed Land fell back to Shark Demon and Su Baiman. The mysterious and unpredictable changes of fate were truly unexpected. They were caught unprepared. Originally, Shark Demon and Su Baiman had no hope, but after Old Ancestor Xuehu's matter, Zombie Alliance placed their focus on maintaining their prestige. Blazing Heaven Demoness returned to Northern Plains, the ones most suitable for attacking Yu Lu Blessed Land in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance were Shark Demon and Su Baiman. After Blazing Heaven Demoness forcefully took away the mission of attacking Yu Lu Blessed Land, Shark Demon and Su Baiman's days were not good. They were deserted by everyone. But now, the situation was reversed. After all, Yu Lu Blessed Land only had one last round left. Shark Demon and Su Baiman's rise was imminent. Many Gu immortals took the initiative to befriend them, trying to mend the previous cracks and so on. This made Shark Demon and Su Baiman feel deeply moved. Fang Yuan had no time to care about their feelings. Shark Demon hated Fang Yuan for joining Blazing Heaven Demoness so decisively. This time, he did not even invite Tai by Yunxing. Fang Yuan did not care. Attacking Yu Lu Blessed Land would not give him the main benefits. It was not as important as refining Star Thought Immortal Gu. And refining Star Thought Immortal Gu was just icing on the cake. It was not as important as sneaking into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. After all, long ago, Fang Yuan had been thinking about the inheritance in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. That was the inheritance of an immortal zombie great expert. It was a great help to Fang Yuan in getting rid of his immortal zombie body and regaining life. In the 500 years of his previous life, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance obtained this inheritance. Their overall strength rose rapidly, even surpassing Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. Fang Yuan disguised as immortal zombie Sha Huang and tried to sneak into Earth Trench to obtain the inheritance. Regretfully, he failed. Feng Jioga's group foiled his plans. Without a choice, Fang Yuan could only give up for now. After going through many trials and tribulations, he participated in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention and attacked Yu Lu Blessed Land. He obtained 2 or 3 immortal zombie revival methods. Instead, he did not achieve his initial goal. And now, it was the best time to sneak into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan did not even have the intention to go with her, but Blazing Heaven Demoness asked Fang Yuan to return to Northern Plains with her. In the letter, Blazing Heaven Demoness words were still domineering and domineering, giving a reason. It was also very tempting. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance Branch. This was Blazing Heaven Demoness headquarters. There were many immortal materials stored inside. Feng Yuan could refine star-thought immortal goo many times. Or maybe she was worried about letting Feng Yuan stay in Eastern Sea. After all, the 5 regional walls were hard to break through. The higher one's cultivation level, the more difficult it was to cross regions. 100 years ago, when Blazing Heaven Demoness went to Eastern Sea from Northern Plains, most of her assets were expended. She was also heavily injured. After recuperating for 8 years, she finally recovered. And this time, against a strong enemy like old ancestor Shui who knew how long Blazing Heaven Demoness would take. Keeping Feng Yuan by her side would make her feel more assured. At the same time, Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Xianxia might even be able to help Blazing Heaven Demoness in the process of dealing with old ancestor Shuehu. Because of all these reasons, Feng Yuan racked his brains and waited for this opportunity. It suddenly arrived. Fortunately, old ancestor Shuehu was discovered. Feng Yuan even felt some gratitude towards old ancestor Shuehu. Several days later, Northern Plains, the deepest part of Luopa Valley. The atmosphere was heavy. 5 Central Continent Gu immortals had solemn expressions as they looked at an inconspicuous place in front of them. The battle to break out of the encirclement had ended. Only 2 people from Shadow Sect managed to break out. And they secretly came to Northern Plains. The Central Continent Gu immortals who were in high spirits had also suffered heavy casualties. Only 5 were left now. To think that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's true inheritance was hidden deep inside Luopa Valley. Bufei Yen sighed. These last days, they had controlled Luopa Valley, staying vigilant while trying to save Feng Jioge, Ao Shui, and Ling Mei. In the end, they confirmed that it was Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, but they could not find a way to enter. It is a pity that our sect does not know anything about Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. It will be extremely difficult to enter. It is not something that can be solved in 2 to 3 years. Hong Qiming said solemnly. He was the most skilled in Gu formations among the 5 immortals. Now that Ancient Soul Sect's old oracle was dead, Hong Qiming had the most say in this matter. Not to mention 2 to 3 years, the 5 Central Continent immortals could not even wait for 2 to 3 months. In fact, staying in Luopa Valley for these last few days was extremely dangerous. After all, 2 Gu immortals had successfully broken out. If they attracted other people and returned, they would not be able to survive. Actually, even if we know the way to enter, we might not be able to save the 3 of them. After all, this was personally arranged by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Lord Feng Jioge is so powerful, but he is trapped inside without any commotion. This shows how dangerous it is. If we go in, it will be even more dangerous. Qin Baisheng's scheme to trap Feng Jioge here. If we rashly go and save them, I'm afraid. The Central Continent Gu immortals discussed. Their tone became deeper, their gazes flickered with uncertainty. Even though Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects originated from Celestial Court, they were not harmonious with each other. They competed with each other constantly. If a person like Feng Jioge, who appeared once in 1,000 years, died here, the other 9 sects would let out a sigh of relief. And Ao Shui and Ling Mei had immortal Gu. If they died, Heaven's Envy Manor would lose its signature killer move, Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. This was not a small loss for Heaven's Envy Manor, which had deep foundations. The enemy was gone. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, countless years of conflict erupted on the 5 Central Continent immortals. We infiltrated Northern Plains to investigate the truth behind the collapse of 88-point Xinyang Tower. Even though we took down Luopa Valley, Old Oracle is dead, Feng Jioge is also trapped, this mission can only come to an end. That's right, after this battle, we have expended a lot of our strength, we need to recuperate. In my opinion, the most important thing is to return everything that happened here and the results of our investigation to the sect. That makes sense. Don't forget, we still have the captive Hui Feng Zi and the immortal Gu House Dark Prison. These spoils of war are all priceless, we need to handle them properly. After conversing like this, The remaining central continent 5 immortals laughed silently. Why did they save Feng Zhouge and the rest? Was he trying to suppress him after rescuing him? Save them to split the spoils of war? But as Righteous Path members, they had to keep up appearances, otherwise, they would be exposed. Chapter 9:35. After passing through the regional wall, Eastern Sea's group finally stepped into Northern Plains. I'm finally back. Feng Yuan sighed. He was using Xianxia as a disguise. As he stepped on the grassland, his emotional tone was not entirely an act. In front of him, the blazing heaven demoness eyes flickered as she murmured, "Yes, he's back." She was even more emotional than Feng Yuan. Even though Feng Yuan was a Northern Plains Gu immortal, he only became an immortal in Northern Plains. He was born in Southern Border. As for blazing heaven demoness, she was a Northern Plainsman. After 100 years, she had finally returned home. The terrain of the 5 regions was very different. The East Sea had countless strange seas, while the North Sea was flat, with various grasslands, wastelands, and hills. The grassland beneath the sky-scorching demoness feet was a barren wasteland, with only a few green spots on the yellowish-brown soil. However, the blazing heaven demoness felt a sense of closeness in her heart. Other than Feng Yuan and blazing heaven demoness, the other Gu immortals were frowning slightly. They were all Eastern Sea Gu immortals. They were curious and unfamiliar with Northern Plains. Coming from his hometown to a foreign land, his heart was filled with a feeling of being ostracized, and he seemed to be incompatible with the surrounding environment. The ones with the strongest aura were 2 immortal zombies. They had rank 8 cultivation level. These Gu immortals from Eastern Sea were almost all immortal zombies. There were few living people. Including blazing heaven demoness and Feng Yuan, there were 3 rank 8s, 6 rank 7s, and 4 rank 6s. The lineup was strong, and they had the advantage in numbers. Old Ancestor Shui, whose actions thoroughly angered Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. He did not hesitate to mobilize such a powerful force to rush to Northern Plains to regain his face. But now, the Gu immortals were all injured. Rank 6 Gu immortals had light injuries. Rank 7 Gu immortals had even heavier injuries. They were in a pathetic state, while the 3 rank 8s were even weaker. Their bodies were in tatters, some had broken arms, some had broken legs. His body swayed in the breeze, as if he was on the verge of collapse. At the edge of the 5 regions, they all had boundary walls. Surrounding Northern Plains was the Licorice Regional Wall. Surrounding the East Sea was the Blue Water Boundary Wall. It was precisely because of the existence of the boundary wall that the 5 regions were isolated from each other. Moreover, the higher the level of the world barrier, the stronger the obstruction. It was 10,000 times more difficult for a rank 8 Gu immortal to pass regional walls than a rank 6 Gu immortal. Eastern Sea immortal zombies wanted to enter Northern Plains from Eastern Sea. They had to pass through 2 regional walls. The 3 rank 8s were heavily injured. 4 rank 7 immortal zombies lost their lives in the regional wall. In contrast, rank 6 Gu immortals felt less pressure. Among everyone, Feng Yuan was the most relaxed. Because his cultivation level was the lowest, at the bottom of rank 6, and he was also a Northern Plains Gu immortal. He entered Northern Plains from Eastern Sea. Eastern Sea's regional wall repelled him and pushed him outwards, while Northern Plains' regional wall welcomed him and pulled him inwards. Similarly, among the 3 rank 8 immortal zombies, blazing heaven demoness had the lightest injuries. Like wanderers returning home, Feng Yuan and blazing heaven demoness were welcomed by Northern Plains. If not for the huge Gu formation in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters, I'm afraid one of the 3 rank 8 immortal zombies would have been sacrificed, and half of the remaining rank 7 immortal zombies would have died. Feng Yuan observed without batting an eyelid. At the same time, he was secretly praising the deep foundation of East Sea Zombie Alliance. Before they left, dozens of immortal zombies from Zombie Alliance's headquarters had made a move. Activating the Gu formation actually caused an earth tide. Every once in a while, an earth tide would occur in Eastern Sea. Boundless earth force would surge from deep within the trenches. It would stir up the seawater and form an earth tide. The earth tide was extremely powerful. It was easy for it to create a tsunami that was thousands of feet tall. The earth tide charged at the regional wall, causing it to weaken. Every year, during the earth tide, many Gu immortals from other regions would enter Eastern Sea. By the time Fang Yuan and the rest set off, the earth tide had already passed. To think that Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters had a method to create an artificial earth tide. In a short period of time, an area of Eastern Sea's regional wall was weakened. If not for this help, Fang Yuan and the rest would have suffered even greater losses. What do we do now? After resting for a while, a rank 8 immortal zombie broke the silence. The other Gu immortals focused their gazes on Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness was the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Among the 3 rank 8 immortal zombies, she had the strongest battle strength. Thus, she was the leader of this operation. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not hesitate, she smiled. According to reliable information, old ancestor Shui who has already returned to snowy mountain-blessed land. We should not rush back, we should rest and recover our battle strength first, that is the best choice. The immortal zombies nodded, they had no doubts. They had just passed through the regional wall, their strength had fallen to rock bottom, they needed to rest and recuperate. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not even return to Dark Flow Giant City, she chose a hidden location. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals concealed themselves and recuperated. This was the same as when the Central Continent Gu immortals first infiltrated. There was no other way, after all, the expenditure of passing through regions was too huge. In snowy mountain-blessed land, snow was falling. The 3 main peaks and countless subsidiary peaks stood tall in the heavy snow, like frost giants standing in silence. Among them, the first main peak was tall and majestic. It was old ancestor Shui whose residence. At this time, in a certain room on the first main peak, a huge Gu formation was shining with dazzling golden light. Outside the Gu formation, an old man was standing. It was old ancestor Shui. But the one controlling the Gu formation was not him, but a female immortal. This female immortal was in her 20s, she was beautiful and had a graceful aura. She was the second leader of Snowy Mountain, Lady Wanshou. Lady Wanshou was old ancestor Shui whose wife. She looked younger than him, but she was actually much older than him. Lady Wanshou had once seized a fortuitous encounter and obtained Gu immortal Wang Jiao's inheritance. Not only did she obtain several lifespan Gu, she even obtained many lifespan extension methods. These lifespan extension methods had their own disadvantages compared to lifespan Gu. But lifespan Gu were rare and hard to find. Lady Wanshou's lifespan extension methods were still very popular among other Gu immortals. When Lady Wanshou was still cultivating, many Gu immortals came to her. They paid a huge price to ask her to extend their lifespan. As time passed, Lady Wanshou helped more and more Gu immortals. Her lifespan extended by more than 1,000 years. Not only did she obtain countless cultivation resources, her strength rose rapidly. She even built up a network and became very popular. There were even flatterers who offered Wanshou to her. Many Gu immortals had requests from her. They did not dare to offend her. They cheered her on and her name spread far and wide. Lady Wanshou was not only skilled in lifespan extension, she was also a refinement path quasi-great grandmaster. She was one of the 4 refinement path experts in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Quasi-great grandmaster was only a step away from great grandmaster. In terms of refinement path, Fang Yuan could not compare to Lady Wanshou. Old ancestor Shui who was skilled in ice and snow path, he was also ashamed of his inferiority. Thus, whenever old ancestor Shui who wanted to refine Gu, he would ask Lady Wanshou to do it. But at this time, Lady Wanshou was activating the refinement path Gu formation. She was not refining Gu, but refining an immortal material. This immortal material was dug out by old ancestor Shui who from the depths of Earth Trench, the deepest part of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's immortal zombie graveyard. It was only the size of a palm, its whole body was shining with purple gold light, its texture was like a rock. The refinement path Gu formation shone brightly, its aura was rumbling. After a long while, the Gu formation slowly stopped, the light it emitted also gradually extinguished. The mysterious purple gold rock that had been refined until it was bright red soon cooled down. Its fire dissipated and it returned to its original dark and gloomy appearance. Old Ancestor Shui, who looked at Lady Wanshou with an expectant gaze, this was a silent question. Lady Wanshou frowned slightly, shaking her head. Even you cannot tell the origin of this mysterious purple gold rock? Old Ancestor Shui, who was somewhat surprised. This immortal material is indeed extraordinary. My goo formation has been activated completely, but I still cannot refine it. This is the first time I have encountered such a situation. I need to research it properly. Saying so, Lady Wanshou's tone changed. Husband, you were careless this time. It would have been fine if you had not been discovered stealing immortal zombies. But this time, you have crossed Zombie Alliance's bottom line. They will definitely take revenge. You need to be careful. Old Ancestor Shui, who nodded, saying solemnly, I was too careless this time. My original plan was going smoothly. I had almost cleared out the immortal zombie graveyard, but suddenly, a blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie appeared. This is the best immortal material to refine fortune goo. I was excited and tried to capture it. But to think that the other party had already set up a goo formation in the graveyard, due to my carelessness, I could not conceal the sounds of battle and alerted Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Sigh. Old Ancestor Shui, who heaved a long sigh. Now that I think about it, it might have been the interference of Fortune Immortal Goo. Lady Wanshou said solemnly, Fortune Immortal Goo is rank 8, it is normal for even you to be affected by it. This is Giant Sun Immortal's core Immortal Goo. Recently, I have been failing frequently in goo refinement. It is likely due to Fortune Immortal Goo. But husband, you have obtained so many immortal zombie bodies this time, it has greatly increased the speed of gathering immortal materials. As long as we can refine Fortune Immortal Goo quickly, all of this will be worth it. Ever since Old Ancestor Shui, who bought Ma Hongyun, he wanted to use the latter as the main material to refine rank 8 Fortune Immortal Goo. This was naturally disadvantageous to Ma Hongyun. Thus, Old Ancestor Shui, who, Lady Wanshou, and the rest faced the backlash of Fortune Immortal Goo. Not just the two of them, many of the Goo Immortals in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land who received Old Ancestor Shui, whose mission to gather immortal materials had bad luck. Accidents happened frequently. Actually, before this, Old Ancestor Shui, who had already suffered a backlash from Luck Path. That time, Fairy Li Shan obtained Minuscule Mountain, Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu attacked. Old Ancestor Shui, who fought against 2 rank 8 Goo Immortals, forcing them to retreat. Luck Path was not invincible. Old Ancestor Shui, who relied on his immense strength to resist the backlash of Luck Path. This time, when he stole the immortal zombie body, he was very confident, but because of the backlash of Luck Path, he was careless and caused a huge commotion. The harder it is to refine Fortune Immortal Goo, the more powerful this Immortal Goo is. It makes me even more determined to refine it. Don't worry, I have already tightened my surveillance in Dark Flow Giant City. If there is any commotion, I will know. We will deal with it when it comes. I want to see if Zombie Alliance has any great plans. Chapter 936. Rex. The huge Dark Flow Giant City lay on the desolate land. Darkness shrouded it. The giant city was like a sleeping beast, silent and silent. Ever since Old Ancestor Shui, who wreaked havoc in the immortal zombie graveyard, Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the other 2 leaders sealed Dark Flow Giant City, acting like they were waiting for reinforcements. Dark Flow Giant City was heavily guarded. No matter how hard the other forces tried to investigate, they could only obtain some information from the periphery. Night fell. Blazing Heaven Demoness led the Eastern Sea immortal zombies back to Dark Flow Giant City secretly. Subordinates in Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, Huang Quan Wang, greet leader, greet the 2 lords, greet our comrades. The 3 leaders of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance bowed, unable to conceal their excitement and unease. Get up. The other party is Old Ancestor Shui, who, it is not your fault. Blazing Heaven Demoness spoke first. Yin Lu Gong and the rest let out sighs of relief. A huge burden was lifted from their hearts. These last days had been very difficult for them. On one hand, they were waiting for reinforcements from Zombie Alliance's headquarters. On the other hand, they were worried that the headquarters would punish them for their negligence. Old Ancestor Shui, who is too arrogant, we must make him pay the price. Our Zombie Alliance is not easy to bully. Another rank 8 immortal zombie said. The surrounding immortal zombies looked at him in awe, agreeing with him. This rank 8 immortal zombie was called Corpse Detonation King. He was most proficient in using the smallest price to detonate his immortal zombie body, causing a terrifying explosion. He had a bad temper and was ruthless. When he passed through the regional wall, he attacked wantonly, killing all those who opposed him. Of the 4 rank 7 immortal zombies that died, 3 were killed by him. Their corpses were all blasted to smithereens, forming a huge explosion that destroyed the regional wall, opening a path for Corpse Detonation King. Leader, when will we counterattack? When we counterattack, please let this old man be the vanguard. Yin Lu Gong and Huang Quanweng saw the large-scale reinforcements from Eastern Sea. Their morale surged as they asked for permission. Blazing Heaven Demoness was not anxious. She spoke slowly. This matter is important. Let's investigate the scene first. Seeing is believing. Let's collect the evidence. Right, through these traces, we might be able to deduce some of old Ancestor Shuihu's methods. Another rank 8 immortal zombie, Pu Wandao, nodded in agreement. Although they had the advantage in numbers. But they were immortal zombies after all. They had many disadvantages compared to living Gu immortals. More importantly, the other party wasn't an ordinary person that could be easily bullied. His opponent this time was a terrifying person who fought 1 against 2, forcing Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu to retreat. He was the publicly recognized number 1 demonic path Gu immortal in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Next, the immortal zombies did not stop. He secretly went to the Earth Trench to survey the battlefield. The battlefield was well protected by Yin Lugong and the others. The immortal zombie graveyard was in a mess. Large amounts of frost covered the surface. Some of the holes were still burning with flames. Everyone displayed their abilities and began to scout. Fang Yuan was also among them, but his mind was elsewhere. His eyes scanned the surroundings, but his mind drifted into the distance. The treasure that he was searching for was not hidden in the immortal zombie graveyard, but deeper in the Earth Trench. How can I do it without anyone noticing? How to open this treasure? I have a feeling that this inheritance will be of great help to me. I will be able to get rid of my immortal zombie body and revive. I will have to rely on it. Fang Yuan was filled with anticipation. Unfortunately, he had no choice now. He could only follow everyone and leave Earth Trench, returning to Dark Flow Giant City. After surveying the battlefield, the immortal zombies had ugly expressions. Even Corpse Detonation King and Pu Wandao. They had solemn expressions. Even if they did not personally fight, just by looking at the traces, they could deduce old Ancestor Shuihu's overwhelming might. But what made everyone feel strange was the person who fought old Ancestor Shuihu. Who is this person? He has rank 7 cultivation level, but his battle strength is outstanding. He even set up a Gu formation in the graveyard. He seems to be an immortal zombie, but why is there no record of him in my list? Blazing Heaven Demoness frowned, asking Yin Lugong and the others. Yin Lugong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quanweng smiled bitterly, apologizing in unison. We did not do our job well. We were kept in the dark. We did not know such a capable person was hiding in Earth Trench. Blazing Heaven Demoness snorted. Her expression was cold. Investigate thoroughly. I feel that this is not simple. Old Ancestor Shuihu appearing here is understandable. After all, he wants to refine Fortune Immortal Gu, but lacks immortal materials. But why would this mysterious immortal zombie appear in the graveyard of our Northern Plains Zombie Alliance? Looking at this situation, he has been living here in seclusion for a long time. No need to investigate. At this time, rank 8 Gu Immortal Corpse Detonation King interjected. This person is a member of our Zombie Alliance. The reason why we came here this time and made such a big fuss is to rescue him. At the side, Pu Wandao added, Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, everyone from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, please forgive us. This person has an extraordinary background. He is a 10 extreme immortal zombie. He has outstanding battle strength. Because he is carrying out a secret mission from our Zombie Alliance headquarters, to be safe, he has been kept a secret. Zombie Alliance headquarters has given the highest order. We need to work together to save this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. So it is like this? The immortal zombies showed astonished expressions. Yin Lugong and the other two leaders' expressions sank after the astonishment. Dragon Commander Yi Cha cupped his fists at the Eastern Sea people, asking, I wonder what secret mission this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie is carrying out. Why did he have to be in the most important immortal zombie graveyard of our Northern Plains Zombie Alliance? In the end, Corpse Detonation King replied coldly, this is not something you can know. All right. Blazing Heaven Demoness stood up, easing the situation. Our current enemy is old ancestor Xuehu. Since that immortal zombie is one of us, let's save him as well. Yin Lugong and the rest quickly agreed. Fang Yuan watched coldly from the sidelines. Even Blazing Heaven Demoness was kept in the dark about this secret. She was a Northern Plains Gu immortal after all. Even though she had been in Eastern Sea for many years, there was still a gap between her and the true core of Zombie Alliance headquarters. At the same time, Fang Yuan came to a sudden realization. Zombie Alliance mobilized such a huge force not only to teach old ancestor Xuehu a lesson, but also to save this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. Fang Yuan watched the show as he laughed internally. Hee hee, if this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie is a spy sent by Zombie Alliance headquarters to monitor the Northern Plains branch, that would be fun. Earlier, what Yin Lugong wanted to ask was this, right? Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, as expected of the pillar of Zombie Alliance. If the others had the same resolve as you, why would Zombie Alliance not be able to prosper and even dominate the 5 regions? Ha! Corpse Detonation King Wang De laughed. Blazing Heaven Demoness was kept in the dark, only now did she know the true content of the mission. But she was shrewd, she did not show any dissatisfaction, instead saying, next, let us discuss how to teach old ancestor Xuehu a lesson and save the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. Corpse Detonation King immediately said, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie has abundant and profound fire and lightning path Dao marks. They are most suitable for Gu refinement. There is no time to lose, it is best to directly attack them. Attacking them is just a reckless move. Blazing Heaven Demoness retorted directly, not giving any face to Corpse Detonation King. Corpse Detonation King stared and was about to say something, but Pu Wandao also supported Blazing Heaven Demoness. That's right. Since they captured the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie, they have hostages. If we attack them and suppress old ancestor Xuehu, they will use the hostages to threaten us. We will have to hold back. No matter how big our advantage is, we will lose everything. Then we will sneak into snowy mountain blessed land and save the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. Corpse Detonation King added. Blazing Heaven Demoness snorted coldly. There are countless spies outside Dark Flow Giant City. There are definitely snowy mountain blessed land spies among them. Just this point is enough to prove old ancestor Xuehu's vigilance. Snowy mountain blessed land's defenses are definitely tight. Sneaking in is not realistic. It is like walking into a trap. Of course, Corpse Detonation King, you are extraordinary. You are more skilled. Since you are interested, why don't you go? I believe with your strength, it will be easy. Corpse Detonation King was speechless. He showed a look of anger and embarrassment. Then what do you think we should do? Pu Wandao placed his hand on Corpse Detonation King's shoulder. His gaze was like lightning as he asked Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled proudly. Old ancestor Xuehu is strong. Even though snowy mountain blessed land has tight defenses, it cannot conceal his greatest weakness. Someone asked, oh? What weakness? Blazing Heaven Demoness looked around, saying, Fortune Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was not interested in how to deal with old ancestor Xuehu. While the immortal zombies were excitedly discussing their schemes, he was thinking about how to take away the treasures deep in Earth Trench. After a verbal exchange, Blazing Heaven Demoness regained the authority to command. The immortal zombies decided on a plan overnight, each going to their own tasks. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not let Fang Yuan go out. The only task she gave to Fang Yuan was to continue refining Star Thought Immortal Goo. She even gave Fang Yuan a token. It could represent her will to the greatest extent. With this token, Fang Yuan could freely enter and exit Dark Flow Giant City, as well as all the resource points controlled by Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. He could even enter the important warehouses. The precious immortal materials inside were all for Fang Yuan to use. As long as they were useful for refining immortal goo, he just needed to register them. The environment was relaxed and the conditions were good. Fang Yuan could not help but feel surprised. Is Blazing Heaven Demoness still thinking of attacking Yu Lu Blessed Land? That is unlikely. Not to mention old ancestor Shui-Hu's matter, who knows when it will be resolved. Shark Demon and Su Baiman will definitely make use of their time to invite Wisdom Path Goo Immortals to attack Yu Lu Blessed Land. But once I have Star Thought Immortal Goo, along with my Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level, I can deduce many things. Maybe Blazing Heaven Demoness wants to scheme against old ancestor Shui-Hu, so she values my ability in this aspect? Chapter 937. Boom. There was a loud sound, but the explosion was not huge. The starlight in the sky was like fluttering butterflies, fluttering in the secret room. Under such a beautiful scenery, Fang Yuan's expression was very unsightly. I failed again. This time, I did not even complete a third of the refinement of Star Thought Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan sighed as he waved his sleeves. The clouds and rain dispersed. The starlight vanished without a trace. The huge secret room returned to its previous tranquility. This was the secret room of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Here, Fang Yuan obtained sufficient immortal materials. He tried to refine goo again, but tasted the bitterness of failure again. Even though I used the immortal killer move time assist luck every time I refine goo, the effect is not huge. There is no suitable target for connect luck. Forget it. I have done enough on the surface. I should try to enter Earth Trench and get that inheritance. Fang Yuan wanted to get the inheritance as soon as possible, but there were many things that could not be done quickly. If he did not refine Star Thought Immortal Goo and wanted to enter Earth Trench in a hurry, it would be too obvious. Others would see through it, so he could not do it. Even though Fang Yuan had joined Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, the problem now was that he was not free. He was heavily guarded by two immortal zombies. Fang Yuan understood that this was also a form of surveillance. After all, Fang Yuan had failed many times in immortal goo refinement. He already owed Blazing Heaven Demoness a huge debt. If they did not monitor him, what if Fang Yuan escaped? Even though this agreement was made, Blazing Heaven Demoness had already used information path methods and immortal killer moves to restrict both sides. But at Blazing Heaven Demoness level, the older one was, the more cowardly they were. The more knowledge they had, the more careful they were. Who knew if Fang Yuan had a method to break it? Fang Yuan really did. The 500 years of memories allowed him to know many methods to break immortal information path restrictions. But he did not have the corresponding immortal goo. He could not break this agreement. He sincerely wanted to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo. That was why he cooperated with Blazing Heaven Demoness. But now, he wanted to steal the treasure even more. During these days in Dark Flow Giant City, Fang Yuan tried to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo. To make the Blazing Heaven Demoness feel at ease, he was also secretly gathering information. Actively prepare yourself for action. Compared to before, Dark Flow Giant City had opened its gates and resumed communication with the outside world. The immortal zombies' morale was rising. They were full of energy. So, Blazing Heaven Demoness led the group to deal with old ancestor Shui-Hu. She used a rather smart strategy. She did not directly attack, but instead grasped old ancestor Shui-Hu's greatest weakness and restrained him. What was old ancestor Shui-Hu's greatest weakness? Almost all the Northern Plains Goo Immortals knew about it. Fortune Immortal Goo. Old ancestor Shui, who wanted to refine Fortune Immortal Goo wholeheartedly, but he lacked immortal materials. Even though he had the main material, Ma Hong Yun, it was related to a rank 8 immortal goo. He also had to prepare more materials to increase the possibility of success. Hence, his demand for immortal materials was extremely huge. The demonic path goo immortals in snowy mountain-blessed land. They were tormented by old ancestor Shui who to the point of being miserable. Even old ancestor Shui who had to lower his status and personally sneak into the immortal zombie graveyard in Earth Trench to do that thing. This showed old ancestor Shui whose extreme desire for immortal materials. Blazing Heaven Demoness saw this point and actively made arrangements, using ambushes, plots, destruction, and other methods. She especially opposed the demonic path goo immortals in snowy mountain-blessed land. These demonic path goo immortals had a hard time gathering immortal materials. And because of the backlash from luck path, the immortal zombies relied on luck to move, thus the success rate of every operation was very high. The more such operations succeeded, the more snowy mountain-blessed land's morale fell, while the morale of zombie alliance's side gradually rose, sweeping away the dejection from before. Fang Yuan had an ashen expression as he opened the secret room's door. There were 2 rank 6 immortal zombies at the door. Seeing Fang Yuan, one of the immortal zombies, Dr. Yin Xian, immediately greeted, "Sir, you have come out of closed cultivation. I wonder if the goo refinement this time?" Fang Yuan gave a muffled snort, waving his hand in annoyance. "Don't bother me." Saying so, he directly left. Who do you think you are? You dare to be so arrogant in our territory." The other immortal zombie, Landlord Lei Yu, looked at Fang Yuan's back, his eyes shining with a sharp light. He was extremely dissatisfied. But that yin-yang doctor did not seem to care even though he was rebuffed. He grinned and chased after Fang Yuan, following closely behind him like a dog's skin plaster. Fang Yuan moved forward, turning left and right. He arrived at a large hall. This was the largest immortal material warehouse in Dark Flow Giant City. It was personally guarded by an immortal zombie. Seeing Fang Yuan, Dr. Yin Xian, and Landlord Lei Yu arrive, the immortal zombie guarding the warehouse nodded towards them familiarly. Knowing that Fang Yuan had come to collect immortal materials again, he smiled and handed an information path goo worm to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan received the goo worm and held it in his hand, pretending to look at the list of immortal materials inside, while scheming in his mind. Blazing Heaven Demoness, Corpse Detonation King, and Pu Wandao have already left Dark Flow Giant City 3 days ago to attack the demonic path goo immortals in snowy mountain-blessed land. They have not returned yet. This is an opportunity, I might as well use it. Right at this time, the immortal zombie guarding the warehouse said enthusiastically, "Sir Xing Xiangzi, whatever immortal materials you want, you can take them. Leader has already instructed us, you only need to register them. You don't need to feel any psychological burden." But the moment he said so, Fang Yuan suddenly raised his head, staring fiercely at the immortal zombie. "What burden do I have? Why would I have any psychological burden? I'm fine." Fang Yuan was unkempt, his hair was disheveled, he had an extremely irritated expression. Seeing him like this, the immortal zombie guarding the warehouse immediately knew that Fang Yuan's goo refinement had definitely failed. This immortal zombie was dazed, thinking, "I really deserve it, why am I being so talkative?" Whether he succeeds or fails, what does it have to do with me? He immediately calmed the matter down, remaining silent. But Fang Yuan was not willing to let the matter rest. He crushed the information path goo worm in his hand. His hands were behind his back, his head lowered as he paced. At the same time, he mumbled, "Damn it. Why is it still not working? Why do I keep failing? I have already failed 4 times, why is it like this, why?" Dr. Yin Xian and Landlord Lei Yu glanced at each other, tactfully not going to provoke Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, however, was getting more and more anxious. He clenched his fists and cursed fiercely. His words were extremely vulgar, and he occasionally mumbled. He did not know what he was talking about. Dr. Yin Xian tried his best to decipher it, but could only hear some fragmented content. "Do I really have to use that method?" "No, the price is too high. Damn it, this damned immortal goo. Why can't I succeed? Fang Yuan showed an expression of endless hesitation, as if he had fallen into an important and difficult decision. Right now, his eyes were bloodshot. He looked like a gambler who had already lost most of his assets, but decided to stake it all on one throw, trying to make a comeback. Damn it, I will go all out. I can definitely succeed this time. I can definitely do it. Right, I can definitely succeed. The three immortal zombies looked on coldly. Seeing Fang Yuan's restless expression, the disdain and disgust in their hearts dissipated a little. Instead, they felt a trace of pity. Many goo immortals were in such a situation. In order to refine an immortal goo, they paid a huge price but still gained nothing and even went bankrupt. It was like stepping on a path of no return, seeing the resources they had accumulated for decades, or even centuries, go to waste. Inevitably, their eyes turned red from the loss, and they wholeheartedly pursued success. In the end, there was no turning back, and they walked further and further down the path of failure. Fang Yuan suddenly stopped and turned around, his gaze like lightning staring at Dr. Xian and landlord Lei Yu. I have decided, you two pack up and follow me into Earth Trench. Fang Yuan's words shocked the three immortal zombies present. Enter Earth Trench? Dr. Xian's expression changed. Earth Trench was a dangerous place. Fierce beasts roamed freely inside, the terrain was treacherous, and countless lives were buried there. Blazing Heaven Demoness had told them to look after Fang Yuan. It was naturally to protect him. Hearing Fang Yuan say he wanted to enter Earth Trench, how could Dr. Xian agree? Landlord Lei Yu also did not agree, saying stiffly, "What immortal materials do you need? We will gather them, sir. You don't need to take the risk." What do you know? Fang Yuan raised his voice and glanced at them, showing an arrogant expression. We have received orders from our leader to protect Sir's safety. If Sir enters Earth Trench and something happens, how can we explain it to our leader? Please don't make things difficult for us. Dr. Xian smiled bitterly, his expression sincere. Fang Yuan did not care about his sincerity. He waved his arms and shouted, "Your difficulties have nothing to do with me. I only care about refining goo. I only know I need Earth Shell Snails Star Night Mucus." Earth Shell Snails Star Night Mucus? Sir, don't be impatient, let me check. Dr. Xian immediately said. He also had information path goo worms in his possession, which covered most of Zombie Alliance's immortal materials. Very quickly, a hint of joy flashed across Dr. Xian's face. He retracted his mind and said to Fang Yuan, Earth Shell Snail's mucus is the body fluid left behind by the desolate beast Earth Shell Snail as it slowly crawls on the ground. We have it, we have it. Currently, we have 3 tails of it in warehouse number 6. Is it enough? If not, we will immediately issue a mission and gather immortal zombies to collect it. Fang Yuan shouted angrily, pointing at Dr. Xian's nose and scolding, Are you deaf, or is there a hole in your brain? Didn't you understand what I said earlier? Earth Shell Snail Star Night Mucus, Star Night Mucus. It is not ordinary mucus, do you understand? He then shouted anxiously, Earth Shell Snail's mucus needs to be collected and sealed within 10 breaths of time, otherwise, the mucus will dry up and lose its effectiveness. Star Night mucus will be processed on the spot. I have to use my unique method to process ordinary mucus. The processing process will take 7 breaths of time. Even if it is processed into Star Night mucus, there is a complicated sealing method that needs to be completed within 3 breaths of time. That is why I have to enter Earth Trench. Can you do it without me? If you can, I will read my name backwards. Chapter 938. Earth Shell Snails lived in the deepest parts of Earth Trench. They were only suitable to live there. According to Fang Yuan, to collect the Star Night mucus, one had to go deep into Earth Trench and find the Earth Shell Snail, then immediately work behind it and process the mucus left behind by the Earth Shell Snail after it crawls. After processing, one had to collect the Star Night mucus in a short time. The difficulty of this was very high, and the danger was also very high. Earth Shell Snails had a docile nature. It was not hard to get close to them. One could even stand on their back and make light attacks, this desolate beast would not get angry. The danger was that the earth shell snails were not the only creatures in Earth Trench. The deeper one went into Earth Trench, all kinds of fierce beasts, strange plants and wild goo worms were everywhere. Earth Trench was unfathomably deep. The place where the earth shell snails lived was at least 10,000 li away from the surface. Beside the earth shell snails lived many strong fierce beasts. Groups of desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts were not rare. These fierce beasts and plants were the main threat. I will definitely go into Earth Trench. Since Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness wants you two to protect me, I will leave this to you. If you die, I have to live. Do you understand? Fang Yuan used a matter-of-fact tone as he ordered. Landlord Lei Yu and Dr. Yin Xian gritted their teeth in anger, but they could not do anything to Fang Yuan. Now that Fang Yuan brought out Blazing Heaven Demoness, these two immortal zombies could do nothing. The two discussed for a while. Dr. Yin Xian said to Fang Yuan with a gloomy expression, "This is a serious matter. We need to report to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness first. We cannot decide." In the end, they could not get around Blazing Heaven Demoness. However, this was within Fang Yuan's expectations. Thus, he waved his sleeves, shouting, "Then go quickly." He was not afraid of Blazing Heaven Demoness investigation. In fact, Star Night Mucus was indeed a matter. This was one of the results of Fang Yuan's recent modifications to Star Thought Immortal Goo's recipe. The Starry Night Mucus was developed by Fang Yuan himself. It had a wide range of uses and great potential. Not only could it be used to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo, it could also be used to refine other Star Path Immortal Goo. It was a rank 6 immortal material that was easier to obtain but had great effects. If I have an environment suitable for the survival of Earth snails, he could make an issue out of this and continuously refine more Starry Night Mucus. If this immortal material were to be sold in jewel yellow skies, it would definitely be sold for a good price. In the short term, the benefits are comparable to the Guts Goo. Fang Yuan calculated in his heart. But after a long period of time, the Starry Night Sticky Saliva's processing method would definitely be seen through and even imitated. After all, these processed immortal materials could not compare to Guts Goo. In the hands of Refinement Path or Wisdom Path Goo Immortals, it could be easily broken. A monopoly business would not last long. Dr. Yin Xian stayed behind to accompany Fang Yuan. As for Tower Master Lei Yu, that unlucky fellow, with a heavy and uneasy mood, he went to a certain Goo formation in Dark Flow Giant City, using the Information Path Goo formation. Using the Information Path Goo formation, he sent a message to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan was not worried that Blazing Heaven Demoness would obstruct him. In fact, Fang Yuan was quite confident. He believed that Blazing Heaven Demoness would agree. After all, refining Star Thought Immortal Goo would be of great help to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan still owed Blazing Heaven Demoness a debt. If Blazing Heaven Demoness did not want Fang Yuan to die, she might even send other immortal zombies to protect him. Of course, there would not be many immortal zombies protecting Fang Yuan. After all, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's main focus was on how to attack the demonic path Goo immortals that were leaving Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, to obstruct them from collecting Goo refinement immortal materials and teach old ancestor Shui Hu a lesson. If Blazing Heaven Demoness does this, it will be more in line with my intentions. After all, I will go deep into Earth Trench and have more guards. It will be safer. When I get close to the inheritance, I will shake them off. If there are not many guards, it will be easier to shake them off. Sure enough, as Fang Yuan expected, Blazing Heaven Demoness agreed to Fang Yuan's idea and arranged for 5 immortal zombies to protect Fang Yuan. Among them, there were 2 rank 7s and 3 rank 6s. It was a strong lineup that slightly surpassed Fang Yuan's expectations. It showed Blazing Heaven Demoness' sincerity. 3 days later, the 5 immortal zombies gathered. After waiting for another 2 days, the immortal zombies borrowed some immortal goo to deal with this mission. As local tyrants, no one was more familiar with this Earth Trench than them. After making sufficient preparations, the group of people finally set off. What was worth mentioning was that Earth Trenches were not limited to Northern Plains. In fact, All 5 regions had earth trenches. Earth trenches were formed on the ground. Some earth trenches stretched for millions of li, some were millions of feet deep, bottomless. It was one of the most majestic natural wonders in the Gu Master world. Zombie Alliance's Earth Trench had always been guarded by Zombie Alliance. When Blazing Heaven Demoness was not in Northern Plains, in Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quan Wang, these 3 rank 7 immortal zombies, would send at least one to guard the entrance of Earth Trench. Earth Trenches were rich in resources and had many desolate beasts. Back then, Dark Flow Giant City was built here to occupy this rich resource point of Earth Trench. Everyone knew that Northern Plains cultivation resources were lacking compared to the other 4 regions. But Earth Trenches were deep underground, they had vast space and abundant resources. The only flaw was that the desolate beasts and desolate plants inside were very fierce and powerful. There were countless of them. Normally, only super forces could control resource points like Earth Trenches. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch was like this. Central Continent's Demon Expelling Sect was also like this. Demon Expelling Sect was a super force with 3 Gu Immortals guarding it. The Earth Trench they controlled was called Enzu Earth Trench. It was very famous in Central Continent. At night, Fang Yuan and the rest passed through the entrance and went deep into Earth Trench. Fang Yuan had planned for a long time. He naturally did not move stealthily. He was surrounded by 5 immortal zombies. He could be said to be walking openly and openly. The giant trench was like the bloody mouth of a ferocious beast. It silently opened in the thick darkness. Fang Yuan and the rest entered it. The trench gradually expanded by tens of times, to 100 times. After flying for several minutes, the interior of Earth Trench was already so vast that it could contain 70 to 80 dark flow giant cities. In the deep darkness, there were only flickering lights. Most of the cliffs on both sides were bare and steep. There were only a few needle-like plants on the surface, like sesame seeds. How deep was this Earth Trench? No one knew. Even the immortal zombies who had controlled this place for so many years had never found the true bottom of Earth Trench. Earth Trench was rich in resources. But the number of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts was unheard of. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch did not have the strength to advance. They could only try their best to control the area that was 150,000 feet from the surface. In today's world, although the human race has stood tall for a long time, fully deserving of being the overlord of the races. But they could not enter any corner of nature. Compared to the grandeur of nature, the human race seemed insignificant. The mysteries of heaven and earth were endless. They were deeply hidden. Even the powerful immortal venerables and demon venerables could only understand 1 or 2 of the laws of heaven and earth to the extreme. Humans were still an unreachable distance away from understanding the mysteries of heaven and earth. The group gradually went deeper. The Earth Trench was huge. It made Fang Yuan and the rest look tiny. At this point, they were already 150,000 feet from the surface. Mountains could not fill up this Earth Trench. It was endless darkness. It silently devoured everything. Everyone was silent. Fang Yuan observed the surroundings silently, using the corner of his eyes to observe the immortal zombies. 5 immortal zombie guards, 2 rank 7s, 3 rank 6s. Among them, the rank 7 immortal zombies were Dragon Commander Yi Cha and Granny Yuan. Among the 3 rank 6s, including Dr. Yin Xian and Landlord Lei Yu, as well as an enslavement path immortal zombie. His name was Lin Danyao. 5 days ago, Fang Yuan had already obtained some information about them. He did not know nothing about them. Among the 2 rank 7 immortal zombies, Dragon Commander Yi Cha was the first. He was one of the 3 vice leaders of Dark Flow Giant City, and also the one with the strongest battle strength in this trip. What was worth mentioning was that he could use his immortal aperture to raise large numbers of Yaksha octopuses, part of the reason for Dragon Commander Yi Cha's fame. Immortal zombies' immortal apertures were already dead, but Dragon Commander Yi Cha still had a way to raise large numbers of Yaksha octopuses. This was quite puzzling. Countless immortal zombies were curious. The other rank 7 immortal zombie, Granny Yuan, specialized in defense. Dr. Yin Xian, from his title, He was a healing goo immortal. He naturally could not compare to Tai Bai Yunxing, but he was very skilled in healing immortal zombies. Landlord Lei Yu specialized in offense, he had vast attacks and a grand aura. The final immortal zombie, Lin Danyao, controlled flying beasts. He was an enslavement path immortal zombie. From this, it could be seen that Blazing Heaven Demoness had spent a lot of effort in arranging these people to protect Fang Yuan. Granny Yuan could protect Fang Yuan, while Dr. Yin Xian could heal Fang Yuan's injuries at the crucial moment and save Fang Yuan's life. If they encountered a desolate beast group and the immortals could not match them, Lin Danyao could sacrifice his birds to stall for time for the immortals to retreat. The deeper they went, the wider the earth trench. There were steep cliffs on both sides, there was a huge space in the middle, birds could move freely here. At this time, birds flew out of Lin Danyao's immortal aperture from time to time, flying in all directions. Enslavement path was very convenient. Ever since they went deep into the earth trench, Lin Danyao took on the responsibility of scouting. The inheritance is in that direction, but we cannot go there directly. Our goal is too obvious and we will attract suspicion. Fang Yuan did not change his expression, he was very patient. After a while, Lin Danyao suddenly said, "There is a Yuxia octopus on the left, but it is injured." Dragon Commander Yi Cha's expression did not change. "Ignore it, we will go around it." Fang Yuan's group of 6 was very strong. A rank 6 Yuxia octopus could not compare to them. But this trip was to go deep underground and find earth shell snails to collect immortal materials. That was their true goal. By then, battles would be very frequent. If they could save immortal essence now, they had to do so. Earth shell snails were very deep in the earth trench. They crawled slowly but were actually very fast. They did not have a fixed residence. They were everywhere. It was hard to track them. The stronger the ferocious beast, the more stubborn its sense of territory would be. In the depths of the earth trench, all sorts of fierce beasts and plants occupied their own territories. Earth shell snails were rare desolate beasts that could cross territories without incurring the enmity of lords. Maybe the earth shell snail's gentle nature had already made other strong beings realize that they were harmless. But Fang Yuan and the rest could not enjoy such good treatment from the earth shell snails. Thus, battles were unavoidable. Chapter 939. Amidst the silence, Fang Yuan and the other immortal zombies had already ventured deep into earth trench. They were 40,000 feet away from the surface. Although they tried their best to avoid fighting, there were enough battles, big and small, to go through 16 battles. The immortal zombies were all injured to some extent. "We cannot go any deeper," Dragon Commander Yi Cha said. "At this depth, the earth shell snail is active. We need to explore the surroundings." Northern Plains Zombie Alliance could only explore 150,000 feet at most. Right now, they were 10,000 feet away from this limit, but the deeper they went, the more dangerous it would be. There were desolate beasts everywhere. With Fang Yuan and the rest formation, it would be very difficult to deal with them. No immortal zombies objected to Dragon Commander Yi Cha's suggestion. After choosing a direction, everyone continued to fly in silence. Maybe before leaving, Fang Yuan used time aid luck to raise his luck. In any case, not long after, he encountered an earth shell snail. "Very good." Fang Yuan showed an overjoyed expression. "Don't be anxious, let's investigate and see how many dangers are lurking around." Dragon Commander Yi Cha was calm. The immortals used their methods and quickly found out that this territory was guarded by a large group of Yuxia octopuses. "I need to deal with the snail's saliva. I need to use starlight. It will most likely alert these Yuxia octopuses." Fang Yuan showed a troubled expression as he looked at Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the rest. Everyone's expressions sank. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Landlord Lei Yu said unhappily. "Maybe there is a way. We can conceal the commotion," Dr. Yin Xian said. Fang Yuan shook his head. "That is impossible. I want to conceal the commotion too, but this is beyond my limit. It's not convenient for me to reveal the exact method. Anyway, it is best to get rid of these Yuxia octopuses first." Fang Yuan had a firm attitude. He had a good reason. The other immortal zombies looked at each other. Dragon Commander Yicha had to compromise. Then we will kill these Yaksha octopuses first. Xianxia will take action. This time, Dragon Commander Yicha personally investigated. There were 8 dire beast octopuses and an octopus king among the octopuses that were entrenched here. They had rank 7 Gu immortal battle strength. Lin Danyao is in charge of the perimeter and mobilizing the flock of birds. Surround the entire octopus school. Let Granny Yuan attract their attention. After that, Pavilion Master Lei Yu and I will take action to kill these octopuses. As for you, Dr. Yin Xian, just stand on the periphery and provide support. Dragon Marshal Yi Cha was soon done with the arrangements. Fang Yuan had nothing to do with it. The Yaksha octopus could be said to have suffered a calamity that descended from the heavens. The immortal zombies sneaked closer and schemed against the unsuspecting. Thus, as soon as the battle erupted, the school of Yaksha octopuses suffered a ferocious blow and fell into panic. The immortal zombies quickly established their advantage and gained the upper hand. After a while, the battle came to an end, and the octopuses were all killed. There were only 2 left. At this time, Dragon Commander Yicha suddenly said to Fang Yuan, Xianxia, you should also make a move. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. He leisurely stepped onto the stage. Immortal killer move, Star Snake Rope. He first trapped a Yaksha octopus that was in a better state, then used the 6 illusion star body to surround the other one. Swoosh, 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 starlight shined brightly. Fang Yuan's attacks were relentless. Soon, this dying Yaksha octopus was killed. Next, he turned his spear around, dealing with the last one. The Yaksha octopus was half man, half beast. Its upper body was that of a muscular man with bulging muscles. Its skin was black and hard like steel. Its lower body had dozens of octopus tentacles that replaced its legs. This final Yaksha octopus was in a better state. It was ferocious and fought fiercely with Fang Yuan, falling into a stalemate. Fang Yuan used Star Cloud Grindstone to defend, waiting for a chance to attack again and again, cutting off the tentacles of the Yaksha octopus. When he was fighting, the other immortal zombies watched from the sidelines. At most, Lin Danyao controlled the birds to stall the Yaksha octopus that was trying to escape, allowing Fang Yuan to catch up and continue fighting. Fang Yuan was very patient. He purposely injured the Yaksha octopus, causing pitch black and cold blood to flow out. Enough, stop. Eventually, Dragon Commander Yicha could not stand it anymore. He personally captured this Yaksha octopus. The previous few were all killed because they couldn't hold back during the battle. This Yaksha octopus was captured alive by Dragon Commander Yicha. He was going to raise it in his immortal aperture. This time, the other immortal zombies understood Fang Yuan's battle strength. Fang Yuan only exposed his star path methods, but even so, his battle strength was at the level of a rank 6 expert. Landlord Lei Yu, who was dissatisfied with Fang Yuan and had been criticizing him, became silent. The latter estimated that if he fought against Fang Yuan alone, he might not be Fang Yuan's match. In the Gu immortal world, strength ruled supreme. No matter how dissatisfied Landlord Lei Yu was, he did not show it on his face. Next, Fang Yuan started to collect the Star Night Mucus. He asked the immortal zombies to retreat several li, and not to use investigative methods to steal his unique method. The immortal zombies were naturally unhappy. They scolded Fang Yuan for being narrow-minded, but they had no choice but to agree. The commotion of using the starlight to deal with the mucus was not small. Soon, the earth shell snail stopped squirming. Its entire body shrunk into its shell. Once it sensed danger, the earth shell snail would react like this. Its shell was extremely thick. Even though it was only a desolate beast, most rank 6 Gu immortals were helpless against it. Even rank 7 Gu immortals would need to spend some effort to break its shell. Moreover, the earth shell snail was as large as a whale. It was heavier than a mountain. Once it shrunk into its shell, it would need to hide for a year or two. If there was a huge commotion outside, this time would be several times longer. If they moved it away, as long as it was outside the range of the earth shell snail, even if it was still in earth trench, if it was 5 or 6 li away, the earth shell snail would die on the spot. This way, the immortal zombies could only abandon this one and move elsewhere. In Earth Trench, there were not only the Yaksha octopus. There were desolate beasts, wall-climbing demon apes, earth milkgrass, and other desolate beasts and desolate plants. In the following journey, the immortal zombies encountered 3 more earth shell snails. 2 of them. Fang Yuan made good use of them. He collected as much star night mucus as he could. The last one moved in the territory of the ancient desolate beast scarlet flame snake. This monster's body was filled with dark path, fire path, and earth path Dao marks. It was extremely difficult to deal with. It was skilled at digging holes and moving through the cliffs of Earth Trench. It was very fast. Once they fought, the commotion could not be concealed. Thus, Fang Yuan and the rest could only give up. Under Fang Yuan's intentional guidance, the immortal zombies got closer to Fang Yuan's destination. There are a large number of Yaksha octopuses ahead. Stop advancing. There are many Yaksha octopuses. There are at least 30 of them. Lin Danyao suddenly reported anxiously. Then let's leave this place. Turn around. Dragon Commander Yi Cha immediately ordered. 30 desolate beasts were equivalent to 30 rank 6 Gu immortal battle strength. With such a large group, there had to be at least 3 ancient Yaksha octopuses controlling them. Even though Fang Yuan was unwilling, he could not refute it. He could only remember this place. The immortal zombies turned around and flew towards the southeast. A moment later, they found the 4th earth shell snail. This snail looked a little old. It carried a brown shell. Its soft white body was moving along the cliffs of Earth Trench. Its speed was very slow. Luck is here. After inspecting, Lin Danyao laughed. There is actually no danger in this area. Sir Xiangzi, you can use your methods freely. Fang Yuan nodded. He observed carefully. Suddenly, his eyes shined with bright light. He recognized the danger of this place. It turned out that this place looked safe, but it was filled with earth path Dao marks. Once one got too close, they would be sucked to the cliffs. The larger the body, the stronger the suction force. Desolate beasts are mostly huge. They are very heavy. Once they fall here, they will not be able to move. They will starve to death. Earth shell snails are as heavy as mountains, but this snail can actually move slowly. It seems that it is not old. It is an ancient desolate beast-level earth shell snail. Realizing this, Fang Yuan's mind became active. He flew over and purposely got sucked in. He screamed in shock. Oh no, it is a heavy earth zone. This is clearly a dangerous terrain after 50,000 feet, but it is actually here. Be careful. In this heavy earth zone, there are often mouth earthworms. At once, the immortal zombies shouted in shock. The closer they got to the heavy earth zone, the stronger the suction force. Fang Yuan's speed increased. With a loud sound, Fang Yuan fell onto the cliffs. His legs were stuck in the soil. He had a panicked expression. Immortal killer move, Starfire escape. Fang Yuan used this movement killer move. Immediately, his body burned with starfire as he flew up. Don't fly. Dragon Commander Yi Cha shouted. But by the time he spoke, it was already too late. With a loud bang, a huge mouth hose suddenly sprang out of the soil. With a swoosh, the earth shell snail shrunk back into its shell, motionless. Large amounts of soil and rocks flew. The mouth earthworm opened its huge mouth. It could swallow 4 to 5 earth shell snails at the same time. Fang Yuan shouted, "Someone save me." The moment he said that, he was swallowed by the mouth earthworm. Be careful. The mouth earthworm's body is filled with sharp teeth. They are extremely sharp. Hold on for a while, we will definitely save you. The immortal zombies panicked. They attacked at the same time. If anything happened to Fang Yuan, how would they explain it to Blazing Heaven Demoness? Their attacks were extremely fierce. The mouth earthworm was sent back into the heavy earth zone. This strange ancient desolate beast's body was extremely large when it hunted for food. Once it swallowed its prey, its body would be like a leaking balloon. It would shrink rapidly. The densely packed sharp teeth on the walls of the body would spin continuously, mincing the prey into mincemeat and blood. But once Fang Yuan entered its stomach, he used a star path killer move to stop the walls from shrinking. Next, he activated fixed immortal travel. He had memorized the scene earlier. After 3 breaths of time, fixed immortal travel brought him out of danger and he escaped. Dragon Commander Yicha and the rest thought that Fang Yuan was still trapped in the mouth earthworm. They attacked furiously. Fang Yuan got away from Dragon Commander Yicha and the other immortal zombies, but fixed immortal travel's commotion also alerted the large group of Yaksha octopuses. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He turned into a Yaksha octopus and attacked furiously. A moment later, he successfully lured the furious Yaksha octopuses and led them back to Dragon Commander Yicha. Dragon Commander Yicha and the rest could not see through Fang Yuan's transformation. They thought that the Yaksha octopuses were fighting among themselves and chasing out their weakest members. They felt unlucky, but Xianxia was trapped in the mouth earthworm's stomach. He could not leave. Thus, the battle between the Yaksha octopuses, Northern Plains immortal zombies, and the mouth earthworm began. Chapter 940. In the chaotic battle, Fang Yuan quietly escaped. He returned to the habitat of the Yaksha octopuses. There were still half of them left. Fang Yuan used the same trick, luring the remaining Yaksha octopuses away. Oh no! Another ancient Yaksha octopus and 10 desolate beast octopuses had arrived. They seemed to have come out in full force. Dragon Commander Yicha was trapped in the chaotic battle. Seeing the reinforcements of the Yaksha octopuses, he felt miserable. What enmity was this? What grudge was this? The other immortal zombies felt wronged. What was going on? But they had to save Xianxia first. Persevere! Dragon Commander Yicha shouted. He was no longer stingy with his immortal essence, crazily expending it. Blazing Heaven Demonis was very powerful. The immortal zombies did not dare to disobey her orders. They could only grit their teeth and persevere in the chaotic battle. What made them rejoice was that this Ko-Ho did not hide under the heavy soil belt. Instead it went berserk, its enormous body twisted and turned, creating waves of wind. The immortal zombies did not dare to fight it head-on. They could only attack from afar. As time went by, the Ko-Ho's flesh was torn. Originally, the situation was very clear. Even though the Ko-Ho was an ancient desolate beast, it was not Dragon Commander Yicha and company's match. But the Yaksha octopuses came to disrupt the situation. It became a 3-way battle. You fight me, I fight you. They restrained each other. The situation was chaotic. The Yaksha octopuses had the most numbers. They surrounded the immortal zombies and the Ko-Ho, forming a thick layer of encirclement. Xianxia, you must persevere. You must hold on no matter what. Landlord Thunder Rain shouted. Even though he was very unhappy with Fang Yuan, but thinking about Fang Yuan dying here, he broke out in cold sweat. Fang Yuan's safety. The immortal zombies were worried. At the same time, the person in question, Fang Yuan, was sneaking into the camp of the Yaksha octopuses. The Yaksha octopuses usually lived on the cliffs on both sides of the earth trench. On the cliff in front of him, there was a huge protruding mountain rock. This large group of Yaksha octopuses dug out caves on this mountain rock, turning it into their home. Fang Yuan hid himself. He crawled into a relatively large hole. The entrance of the cave was very wide. After all, it was for the Yaksha octopus to enter and exit. A desolate beast Yaksha octopus. Its size was already enormous, much less the ancient desolate beast Yaksha octopus. As soon as Fang Yuan entered the cave, a strong oily smell assailed his nostrils. The underground cave stretched forward. Looking into the cave, there was only darkness. However, Fang Yuan's investigative methods were extremely rich. This bit of darkness was not a problem for him. He reached out and touched the walls of the cave. The walls of the cave were covered in black oil, which was extremely sticky and slippery. Why would there be black oil in a cave that was originally dry? This had to be explained from the habits of the Yaksha octopus. The Yaksha octopus was a ferocious beast that liked to play and hunt in the earth trench's black oil river. So on them. It was covered in sticky black oil all year round. When they entered and exited these underground caves, the black oil rubbed off their bodies and onto the cave walls. It was the oily smell that Fang Yuan had smelled earlier. It was emitted from this black oil. In the black oil, there were many strange weeds or thorny rotten trees. They were rooted in the cave walls, and the black oil provided them with sufficient nutrients. Gulp gulp. Just as Fang Yuan touched it and pulled out a long string of black oil, a voice suddenly rang out. Not far from his hand, the surface of the black oil stuck to the cave walls. Suddenly, bubbles appeared. Then, dozens of little ladybugs smaller than a pinky flew out of the bubbles one after another. They were alarmed by Fang Yuan's actions and flew out, landing in the black oil on the ceiling of the cave. The black oil was like a gel. It was extremely viscous and stuck to the walls of the cave. Not only were there rotten plants, there were also large numbers of insects. The size of the insect group was so huge, there were bound to be some wild goo worms. Fang Yuan only took a glance and found that there were at least 4 wild goo worms around him. 2 earth path goo worms, 1 dark path goo worm, and 1 water path goo worm. Of course, these were all mortal goo. Fang Yuan had no interest in taking them. Dragon Commander Yi Cha can raise large numbers of Yixia octopuses. Is his immortal aperture an imitation of this structure? Fang Yuan's thoughts wandered as he thought about it. Dragon Commander Yi Cha's cultivation secret also made Fang Yuan curious. After all, an immortal zombie's immortal aperture was dead, it was filled with death energy, it was not suitable for raising living creatures. How did Dragon Commander Yi Cha do it? Maybe by researching this environment, he could find out some of Dragon Commander Yi Cha's secrets. But now was not the time to investigate. Fang Yuan discarded these thoughts and continued to move forward. After half a cup of tea's time, before the beast died, it let out a painful cry. But this cry only resounded in a small area, it quickly vanished. The culprit who killed it was Fang Yuan. He had used goo worms to restrict the sound of the cry. This was deep inside the Yixia octopus nest. Not only was the black oil on the walls 7 to 8 inches thick, there were also some fierce beasts living in the cracks and corners. These wild beasts were mostly black stomach hounds. Black stomach hounds mainly ate rotten meat and bones. When the Yixia octopuses returned from hunting, they only ate fresh meat, they would not eat bones or rotten meat. These black stomach hounds ate the leftover food waste of the Yixia octopuses. The Yixia octopuses were happy to do this, there were cleaners to clean their nest. This was the wondrous coexistence of nature's creatures. The first time Fang Yuan discovered the relationship between the black stomach hounds and the Yixia octopuses, he turned into a black stomach hound and explored deeper. But these black stomach hounds had their own territories. Their territorial awareness was even stronger than the Yixia octopuses. Fang Yuan was attacked by the black stomach hounds, he could not fight in his human form. If the cave was split into 2, from top to bottom, then Fang Yuan's current position was already in the upper half. He was in the lower half. However, the clues regarding the inheritance had not appeared yet. There were forks at every set distance in the cave. These were the residences of the Yixia octopus group's members. They were all connected to each other through the cave. Underground, these countless caves formed a path that extended in all directions. Fang Yuan continued to move forward. He started to discover the Yixia octopuses guarding the nest. These octopuses were only desolate beasts. If Fang Yuan used his true strength, he would definitely be able to take them down. But Fang Yuan bypassed them one by one, even if it was a waste of time. He did not fight the Yixia octopuses. He could use mortal goo to kill the black stomach hounds. He could conceal the commotion without anyone noticing. But against desolate beasts, he needed a battlefield killer move to conceal the commotion of the battle. He lured most of the Yixia octopuses away. But there was still an ancient-level Yixia octopus left. Several desolate beast Yixia octopus. If Yixia octopus was alerted, it would be terrible. Time passed, but there were still no clues. Fang Yuan started to feel anxious. If he missed this chance, he would have to go through a lot of trouble the next time. Even though he had fixed immortal travel, he could not use it openly in Dark Flow Giant City. After all, the commotion caused by activating an immortal goo was not small. Within the detection range of a goo immortal, it was not just some light effects. The aura of the immortal goo was as obvious as a torch in the dark night. And during this period of time, Fang Yuan had to stay in Dark Flow Giant City to refine goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness would not let him go. He could not leave her sight. Fixed immortal travel could not be exposed. Once it was exposed, the whole situation would be affected. The truth of Fang Yuan destroying 88 Xinyang Tower would soon be known. Fang Yuan did not know that Central Continent's investigation team had already left. If there is no other way, I can only give up. Time is limited if the battle over there stops. If the mouth earthworm is dismembered, Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the rest do not see me. That would be hard to explain. Fang Yuan calculated inwardly. Time was limited, he only had 30 minutes at most. Right now, he had already used up 80% of his time, but there was no result. Fang Yuan had to make use of his time and increase his speed. Finally, he arrived at the deepest part of the cave. Here, there was a Yaksha octopus. It was snoring like thunder, evidently, it was in deep sleep. Immortal goo aura. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He sensed the aura of a wild immortal goo from this Yaksha octopus. It turned out that this cave had existed for a long time, and this Yaksha octopus was the oldest. After a long time of accumulation, a wild immortal goo was born from the parasitic goo worms on its body. The joy in his heart had just faded when Fang Yuan felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, he did not lure out this Yaksha octopus when he caused trouble earlier. If this Yaksha octopus appeared, those immortal zombies would go crazy from excitement. Capturing wild immortal goo would make them go crazy with killing intent. They would disregard their own safety. But there was only one immortal goo. No matter what the outcome was, they would definitely come back to explore the cave. Maybe this was the reason why Northern Plains Zombie Alliance found this inheritance in my previous life? Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. After hesitating for a while, Fang Yuan decided to take a gamble. He turned into a black belly hound, carefully approaching Yaksha octopus. If the wild immortal goo on this Yaksha octopus could coincidentally expose Fang Yuan's identity, that would be terrible. But this possibility was not high. Fang Yuan decided to take a gamble. The cave is huge, there are countless caves, but this is the deepest part of the cave, it is most likely to be here. Right at this time, the Yaksha octopus king's tentacles that were intertwined with each other suddenly untied. The Yaksha octopus king's eyes opened a slit, and in its amber pupils, Fang Yuan's black stomach hound form was reflected. Fang Yuan did not seem to notice it. He walked around Yaksha octopus's body, walking behind it naturally. Behind Yaksha octopus was a pile of white bones. There was still rotten flesh on the bones. The octopus king closed its eyes again, continuing to sleep. Fang Yuan's mind shook. It is here. The Dao marks here are leaking. This is a sign of a goo formation. Countless goo worms were activated in his immortal aperture. Immortal essence was expended rapidly to unravel this goo formation. Soon, Fang Yuan found out that this was a giant space path goo formation. Because it had not been maintained for a long time, there were traces of it. It is very likely that the treasure I am looking for is inside this giant goo formation. But to unravel this goo formation, I need to use goo worms. There will be a huge commotion. It seems that I can only take a risk. Fang Yuan made up his mind. He picked up a bone and moved away from Yaksha octopus. He quickly returned and stopped at a certain place, activating his immortal goo and attacking a nearby desolate beast Yaksha octopus. The intense battle was like poking a hornet's nest. The Yaksha octopuses that were guarding their homes swarmed over. Fang Yuan retreated as he fought. When he was about to reach the exit, he found an opportunity and used fixed immortal travel. In 3 breaths of time, he teleported to the deepest part of the cave. Right now, Yaksha octopus was still at the exit of the cave. Fang Yuan used every second he had to unravel this space path goo formation. The Yaksha octopuses roamed around the battlefield for a while, but seeing no enemies, they calmed down and started to return. They moved quickly in the cave. Fang Yuan's time was limited. Even worse, when he tried to unravel it, Fang Yuan felt the complexity and ingenuity of this giant goo formation. To completely unravel it, he would need months. Chapter 941. Such a giant goo formation would take at least several months to decipher. If he just tore a hole, it would take about a month. Fang Yuan's fingers moved like flowers as countless goo worms flew around, deciphering the goo formation in front of him. His ears were trembling as he activated his investigative methods to their peak. Yaksha octopus was about to return. Time waits for no man. Every second counts. This is it. Fang Yuan's eyes suddenly shone with a divine light, and the air in front of him suddenly emitted a dense fog of light. Through the fog of light, he saw a corner of the giant goo formation. Even though his vision was blurry, he could vaguely see the scenery inside the goo formation. Yaksha octopus had returned. Time was up, he had to retreat. In such a short period of time, he could see the scenery inside the goo formation. This was already the limit of Fang Yuan's abilities. If Fang Yuan had not reached Grandmaster Wisdom Path attainment level, he would not be able to do this. This was enough. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief as he turned around and retreated. The ancient desolate beast Yaksha octopus moved like a subway in the underground cave. The slippery black oil of the earth trench allowed it to move like a fish in water. Fang Yuan almost brushed past it. The Yaksha octopus king returned to its residence and first scanned the place. It felt something was amiss. When Fang Yuan dismantled the goo formation earlier, he left behind a lot of aura of variant humans. The sensitivity of wild beasts made Yaksha octopus feel something was amiss. It frowned deeply. More than 10 large and flexible octopus tentacles moved its body agilely. It continued to move around in the cave. After a while, it did not find anything suspicious, and the aura left behind by Fang Yuan gradually faded. Yaksha octopus calmed down and returned to its nest. But this time, it did not sleep. Its eyes were slightly closed. But its eyes were still aslit. From time to time, its ears would listen to the wind in the cave. It trembled, listening for any sound. Seeing this, Fang Yuan's worries slowly dissipated, and he carefully retreated. All the way until it retreated to the upper half of the octopus's nest. This Yaksha octopus seemed to have the highest status in the beast lair. If it sensed great danger, it might let out a loud cry and summon the other members of its tribe who were fighting outside. At that time, not mentioning whether the Northern Plains immortal zombies would become suspicious and be lured over, just look at Fang Yuan's actions in the lair. He would be greatly restricted. I'll choose this one. After a while, Fang Yuan carefully selected an inconspicuous corner among the numerous tunnels. He hesitated. He activated fixed immortal travel again. Although that giant goo formation was set up by someone, when Fang Yuan unraveled it, he had already found out that it was an unmanned goo formation and had not been maintained for a long time. The risk of barging in recklessly should not be too great. In order to find a way to get rid of the immortal zombie state. This was a risk that had to be taken. After all, the longer this dragged on, the more danger Fang Yuan would be in. Maybe at the next moment. The matter of him collapsing 88 Xianxia Tower would be exposed. By then, the whole world would chase after him. Immortal Blessed Land would definitely be lost. He would have to treat Star Form Blessed Land as his only home. In this situation, the earlier he got rid of the immortal zombie body, the more advantageous it would be. After all, an immortal aperture world full of vitality could be carried around. It was safer and more convenient than Immortal Blessed Land or Star Form Blessed Land. Moreover, ordinary goo immortals' immortal apertures could produce immortal essence once in a while. It was very beneficial to Fang Yuan's finances and battle strength. The immortal goo activated, green light blossomed. At the next moment, Fang Yuan vanished on the spot, appearing in the giant goo formation. Outside the goo formation, Yaksha octopus was lying on the ground. But because of the goo formation, it did not know what was going on. I'm finally here. Fang Yuan was extremely vigilant. He quickly looked around. This was indeed the corner he had explored earlier. Barging into a goo formation was a very dangerous thing. It was normal to be attacked by the goo formation. But Fang Yuan was not attacked. This meant that the goo formation was not being controlled by anyone. He let out a sigh of relief, but was still extremely vigilant. The goo formation without anyone controlling it was still operating. Maybe there was a will left behind by a Gu immortal in the core of the Gu formation. Like in 88 Jinyang Tower, Giant Sun Immortal had left behind a will. This was a giant Gu formation that focused on space path. It was specially created to create a space. In this vast space, there was a ground made of purple sand and an egg-yellow sky. The purple sand seemed to be very fertile, dense vegetation filled Fang Yuan's vision. It was like he was in a tropical rainforest. Great history grass, plentiful origin peach, immortal bean, blood-tide flower. Fang Yuan took a quick glance and saw dozens of immortal materials. Even someone as steady as him could not help but feel shocked. Most of these immortal materials were rank 6, with a few rank 7 immortal materials, but the density was astonishing. These immortal materials come from the 5 regions. They are not limited to Earth Trench or Northern Plains. What is the origin of the great expert immortal zombie who created this place? To gather such a large amount of immortal materials, how much manpower and resources would it take? Moreover, immortal materials were not cabbages sold on the streets. The gathering of immortal materials was often inseparable from battles and bloodshed. If the collector was not strong enough, they could not do it. Don't forget the 5 regional walls. The stronger the Gu immortal, the harder it would be for them to pass through the regional walls. Don't tell me. Fang Yuan had a guess. He had thought that this was the inheritance of a great expert immortal zombie, but now it seemed that such a huge expenditure was not something a single person could make. It needed at least an organization. And this organization had to be huge. Because a small organization with 2 or 3 Gu immortals simply did not have so much money and energy. Looking around as far as his eyes could see, there were countless layers of immortal materials. Fang Yuan's heart pounded with excitement. Such a huge amount of wealth, it is simply unimaginable. It is enough for me to refine immortal Gu dozens of times in the future. Over 100 times. Maybe in my previous life, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's branch had obtained this huge amount of cultivation resources and rose to prominence. When the Dao marks are destroyed, when these immortal materials wither and turn into purple sand, there is no movement at all. It is completely silent. A chill rose in Fang Yuan's heart. If immortal materials were like this, then the immortal zombie body with Dao marks could also be considered an immortal material. Would it also be assimilated by this vast land of purple sand? Looking at these boundless immortal materials, flowers, and trees, Fang Yuan felt like he was looking at the remains of corpses. From another perspective, this was a corpse sea of immortal materials. The bad feeling in his heart was getting stronger. Fang Yuan immediately flew into the air, maintaining his distance from the purple sand. He looked at the sky again. The giant Gu formation that created this place must be very strange. If I don't touch the purple sand, it might not be enough. The changes in the immortal materials should be related to the entire Gu formation. Before I understand this place, I need to move quickly and find a way to get rid of the immortal zombie body, then quickly leave. Chapter 942. Swoosh. Fang Yuan was like an arrow that had left the bow, creating a huge shockwave in the air as he flew forward rapidly. Below him were immortal materials as far as the eye could see, but Fang Yuan did not even look at them. These dead, immortal materials were worthless. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed. A desolate beast suddenly appeared on the horizon. This wild beast was as big as a hill. It lay motionlessly on the ground. It was a scripture turtle. Fang Yuan was no stranger to this wild beast. Not long ago, he had successfully captured one in the central continent's starry sky grotto heaven fragment world. Slowing down, Fang Yuan bent his body slightly and flew toward the scripture turtle. When he got closer, Fang Yuan found that it was a scripture turtle that had been dead for a long time. It lay on the ground with its head hanging down. A small part of its head was almost buried in the soft purple sand. The scripture turtle's state of death was as if its spine had been broken. Looking at its limbs, one could clearly see that its flesh was extremely loose. But when it died, Its expression was very calm, even serene. Fang Yuan could not help but feel a trace of strangeness. Among the countless dead, immortal materials, there's a wild beast's corpse. Fang Yuan tried to collect the scripture turtle's body. A moment later, his heart sank. He looked at the hard corner of the turtle's shell turn into purple sand in his hand and sprinkle down with the wind. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered. After a few breaths, he left and continued to explore in the air. Soon he saw a second wild beast. This was an earth chief. It had a human body and a snake's tail. Its face was like a bat's with a pointed nose and ears. Its body was pitch black and covered in flesh armor. There were 50 to 60 flesh whips on the earth chief's chest, each more than 6 feet long. The surface of the flesh whips was densely packed with suckers. At the front of each flesh whips, there were also chrysanthemum-like holes that sprayed out milky white liquid at critical moments. The liquid was extremely corrosive and contained many parasitic worms. It could directly drill into a person's pores and enter the body to cause destruction. The Earth Chief's corpse was extremely lifelike and well-preserved. But when Fang Yuan tried to collect the immortal materials from the Earth Chief's body, the scene from before happened again. Fang Yuan was no longer surprised. He only muttered, "The hidden essence turtle is a desolate beast of central continent, while the Earth Chief appears in northern plains. Let's leave this place and continue exploring." Fang Yuan soon made a new discovery. It's sandalwood holy elephants, and there are 3 of them. Fang Yuan sighed. The sandalwood sacred elephant was a level higher than the scripture concealing turtle and the desolate beast Earth Chief. Because it was an ancient desolate beast, a mature sandalwood sacred elephant's battle strength could rival rank 7 Gu immortals. A long time ago, in the auction that Qin Baisheng organized that involved almost all of Northern Plains Gu immortal world, someone bid for a sandalwood sacred elephant egg. It caused quite a commotion. In the 5 regions, sandalwood elephants were already quite rare, and it was very difficult to see one. But now, in front of Fang Yuan, there were 3 sandalwood elephant corpses. Next, Fang Yuan found even more desolate beast and ancient desolate beast corpses. They were lying on the ground in 2s and 3s, surrounded by countless beautiful or lush immortal material plants. Howling moon heavenly wolf, star desolate hound, golden sand dark centipede, ice spike divine ape, white hoofing dragon, 9 palace crane, iron crown eagle, dragonfish, sharp tusk boar, flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the water, they could all be seen here. It was like an exhibition of strange specimens. But as far as Fang Yuan knew, there were no records of such transactions. Even though he went deep into the Gu formation and explored for a long time, this place that he had been looking forward to was shrouded in a mysterious fog that was getting thicker and thicker. Fang Yuan did not have a deep understanding of this place. In his previous life, he had attacked Hu immortal blessed land, but he had never set foot in this place. This was only something he had heard in his previous life. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance suddenly became stronger. It even suppressed Eastern Sea's headquarters. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's explanation was that this was the Earth Trench inheritance. They said that it was left behind by an immortal zombie great expert, and contained the method for immortal zombies to revive. Because of this, many members of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance turned into living humans. They had all turned into living humans, attracting countless wild immortal zombies to join them. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's force was growing. But this did not last long. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's prosperity was destroyed by Ma Hongyun. Fang Yuan was not familiar with this place. What he saw made him even more curious. My direction of exploration should be correct, because the immortal materials I am seeing are getting higher in rank. Who is the one who set up this place? It is simply too terrifying. Even the Celestial Court might not be able to do such a thing, right? The Celestial Court was an organization of Central Continent. It firmly occupied Central Continent, and did not have many spies in the other 4 regions. In his previous life, during the 500 years of turmoil, all sorts of monsters appeared. Fang Yuan knew this. Or rather, every super organization had their own development strategy. The Celestial Court Strategy. It was to firmly control Central Continent, open and aboveboard, supreme and supreme. If the one who set up this place is an organization, then this organization has spread across the 5 regions, hiding in the dark and stealthily. Thus, Fang Yuan suddenly discovered that far away, there was a patch of purple. This was a barren land. It was all purple sand, there were no immortal materials like before. The barren sandy land formed a giant, regular circle. It was at least 3,000 square kilometers. There was no wind or sound, it was deathly silent. Fang Yuan was secretly shocked. This is the center of the Gu Formation, a terrifying explosion had occurred here before. It was this explosion that created 3,000 square kilometers of barren land. This had been here before. It should have been filled with immortal materials, but now there was nothing here. As he got closer to the edge of the barren land, a flash of light on the sand attracted Fang Yuan's attention. Fang Yuan landed on the ground and found a thin wing stuck in the sand. This was not the wing of a bird. Because it had no feathers and was translucent, it should be the wing of a dragonfly or cicada. This cicada wing emitted an aura that made Fang Yuan swallow his saliva. This was the aura of an immemorial desolate beast. Even though it was only a remnant, it was truly shocking. This cicada wing was already in tatters, but under the light, it was as smooth as a gem. Occasionally, under the light, it would shine with a dark golden light. This is the light of metal path Dao marks. The main body of this cicada wing definitely had an extremely terrifying foundation of Dao marks when it was alive. Only the accumulation of quasi-rank 9 Dao marks would be visible to the naked eye. In other words, it emitted the light of Dao marks. Wait, this might be the wing of a tiger-striped bee. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration, he had a guess. This guess caused his mind to shake. Tiger-striped bee, this was a creature recorded in the legends of Rinzhu. They were all the size of a leopard, the markings on their bodies were like tiger stripes, gold with black spots. They were extremely powerful, even verdant great sun was not its match. And the honey wine made from it was sweet but not greasy, it was fragrant and delicious, it was an absolute delicacy in the world. If it was a leopard-sized bee, this wing would be perfect. Fang Yuan thought of this and smiled bitterly. He was not sure. His past knowledge was extremely narrow and shallow in this place. He casually picked up the wasp wing or cicada wing. An unexpected scene occurred. This cicada wing left the purple sand and was undamaged. It did not turn into purple sand like the other immortal materials. At once, Fang Yuan was surprised and happy. This was an immemorial desolate beast's body part. It was a rank 8 Gu refinement immortal material. It could even emit the light of Dao marks. More accurately speaking, this was a quasi-rank 9 immortal Gu immortal material. Chapter 943. Fang Yuan restrained his excitement. The immortal material in his hand was of such high quality that even in his previous life, he had never seen anything like it. A quasi-rank 9 Gu refinement immortal material had a lot of Dao marks. The light it emitted could even be seen with the naked eye. Even though Fang Yuan was not a grandmaster in Gu refinement, he understood one thing. The reason why immortal materials could be refined into immortal Gu was because they contained abundant Dao marks. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. Gu were the carriers of the great Dao. Why did they have power? That was because these tiny Gu worms contained even more Dao marks. Dao marks were the traces of the great Dao of heaven and earth. Thus, activating Gu worms would have all sorts of mystical abilities. The more Dao marks a Gu worm had, the higher its rank, the more mystical and vast its power would be. To refine an immortal Gu, it was to extract the required Dao marks from countless mortal Gu and immortal materials, then gather them in one place. Right now, the immortal material in Fang Yuan's hand had a lot of Dao marks. In theory, it was enough to refine a rank 8 immortal Gu. In fact, even a small fragment could be used to refine a rank 6 immortal Gu. Rank 8 immortal Gu had tens of thousands of times more Dao marks than rank 6 immortal Gu. Of course, this is the wing of a tiger-striped bee. It mainly contains metal path Dao marks. If I want to refine metal path immortal goo, this will be very useful. Unfortunately, it is not very useful for refining star thought immortal goo now. Fang Yuan stored this precious immortal material. He could not use it now, but that did not mean he would not use it in the future. Even if he could not use it in the future, such a high-quality immortal material could be placed in jewel yellow skies. It would definitely be a treasure that would shock people. He would not have to worry about not being able to sell it. Since entering this goo formation, I finally have some gains. Fang Yuan's mind started to move. He had an idea. He did not rush to the center. Instead, he started to search in this desolate purple sand. As expected, after a while, he found something while flying in the air. In the purple sand, there was a white veil that looked like a handkerchief entering his eyes. He quickly landed and observed. Joy surged in his heart. The aura could not be faked. This was another rank 8 immortal material. It was just that the quality was lower than the previous bee wings. It was slightly inferior and did not produce a halo of Dao marks. Fang Yuan picked it up. Indeed, after this immortal material left the purple sand, it was not damaged. Looks like an immortal material of this level isn't something that the violet sand can assimilate and decompose. Fang Yuan used his hand to pinch it, and discovered that this immortal material's texture was extremely soft, and he could knead it and change its shape at will. So this isn't Shawan. It's a cloud? Fang Yuan observed carefully and was greatly surprised. This looked like a fragment of a cloud, but it contained a huge amount of cloud path Dao marks. Could this be? Fang Yuan's heart moved as he activated his goo worm. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of ordinary water mist. This piece of immortal material was shrouded in mist. Instantly, it floated away from Fang Yuan's palm. It floated in the air and turned into a small cloud in the shape of a phoenix. The phoenix wings fluttered slightly. The white clouds fluttered leisurely. Fang Yuan's body shook, and then he was overjoyed. As expected, this is a fragment of the immemorial desolate beast cloud phoenix. Fang Yuan's heart was pounding. This cloud phoenix was not a creature of the 5 regions. It was a mystical species that only existed in White Heaven, one of the immemorial 9 heavens. When it came to rank 8 or quasi-rank 9 immortal materials, even rank 8 goo immortals would be moved. If old ancestor Shui, who knew that Fang Yuan had so many precious immortal materials, he would definitely throw away his pride and rush over to find trouble with Fang Yuan. In order to refine rank 8 fortune immortal goo, even though Ma Hong was the main refinement material, old ancestor Shui, whose demand for other supplementary immortal materials had already reached an extreme level. If not for that, he would not have disregarded his status as a rank 8 great expert and personally went to Zombie Alliance's graveyard to steal immortal zombie bodies to replace the other immortal materials. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's worries eased slightly. Since this mysterious and powerful goo immortal, or perhaps goo immortal organization, was already dead, the risk of this trip had undoubtedly decreased greatly. Fang Yuan looked into the distance. Looking at the purple sand desolate land in front of him, he had a new feeling. In the long river of time, who knows how many historical truths have been concealed? How many world-shaking figures have fallen in obscurity just like that, unknown to anyone? The wind dissipated, the legend was gone. After collecting his thoughts, Fang Yuan arrived at the center of the purple sand desolate land. This was the only place in the entire desolate land that he had not explored yet. Even though there were so many immortal materials, Fang Yuan was still a little disappointed. In the rumors of his previous life, he had not found the method that could allow him to get rid of the immortal zombie body and revive. Fang Yuan had an intuition. The center of this desolate land should be the center of the goo formation. If there were no gains here, there would be no other places. Looking around, there was only fine purple sand at the center of the purple sand desolate land. This was the center of the explosion. The purple sand was much finer than the surrounding area. There were no immortal materials here. At first glance, there was nothing here. But under Fang Yuan's various investigative methods, some remnants of goo formations deep under the purple sand were discovered one after another. This is indeed the core of the entire space. Amazing, so it is a multi-layered compound goo formation, such an exquisite arrangement. It must be the work of a formation path great grandmaster. Fang Yuan inspected and was inwardly shocked. It turned out that the entire space was mainly made up of refinement path goo formations, and the space path formation that created this space was only a supplementary formation outside the refinement path goo formation. Other than the space path goo formation, Fang Yuan also found many defensive goo formations, some food path goo formations, and even phantom path goo formations. Food path had never been strong, it was even rarer now. Fang Yuan did not know much about this. He only heard that food path was best at feeding goo worms. The supplementary food path goo formation here should be used to feed these goo worms. After all, a goo formation required countless goo worms to combine together to form. There are still 2 or 3 food path goo formations here that are still active. It is hard to imagine that after the explosion, there were still goo formations operating here. Precisely so, the outermost space path goo formation is still active. This discovery solved one of Fang Yuan's mysteries. This is a phantom path goo formation? As he continued to observe, Fang Yuan made a new discovery. This phantom path goo formation was already destroyed, but there were 2 or 3 mortal goo left. They were buried deep in the purple sand, motionless and on the verge of death. They were only relying on the food path goo formation to survive. Fang Yuan did not know much about phantom path. We are born with flaws, heaven and earth cannot tolerate us. It seems that as green, I need to understand the profundity of life and death. No one is more suitable than me for this task. Only by truly reviving and having an immortal aperture that is filled with vitality can I start anew. Sensing this, Fang Yuan's heart shook. He showed some excitement on his face. Currently, this is a mysterious and powerful organization. The members are called by their code names. Among them are yellow, azure, purple, green, a total of 7 members. Their code names should be the 7 colors of the rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, right? Let's call this organization 7 Rainbows. Fang Yuan stopped his deductions. He continued to send his thoughts into the goo formation, communicating with the thoughts that were still in the goo formation. The following thoughts were empty. They were no longer as coherent as before. It was as if there was a long time between each thought. I've succeeded. Today, I've found another rebirth technique. However, to me, what's the point of such an ordinary rebirth technique? I don't need it. Blue obtained a goo immortal inheritance. It was actually left behind by old immortal Kongju in Central Continent. He had deep research into the 10 extreme physiques. I gained a lot. No, a lot. Yellow and purple worked together to obtain an inheritance of Limitless Demon Venerable. As expected of Limitless Demon Venerable, his achievement in Rule Path can be said to be unprecedented. Even I am inferior to him. Limitless Demon Venerable was right. With life comes death. With death comes life. Life and death can be transformed into each other. But under normal circumstances, turning from life to death is very natural. It is like flowing with the current. But turning from death to life is extremely difficult. It is like rowing a boat against the current. And immortal zombies exist between life and death. They are the descriptions of the profundities of life and death. Life has its benefits, death has its uses. An immortal zombie's immortal aperture is a dead aperture disaster land. It can avoid calamities and tribulations. This is the huge advantage of death. Limitless Demon Venerable's direction is correct. I should move forward in this direction. I feel that I will definitely have an astonishing harvest. I succeeded. This is an unimaginable result. Limitless Demon Venerable had amazing talent. He was actually only a few steps away from success. An immortal zombie's calamity aperture deathland is extremely precious and useful. If this result were to be known, it would shake the entire Gu immortal world. Even I myself was shocked by it. Next, Fang Yuan became more and more shocked as he read. His eyes shined with bright light and his face was filled with shock. According to the records in these thoughts, when Gu immortals cultivate, they should first become immortal zombies and obtain their own dead immortal aperture. After that, they would revive and obtain the life and death immortal aperture. This immortal aperture was divided into 2 layers. One layer was life, one layer was death. Life and death were interchangeable. It was immeasurably helpful to the Gu immortals' cultivation and tribulations. Ordinary living Gu immortals were filled with life force. They could not control death. Ordinary immortal zombies had death energy in their dead aperture. They had no life and only the profundities of death. The former had too much life force. They had too many blessings and attracted the wrath of heaven. Thus, every once in a while, heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities would descend and cause severe losses to the Gu immortal. The latter was filled with death energy. There were no tribulations or calamities. It was constantly breaking apart and could not store any cultivation resources. The immortal aperture that Fang Yuan obtained during his Gu immortal ascension had already collapsed by more than half. In time, it would completely dissipate and the entire immortal aperture would vanish. By then, Fang Yuan would only have a mortal dead aperture left. But according to the cultivation method recorded in these thoughts, I can use the dead aperture as the core and fuse life and death during the revival process, condensing them into one aperture and forming a life and death immortal aperture. I can control life and death to a certain extent. With this life and death immortal aperture, the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities I face in the future will be reduced by half. Most importantly, the Dao marks I obtain after the calamity will not be reduced at all. Fang Yuan's heart thumped with excitement. Any Gu immortal would be extremely moved. If this method is real, then it will indeed shake the entire Gu immortal world. It will be an earth-shattering event. Next, Fang Yuan learned from Feng Kim Hong in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention that using the 10 extreme physiques to undergo immortal ascension could get rid of the immortal zombie body. This method was even less feasible. It was most suitable for mortal Gu masters. Fang Yuan was already an immortal zombie. If he used his first mortal aperture to undergo immortal ascension, he did not have the aptitude of the 10 extreme physiques. Even though he had blood skull Gu, he had Dao marks and could not be raised by mortal Gu. Finally, in the fragment world of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, Feng Kim Hong told Fang Yuan about a revival method. Using the principles of transformation path and eternal Gu, he could achieve a permanent transformation. He could also revive. But how to refine eternal Gu? Fang Yuan did not know. If someone else had eternal Gu, it would be even worse. And transformation path was not something Fang Yuan was proficient in. Even though these methods could succeed, they all had their flaws and were difficult to achieve. But heaven would not disappoint those who worked hard. Fang Yuan worked hard and experienced many setbacks. He finally found the most suitable method in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's Earth Trench. Accumulate resources, cultivate, increase in strength, undergo tribulation, on the original foundation, continue to accumulate resources, cultivate faster, increase in strength, and undergo slightly stronger calamities and tribulations. With a living immortal aperture, the calamities and tribulations would become stronger and stronger. The Gu immortal would struggle to endure. The higher their cultivation level, the more difficult it would be. With a dead immortal aperture, the immortal aperture would continue to collapse. Resources could not be accumulated quickly. There was no hope of progress, it was a fate worse than death. With a life and death immortal aperture, it would form a virtuous cycle. The Gu Immortal's strength would snowball. The more it rolled, the more confident they would be in passing the tribulation. Undeniably, this was an achievement that transcended the era. It could change the Gu Immortal world, it could change the entire world, it could change the history of Gu Masters in the future. Don't look at it as a small revival method, it had such magical power. More accurately speaking, it was no longer a simple revival method, it was a cultivation method. On the previous foundation. After modification, it was no doubt more superior than the traditional cultivation methods that had been passed down for countless years. This was a groundbreaking achievement. Using Earth's history as an analogy, it was like the great significance of the invention of the steam engine, electricity, and computers. Traditional Gu master cultivation methods had been passed down since Renzu's era. There were almost no changes. Once the life and death immortal aperture revival method was used, it was like Earth's Einstein's general theory of relativity, overturning Newton's first law. If it were any other Gu immortal, they might find it hard to accept, they might even think it was wishful thinking, it was disgraceful. After all, immortal zombies had low status, but this method favored the dead immortal aperture. But Fang Yuan's foundation was his soul. He came from Earth, he was open-minded, traditional cultivation methods did not form a deep-rooted authority in his mind. At this moment he was filled with emotions. The current of human path is surging forward, history is always rising in a spiral fashion. Gu cultivation can be seen as an alternative science, it develops with time. Continuous improvement. In the past, in ancient times, there were indeed countless talented people. They created dazzling and glorious achievements. But later generations stood on the shoulders of their predecessors. Using this foundation, they could create even more dazzling and glorious achievements. Like this mysterious immortal zombie great expert who invented the life and death immortal aperture revival method, he also stood on the shoulders of old immortal Kongju. He used rule path limitless demon venerable's achievements and combined with his own talent. Only then could he obtain this improved immortal cultivation method. Fang Yuan continued to ponder. The more he dug, the more he felt that this revival method was profound and unfathomable. It was extremely brilliant. In this short period of time, Fang Yuan could only know how, but not know why. He knew that following this method was correct, the result was good. But he did not know what principles were involved in this. The life and death immortal aperture might seem simple, but Fang Yuan could not understand the principles contained within. The life and death immortal aperture revival method was not simple, it was very complex. Because every Gu cultivation path had different rebirth methods, they needed to refine different Gu worms. For example, Fang Yuan's strength path revival method needed a vast number of exert strength Gu, countless disappointment Gu, and all sorts of supplementary Gu to construct a multi-layered Gu formation. Fang Yuan thought about it carefully, he felt it was very interesting. When mortals started cultivating, they needed hope Gu to open their aperture. This method needed disappointment Gu, and also exertion Gu. Without hope, where would disappointment come from? Without disappointment, where would hope come from? Disappointment and hope, these two concepts were opposites, but they coexisted. They were like the concepts of life and death. Without either, there would be no meaning in the existence of the other. Fang Yuan planned in his mind, disappointment Gu and exertion Gu only require mortal Gu, they are not hard to collect. There are also corresponding Gu recipes here, I can order the hairy men in the blessed land to refine them day and night. Even if the requirement is too high, I can complete it in 3 months. Once I complete it, I can immediately reincarnate and obtain a life and death immortal aperture. But the life and death immortal aperture obtained this way was not satisfactory. Because Fang Yuan's strength path immortal aperture had already collapsed by more than half. If he used the remaining dead aperture as the foundation, the life and death immortal aperture would naturally be weaker. Be it the area, environment, or foundation, they would all be worse. Especially when Fang Yuan was forced to undergo immortal ascension in northern plains, his immortal aperture's foundation was not high to begin with. It had 5,180,000 km2 of land. Compared to the 5 regions' time flow, it was 1 to 16. Low-grade blessed land had an area of 3 million km2. It could only produce 10 or so beads of immortal essence every year from the tributary of the River of Time. It was poor in resources. Middle-grade blessed land had an area of 4 to 6 million km2. It could produce 20 or so beads of immortal essence every year from the tributary of the River of Time. It was rich in resources. Fang Yuan's previous strength path immortal aperture was only a middle-grade blessed land. If he directly reincarnated this time, it would definitely be a low-grade blessed land, and most likely, it would be the lowest grade of low grade. Undoubtedly, this would be disadvantageous to Fang Yuan's future cultivation. And in this life and death immortal aperture revival method, there was a paragraph that moved Fang Yuan greatly. During the revival process, he could use the corpses of other strength path immortal zombies as immortal materials and refine them in the goo formation. The grade of the life and death immortal aperture would rise. It was not a problem to return to middle grade from a low grade blessed land. As long as there were enough strength path immortal zombies, it was possible to become a high-grade blessed land. After the immortal zombie's dead aperture perishes, the Dao marks in the immortal aperture would land on the immortal zombie body. Thus, immortal zombie bodies that were rich in Dao marks were unique immortal materials. If he attacked easily, snowy mountain blessed land would be defenseless. The strongest goo immortal left behind was only rank 7. The second leader, Lady Wan Shou, was skilled in refinement path, while the third leader, Fairy Li Shan, cultivated information path. They did not have high battle strength. If old ancestor Shui who attacked and was held back by an expert of the same rank, and snowy mountain blessed land was raided by another rank 8 immortal zombie, that would be the laughingstock of Northern Plains righteous path goo immortals. Especially blazing heaven demoness. This person's bottom line was very low. Back then, she even destroyed a 9 heavens fragment world. It was a hopeless situation. Snowy mountain blessed land was only pieced together. Its defense was even lower than the original blessed land. Old ancestor Shui who had to defend against it. Thus, even though old ancestor Shui who had high battle strength, in the process of fighting against Zombie Alliance, he was always at a disadvantage. He had never raised his head. Battle strength did not mean everything. Blazing heaven demoness was shrewd and scheming. Old ancestor Shui who had been suffering losses, but he could not retaliate effectively. Fang Yuan had no other choice. He could only be patient and put most of his effort into refining exert strength goo and disappointment goo. The Fang Yuan stone nest that he created had already reached a certain scale. Large numbers of hairy man slaves were refining diligently. The quantity of exert strength goo and disappointment goo was increasing rapidly, but it was still far from the required amount. Even though Fang Yuan obtained those rare rank 8 immortal materials, he was not in a hurry to sell them. He kept them for himself. He refined star thought immortal goo. With blazing heaven demoness help, Fang Yuan's monthly profits, other than using them to refine goo worms, were mainly used to feed immortal goo and to construct star form blessed land. He purchased a large amount of cloud soil and ordered star form land spirit to construct it step by step. He planned to create a 3-dimensional river system in star form blessed land, using the space to nurture star fragment grass. This was a huge prospect. If he succeeded, the profits would not be lower than the guts goo transaction. But the initial investment was huge. Fang Yuan could only take it step by step. If he wanted to deal with He Lulan, the fact that he had committed a crime might be exposed. After all, it was too easy for He Lulan to expose the truth. Even though there was an alliance agreement, if she wanted to break it. But with Fairy Li Shan's help, she had a greater advantage than Fang Yuan. All along, Fang Yuan had been worried in his heart. The Central Continent Gu Immortals were investigating. It was impossible for there to be no progress. Maybe tomorrow, Central Continent Gu Immortals would attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Hu Immortal Blessed Land could not be defended. Once it was lost, Star Form Blessed Land would be Fang Yuan's path of retreat. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Not to mention old demon Fang Yuan. On this day, Fang Yuan was activating the refinement path Gu formation, processing a certain immortal material. In the immortal zombie's dead aperture, moving perspective cup Gu activated, bringing Fairy Li Shan's letter. Fang Yuan felt strange. Fairy Li Shan was contacting him on her own initiative. When he opened it, it was a letter asking for help. It turned out that Fairy Li Shan had discovered He Cheng's whereabouts. He Cheng was He Lulan's father. He was also the target that He Lulan had to kill in order to take revenge for her mother. Fairy Li Shan's letter invited Fang Yuan to kill He Cheng together. He Cheng's situation was not good. Our He tribe's members have to be dealt with by us. How can you kill them as you wish? He Lulan, the tribe nurtured you, but you betrayed the tribe and joined the demonic path. You have committed a heinous crime. Surrender now. At the next moment, a bronze giant tore through space, stepping on the ground. A divine light shot out from the vertical eye between his brows and shone on He Lulan. At that moment, He Lulan could not move. Strength path giant hand. Fang Yuan retreated, using his rank 7 battle strength. Boom! With a loud sound, the strength path giant hand and the bronze giant hand collided. The strength path giant hand broke apart. Petty tricks. The bronze giant snickered. But at the next moment, a small fire bird flew to the bronze giant's chest. Boom! An intense explosion occurred. The bronze giant was pushed backwards. He almost fell down. Blazing Heaven Demoness. The 4 supreme elders of He tribe, who were inside the bronze giant, shouted in shock and anger. Angry Bird. This was Blazing Heaven Demoness' signature killer move. Everyone in Northern Plains knew about it. Why did Blazing Heaven Demoness appear at this moment? This was He tribe's first supreme elder's famous killer move, 9-layer dragon protection. It combined offense and defense. With the amplification of the ancient battle formation, it displayed terrifying might. At once, 9 dragons flew with unstoppable momentum. The mountain collapsed. Pear blossoms fell, grass and trees flew everywhere. Fairy Li Shan's expression changed. Quick, we can't hold on any longer. The bronze giant erupted with his peak battle strength. It was not easy for the pear garden to last until now. Go! Blazing Heaven Demoness was even more decisive. She threw out a long flame chain, binding Fang Yuan, He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, and He Cheng. Next, she activated her killer move, turning into a streak of light. Pulling everyone along, she flew away. The moment he was bound by the flame chain, Fang Yuan subconsciously wanted to resist, but he restrained himself. Blazing Heaven Demoness was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, she vanished into the horizon with everyone. 10 breaths of time later, the pear garden was completely destroyed. A terrifying landslide ravaged the entire battlefield. The bronze giant successfully flew into the sky, roaring at the sky, his voice shaking heaven and earth. Blazing Heaven Demoness movement killer move. It was extremely fast. He tribe's 4 old-timers had to spend a lot of effort to catch up. Even if they caught up and fought, it would be hard to determine the victor. But He Tribe's 4 old-timers could not back down, they had to chase. He Cheng was acting as He Tribe's 4 supreme elders. After handling He Tribe's matters for so many years, he knew many secrets. Furthermore, as a super force, their Gu Immortal was kidnapped by someone else. He Tribe's 4 supreme elders had lost all their face, if they did not teach Blazing Heaven Demonis a lesson. In the future, they would have to face other super forces, the righteous path and the demonic path. They could not even raise their heads. He Tribe's immortal Gu House Dark Prison was already lost. If He Cheng was kidnapped, He Tribe's reputation would plummet. As the saying goes, everyone kicks a falling wall. He Tribe was so weak, they would definitely be suppressed by other forces. They would be forced to give up many of Northern Plains' cultivation resources. Green City Rampage was an ancient battle formation. He Tribe's 4 supreme elders did not lack movement killer moves. Right now, if they used them together, their speed would be several times faster than Blazing Heaven Demonis. But just as the bronze giant was about to chase, a request for reinforcements arrived in front of He Tribe's 4 old-timers. What? Someone infiltrated the Blessed Land's headquarters. Most of the resources were stolen. We suffered huge losses. He Tribe's Gu Immortals who stayed behind are all heavily injured. The old man is extremely strong. His rank 8 aura is undoubtedly leaking. He Tribe's 4 old-timers were furious. This was definitely a scheme. Right now, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance has 3 rank 8s, including Blazing Heaven Demonis. Damn it! Our headquarters cannot be lost. The Blessed Land's defenses are not enough to begin with. We were all schemed against by Blazing Heaven Demonis. Go! We can only go back and defend. The bronze giant roared. The muscles on his arms bulged as he pulled, creating a huge black hole in the space in front of him. The bronze giant entered the black hole and vanished, only leaving behind a messy battlefield. He Tribe is not chasing us. We are safe. Blazing Heaven Demonis landed on the ground with everyone. She put away the fire chains that were binding them. Next, with a wave of her hand, the surrounding 10 li was covered in a layer of dark red light. The battle had calmed down, but Feng Yuan was even more vigilant. Chapter 951. Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House. There were many mountain peaks, clouds and mist covered the sky. In the depths of a bamboo forest, a waterfall that resembled white silk hung down from the sky. Feng Kim Hong sat quietly on the branch of a pine tree, looking at the waterfall in front of her as tears fell silently. During this period of time, the Gu Immortals that Central Continent sent to Northern Plains to investigate had already returned. But there was no news of Feng Jioga. To Feng Kim Hong, there was no news of her father. He was trapped in an outer region. It was likely that he was in trouble. These last days, Feng Kim Hong did not want to eat or drink. She was not in the right state of cultivation. She wiped her face with tears. She was getting thinner and thinner. Life and death. This heavy word, at an unexpected time, fiercely struck Feng Kim Hong's fragile heart. It was not that Feng Kim Hong had never seen death before. It was just that when her loved ones faced such a situation, she lost all her indifference and calmness. But she was still strong. The bad news did not break her down completely. Only when there was no one around would she secretly wipe her tears. On the surface, she was cultivating as usual, but she did not know what she had been cultivating recently. A silhouette, like an ink painting, quietly descended behind Feng Jin Huang from faint to thick. "Daughter!" A familiar voice called out from behind. Feng Kim Hong turned around and saw that the person was her mother, Fairy Bai Qing. "Mother!" Feng Kim Hong could not hold it in anymore. She threw herself into Fairy Bai Qing's embrace and started sobbing loudly. Fairy Bai Qing consoled her for a while. Feng Kim Hong gradually stopped sobbing. "Mother, father is so powerful, he must be fine, right?" Feng Kim Hong raised her head, looking at her mother with hope and expectation. But Fairy Bai Qing did not say anything about this. She directly consoled her. She shook her head. Even the strongest rank 9 Gu immortal will die one day. Not to mention your father? Wang, don't cry. Let me tell you a story. This was a story from the legends of Renzu. It was said that Renzu wanted to rely on the Featherman's abilities to save his daughter who was trapped in the ordinary abyss. But the freedom of the Feathermen will not be bound. Renzu thought of a plan. If the spell failed, the Feathermen would rather die than go against their freedom. Renzu fell into a daze. He could not find a good way to save his children. His eldest son Verdant Great Son was like this. His daughter Boundless Forest Samsara was also like this. At this time, Self-Gu in Renzu's heart spoke. "O human, you want to save your son Verdant Great Sunday. I have a way." Renzu wanted to save as many as he could, so he quickly asked, "Oh? What method?" Self-Gu laughed. "All living beings in the world will die. This is because Fate Gu entered the door of life and death and visited Fairness Gu. Humans, when you enter the gate of life and death and walk the path of life and death, as long as you don't walk on the path of fate and tread on a path that belongs to you alone. When you walk into the gate of life and death and walk out again, a brand new road will be formed. That way you will be halfway to success. Next, you only need to bring your son Verdant Great Son onto your path and leave the gate of life and death. You will be able to return to the human world, to a place where the sun shines. Your son Verdant Great Son will be able to escape death and obtain a new life." Renzu listened to Self-Gu's method. He was hesitant, but there was no better way. Thus, he decided to let Boundless Forest Samsara stay in ordinary abyss for a while, and use Self-Gu's method to save his son Verdant Great Sunday. Renzu moved towards the gate of life and death. As he walked, he met a beastman. This beastman was very strong. His muscles were like rocks, his fangs were sharper than swords. He took huge steps as he ran in the wilderness, screaming, "Don't come over, don't come over. I'm scared." Renzu felt strange. He asked, "Oh beastman, what are you afraid of?" The beastman said, "I am afraid of my own shadow. It is always following me. I cannot get rid of it. I am so scared that I can only run around. I am tired, thirsty and hungry. I cannot hold on any longer." Renzu felt it was funny. "Oh beastman, you have such a strong body, but you are afraid of a harmless shadow? Are you a coward? What is there to be afraid of?" At this time, a goo worm came out of the beastman's heart, laughing at Renzu. "Oh human, don't talk big. You are not afraid because you have not met my Fear Gu." Fear Gu? Renzu took a step back, his expression changing. Once Fear Gu appeared, Renzu felt fear in his heart. He felt fear. Fear Gu laughed even more arrogantly before saying to the beastman, "I will let you off for now, little beastman, you pitiful worm." The beastman was freed. He collapsed on the ground, crying tears of joy. Fear Gu turned around, facing Renzu. "Oh human, you dare to look down on my Fear Gu, now I will let you suffer the torture of fear." Saying so, the Fear Gu directly entered Renzu's heart. Renzu felt boundless fear. He was afraid of this and afraid of that. Fear Gu made him afraid of wind. Every time there was wind, Renzu would scream in fear. Fear Gu made him afraid of sunlight. Renzu could only travel at night, often getting lost. During the day, he would go into caves or hide under the shade of trees. Fear Gu made Renzu afraid of leaves. Thus Renzu left the forest. Any tree could make him scream. Fear Gu made Renzu afraid of snakes. In the end, Renzu did not even use the grass rope he weaved. Next, Fear Gu made Renzu afraid of rain. Every time it rained, Renzu could only hide like a turtle and look at the raindrops in the sky timidly. He was extremely frightened. Renzu wanted to go to the door of life and death, but after being poisoned by Fear Gu, he could not move far. When Fear Gu understood Renzu's goal, it made Renzu afraid of death. Renzu did not dare to go to the door of life and death. Because entering the door of life and death, it was walking from life to death. Renzu was afraid he would die, so he could only stay where he was. Self-Gu sighed, "Oh human, death is not scary. What is scary is the fear in your heart." That's right. Fear Gu heard this and said proudly, "Only my fear itself is worth being afraid of." After Fairy by Qing finished her story, Feng Kim Hong, who was in her arms, was silent for a long time. Fairy Bai Qing looked at her daughter lovingly, saying, "Huang heir, no matter what the result is, please be strong and face death. Death is not scary. Everyone will die. Even rank 9 Gu immortals are not exempted. Your father might be dead, he might not be dead. One day I will die, you will also face death. Don't be defeated by the fear in your heart." Feng Kim Huang's body shuddered. She struggled lightly, getting out of her mother's warm embrace. Her eyes were still filled with tears, but at this moment, she showed determination. She looked at Fairy Bai Qing. She gritted her teeth. "Mother, I understand. I am going to cultivate. I will no longer have fear in my heart. No matter what happens to father, I will not be afraid. I will face it, face anything that might happen. I am Feng Kim Hong. How can I embarrass my parents?" Such a good child. Fairy Bai Qing concealed the worry in her eyes, showing a gratified smile on her face. Actually, she was panicking inwardly. Feng Jioga's disappearance. The influence was huge. Spirit Affinity House recruited Feng Jioga and became the leader of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. The other 9 sects were more or less suppressed. This was the characteristic of a society with a cultivation strength system, expanding one's personal influence to the maximum. Now that Feng Jioga was not around, Spirit Affinity House's power had fallen drastically. The other 9 sects were getting restless. Central Continent was filled with turbulent undercurrents. There would definitely be intense turbulence in the future. It was the same outside the sect. Inside the sect, Fairy Bai Qing's days were also not good. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. Where there were sects, there would be internal strife. Feng Jioji's disappearance caused the group of forces that had been suppressed to the lowest level to suddenly raise their heads. Feng Jioga was truly too domineering, to the point that Fairy Bai Qing almost forgot that there were many people in the sect who opposed her. These last days, these people had worked together to ostracize Fairy Bai Qing. Fairy Bai Qing loved Feng Jioga deeply. She naturally wanted to go to Northern Plains to save him. But she painstakingly endured and suppressed this strong impulse. She had a child. Feng Jioga was so powerful, but there was no news of him. She could not act rashly. If she went, what would happen to Feng Kim Hong? She is still a child. This was Fairy Bai Qing's inner thoughts. In the eyes of almost every parent, their child would always be a child. Northern Plains. He Cheng's headless corpse was still lying on the muddy ground. His soul was wailing, unable to escape from He Lulan's grasp. He Lulan killed He Cheng and crushed her own father's head, but that was not enough. Right now, He Cheng's soul was also captured. He would definitely be tortured and interrogated by He Lulan in the future. Meanwhile, Blazing Heaven Demoness squatted on the ground, activating an immortal killer move. A small fiery hand appeared out of nowhere, grabbing at He Cheng's abdomen. The fiery hand easily entered He Cheng's corpse. After fiddling around for a while, it flew out with a bead in its hand. "This is He Cheng's immortal aperture. I will take it out temporarily. Little Lan, this is for you. It can only last for 7 days and nights. Once the time is up, my immortal killer move will break apart, and the immortal aperture will fuse with heaven and earth, forming a blessed land. It is a pity that the goo worms in the immortal aperture, be they mortal or immortal, have all been destroyed." Blazing Heaven Demoness said as she handed this fire bead to He Lulan. He Lulan received it silently. Feng Yuan and Fairy Li Shan were inwardly shocked at Blazing Heaven Demoness' method. Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled. "Don't look at me like that. This aperture-taking method is not my ability. It is because when I was in Eastern Sea, I accidentally found old immortal Kong Ju's inheritance. I learned his aperture-taking method and created this fire path immortal killer move." Blazing Heaven Demoness was an extremely rare great-grandmaster. At this attainment level, it was very easy to comprehend by analogy. Her methods were extremely comprehensive and rich. "Alright, let's talk about your matters now, Feng Yuan." Fairy Li Shan looked at Feng Yuan with a cold smile. Blazing Heaven Demoness kept these immortal zombies as she nodded solemnly. Old Ancestor Shui, who is a trustworthy person, then according to the agreement, I promise that Zombie Alliance will stop the all-out war against Snowy Mountain. Both sides will stop fighting. Old Ancestor Shui, whose eyes shined as he sized up Blazing Heaven Demoness. He smiled. Demoness, it seems that you have made great gains in Eastern Sea. Your strength has increased greatly. But your time path injuries are still there, now that He Tribe's 4 elders are guarding Iron Eagle blessed land again. After this matter, they will not move out easily. Demoness, if you want to obtain He Fan's time path inheritance in the blessed land to resolve your injuries, it will be extremely difficult. In the future, if you want to attack He Tribe's headquarters, I can help. Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed loudly, clapping, Good. I am also looking forward to working with you again. Old Ancestor Shui, who nodded, his figure gradually dissipated. After a few breaths of time, he vanished on the spot like fog under the sunlight. From start to finish, Old Ancestor Shui, who did not even glance at He Cheng's headless corpse on the ground. Earlier, Blazing Heaven Demoness and Old Ancestor Shui, who were still locked in battle, but now, they were actually talking about working together again. Being able to summon clouds and rain with a flip of the hand, this was the method of these rank 8 great experts. Old Ancestor Shui, who was known as the #1 Gu Immortal in Northern Plains, his battle strength surpassed Blazing Heaven Demoness, but this time, he actually admitted defeat and returned the immortal zombie captives and corpses. He did not even care about his reputation as the #1 expert. However, Fang Yuan was not surprised. Reputation was a very secondary thing. There was one thing that could move almost everyone in the world. That was benefits. Gu Immortals were also humans, they cared about benefits. In fact, Gu Immortals making compromises with each other was normal in cultivation. It was not easy to cultivate to this stage. Why would they fight to the death? If there were no special reasons, Gu Immortals would not do this. Gu Immortals wanted to develop themselves well, because there was a sharp blade hanging above their heads. Every once in a while, the sharp blade would descend and slash at their necks. If they could not endure it, they would die. If they could endure it, their vitality would be greatly injured. This sharp blade was a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. The stronger the Gu Immortals' cultivation level, the more terrifying the calamities and tribulations, the difficulty of surviving them would increase, and the chances of survival would be even slimmer. Rank 8s like Old Ancestor Shui, who and Blazing Heaven Demoness could be said to be treading on thin ice. They were in grave danger. If they were careless, they would die under the calamities and tribulations. Thus, rank 8 Gu Immortals were very vigilant. Thus, he had some confidence. He used a relatively tough stance to negotiate with Blazing Heaven Demoness and the others. Of course, he was paying attention to Spring-Autumn Cicada at all times. If the situation turned sour, he could only rely on this unreliable trump card. However, every time he used Spring-Autumn Cicada, there was a chance of failure. Unless he had no other choice, Fang Yuan would not use it. Currently, the situation was not so bad that he had to use Spring-Autumn Cicada. In silence, Blazing Heaven Demoness' brows furrowed even tighter. Fang Yuan's attitude was giving her a headache. She understood that Fang Yuan probably knew her true motive. That was self-strength immortal Gu. Blazing Heaven Demoness' bottom line was very low. Back then, she could not obtain the fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens. She directly exploded it. No one gained anything. What she was afraid of was that Fang Yuan would destroy self-strength immortal Gu like him. Self-strength immortal Gu was already refined by Fang Yuan. He only needed a thought to destroy it. If Fang Yuan succeeded, how could she threaten Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan did not linger on this topic. He nodded and continued. I can return self-strength immortal Gu, but I have a few conditions. Hearing this, Fairy Li Shan and He Lolan's spirits rose. Blazing Heaven Demoness looked at Fang Yuan with slight surprise. She clapped. Now I understand why my sister always wants to suppress you. Tell me, what are your requests? First, I want to sign a new alliance agreement. Fang Yuan said. This alliance agreement was to ensure his safety. Even though Fairy Li Shan was an information path Gu Immortal and had unknown methods to break the agreement, she had to make preparations before breaking the agreement. At least, during this period of time, Fang Yuan would be able to escape safely. That is a must. Blazing Heaven Demoness agreed. Fang Yuan continued. Secondly, we will write off the immortal material debt you gave me earlier. As long as you return self-strength immortal Gu, this is not a problem. Blazing Heaven Demoness was very straightforward. I want to leave Zombie Alliance and dissolve the Zombie Alliance agreement. Sure. Finally, I want the Strength Path Immortal Zombie Corpses. You have to promise me that you will do your best to get me as many Strength Path Immortal Zombie Corpses as possible. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. He knew that Blazing Heaven Demoness would not be so easily dealt with. But Blazing Heaven Demoness' next words surprised Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan. I am willing to sponsor you again. I will not tamper with the immortal materials this time to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan heard this and felt no joy. He squinted and became extremely vigilant. Seeing Fang Yuan's vigilant expression, Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed heartily and said, Fang Yuan, I know you have been searching for a revival method to get rid of your immortal zombie body. Take a look at this first. The moment she said that, Blazing Heaven Demoness' body started to shake. She started to burn in flames. This orange-yellow flame covered Blazing Heaven Demoness' entire body. But the strange thing was, it was not hot, but filled with vitality, giving people a feeling of warmth and hope. Even though it looked harmless, Fang Yuan cautiously took a few steps back. Next, his eyes widened as he saw an inconceivable scene. Under the burning of this flame, Blazing Heaven Demoness' immortal zombie body started to transform bit by bit. First, it was her height. The 18 feet tall Blazing Heaven Demoness shrunk to a normal person's height. Next, it was her skin. The rough and dim immortal zombie skin that resembled old tree bark dissipated in the flame, replaced by white and tender skin that resembled a peeled egg. Next, it was her hair. The original immortal zombie hair was like a bunch of messy straw, dark red and flamboyant. But now, it was soft and slender. The bright red color seemed to be brimming with passion. Finally, Blazing Heaven Demoness' entire body underwent a complete transformation. From a malevolent and terrifying tall immortal zombie, she turned into a beautiful woman in red clothes with fair and tender skin, sharp eyebrows, spirited eyes, and fiery red lips. Her chest was huge, almost bursting out. Her legs were long and slender, tall and voluptuous. The most eye-catching thing was her long hair that hung down to her waist. Her hair was like fire, vigorous and dreamy, overflowing with colorful lights. Within this mystical flame, Blazing Heaven Demoness put on a show of transforming into a living person in front of Fang Yuan. She turned from an immortal zombie to a living person. Her aura became even stronger. Like a silently burning flame, the fire became even more intense, emitting loud noises. Other than giving people a lively feeling, she also became even more domineering. Blazing Heaven Demoness' face was red and radiant, but Fairy Li Shan was worried. Big sister, be careful of your injuries. Blazing Heaven Demoness naturally understood that the price of this was not small, but when she saw Fang Yuan's expression of desire and his shining eyes, she felt that this was worth it. Thus, she extinguished the flames on her body and used goo worms to grow taller, turning from a beauty into a monster, turning back into Blazing Heaven Immortal zombie body. Chapter 955. Central Continent, Celestial Court. The silver heavenly radiance seemed to be eternal. There were many palaces on the ground, but it was silent with no signs of life. Among the palaces, there was an old tower, standing tall. This tower was covered in scars. It had over 3 million years of history. It was famous. It was the immortal goo house that star constellation Immortal Venerable created, Heaven Overseeing Tower. Surrounding Heaven Overseeing Tower was a huge refinement path goo formation. In the 4 cores of the goo formation, there were 4 rank 8 goo immortals, 3 males and 1 female, 1 old and 3 young. At this moment, seeing that this huge goo formation was gradually coming to a stop, the 4 heavenly court goo immortals let out a breath of air. Their tense minds gradually relaxed. Once they relaxed, Lien Jiusheng's body shook. He could not stand stably. He directly sat on the ground. The others were not much better. Bai Shui's forehead was full of sweat. Bai Chen Tian's face was pale. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's old face had even deeper wrinkles. Any one of these 4 was a famous person in Central Continent, or even an expert in the 5 regions. But at this moment, they were so tired that they were on the verge of collapse. It was as if they had fought fiercely against a strong enemy for 300 days while starving. Moreover, they didn't rest or sleep during the entire process. How could it be so easy to repair rank 9 immortal goo fate? Thinking back to the difficulty of activating the goo formation, Bai Shui and the rest rejoiced internally. In the process of repairing fate, there was a crucial step that was to receive providence. Providence was vast and boundless. A human's will was minuscule compared to it. The 4 goo immortals endured bitterly, barely maintaining their consciousness in the aftermath of providence. Under this situation where every second felt like a year, they persisted for hundreds of days. Finally, they succeeded. Alright. This time, the repair of fate immortal goo was a huge success. Thank you for your hard work. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord held his walking stick as he stood up shakily. He looked at the center of the goo formation, at fate immortal goo floating in the air. This was fate immortal goo. It looked like a black and white spider. There was a red wound on its body. It had already shrunk by 30%. We finally succeeded. Bai Chen Tian sighed. With this successful restoration, fate goo can already display 50% of its strength. Even if it's not in Heaven Overseeing Tower, it's already starting to show its use. Lien Jiusheng said excitedly. Oh, what is its use? Bai Shui didn't understand and asked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was extremely tired. He smiled in relief. Fate immortal goo's effect is fate itself. You have to know that everything in the world has its own path of life. It could not be changed. After Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroyed fate immortal goo, the world became chaotic. Right now, fate immortal goo had 50% of its power. Its existence alone was already bringing order to the world. Before this, all the lives that have deviated from the orbit, even if they have taken a long detour, from this moment onwards, they will begin to move closer to their original destiny and finally walk back again. At this moment, Northern Plains. The Blazing Heaven Demoness stated her true request. He finished thinking. Fang Yuan replied to the Blazing Heaven Demoness. As for the 6th request, he didn't forcefully reject it. Instead, he said that he couldn't make the decision. He would do his best to inform his master, Zishan Makoto. As for whether to discuss it further, it would depend on his master's decision. Blazing Heaven Demoness expressed her understanding. After both sides reached an initial consensus, the heavy atmosphere was greatly alleviated. He Lulan continued. Next, I will return to He tribe and infiltrate it. Next, I will activate He Fan's inheritance and inherit it. Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fairy Lishan rejected her in unison. He Lulan's words made them pale with fright. Back then, Su Xian'er died because of this. He Lulan wanted to follow in Su Xian'er's footsteps. How could the 2 ants allow the tragedy to repeat itself? Ants, don't worry. I have been planning for this for a long time. He Lulan had already expected their reaction. She placed her hands behind her back as she walked around leisurely, analyzing calmly. Times have changed. The 4 supreme elders, after this battle, I'm afraid they will not dare to casually go out again. He Cheng's death has caused He tribe's reputation to plummet. In the following days, there will definitely be super forces joining hands to deal with He tribe. After all, He tribe's strength is not enough to occupy so many resources. This was a golden opportunity that only came once in a blue moon. I will infiltrate He tribe's upper echelon and seize the highest authority. This super force should have a new master. He Lulan's ambition was so great that even Fang Yuan was shocked. Old ancestor Shui, who only wanted to steal a batch of resources, he even concealed his face during the entire process to prevent He tribe from taking revenge. He Lulan, however, wanted to take over He tribe. Too dangerous. Fairy Li Shan shook her head. I will not allow it. Blazing Heaven Demonist's tone was calm, but it revealed an undeniable dominance. He Lulan looked at the 2 ants fearlessly, smiling. I know ants care for me, but I'm afraid you have misunderstood. This is the decision I have made. I am not here to discuss it with you. You can refuse to cooperate, but you have no right to interfere with my decision. Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demonist looked at each other, speechless. He Lulan knew that it was hard to achieve such a terrifying ambition by herself. If she could use her ants and Fang Yuan's strength, she would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort, the risk would be greatly reduced, and the chances of success would be even higher. All right, you can rest assured, He Lulan said as she took out a mask. This mask was brimming with the aura of an immortal goo. Attitude goo? At once, Fairy Li Shan stared with wide eyes. Fang Yuan's gaze was also fixed on it. Attitude goo was a legendary immortal goo. It was recorded in The Legends of Rinzhu, and was one of the immortal goo that Fang Yuan was pursuing. Because attitude goo was the core immortal goo of familiar face. Fang Yuan had the modified immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. If he fused attitude goo into it, his disguise ability would rise to another level. Blazing Heaven Demonist had a puzzled expression. This goo was once in He Fan's hands. He Fan doted on his granddaughter, He Fengyu, and gave attitude goo to her. He Fengyu was spoiled rotten. As a mortal, she traveled the icy plane with an immortal goo. In the end, she was schemed against by a mysterious goo immortal, and disappeared without a trace. Attitude goo also disappeared without a trace, never to be seen again. He Lulan's lips curled up, she played with attitude goo in her hands. That's right, I obtained this attitude goo from the northern icy plain. Fairy Li Shan was curious. Little Lan, when did you go to northern plains? Wait, don't tell me. That's right. I purposely chose to undergo my immortal ascension in the northern icy plain because I obtained clues about attitude goo. Only then could I use the power of heaven and earth during the tribulation to subdue attitude goo. I will not talk about the details. He Lulan explained. Fairy Li Shan was surprised. She sized up He Lulan again, her heart filled with complex emotions. There was joy and also disappointment. No one knew that He Lulan had subdued attitude goo, and no one knew about it. Even she, Fairy Li Shan, was kept in the dark. This child has grown up after all. Blazing Heaven Demonist sighed in her heart. He Lulan wore her mask and said plainly, from today onwards, I am Fairy Black Moon. Blazing Heaven Demonist clapped her hands and laughed. Wonderful! With attitude goo and the genuine He tribe bloodline, there is a lot of room for success. Fang Yuan was shaken. Don't tell me He Lulan is Fairy Black Moon. Chapter 957. Su Hao and Li Junying were very sharp. The news that Zhao Lianyun brought was too important. The first thing that Su Hao and Li Junying thought of was not thieving Heaven's inheritance, but Feng Jioge. Combined with the information from Central Continent's Gu Immortals, they were almost certain the reason why Feng Jioge went missing was probably because he was trapped in thieving Heaven's inheritance. Thieving Heaven's inheritance should have been used by the enemy to trap Feng Jioge. Su Hao was a wisdom path Gu Immortal. After deducing, he said, "Then what do we do now?" Li Junying's words made the two fall into silence. Zhao Lianyun looked around but did not speak. The reason why she said this was because she wanted to return to Northern Plains and use Spirit Affinity House's strength to save Ma Hongyun. But she did not know about the internal conflict of Spirit Affinity House. Su Hao and Li Junying looked at each other, communicating with their gazes. Their gazes gradually turned cold. Their tacit understanding over the years allowed them to quickly come to an agreement. They decided to suppress this information and not report it for the time being. They could not wait for Feng Jioge to die. If they reported it in time, Spirit Affinity House would definitely send a rescue team. What if Feng Jioge was still alive and was rescued? After dragging on like this for 3 days, the two immortals reached their limit and reported this information. As expected, the higher-ups of Spirit Affinity House were alerted and actively organized a rescue team. And the otherworldly demon Zhao Lianyun was undoubtedly the key to this rescue and was brought to Northern Plains. Several days later, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, Dark Flow Giant City. Boom! With a loud sound and intense explosion, the entire giant city shook thrice. What happened? What happened? Did someone attack Dark Flow Giant City? Below Dark Flow Giant City, there was a huge commotion. It was noisy and panicked. Dark Flow Giant City was as large as a mountain range. It had 7 floors. The bottom 5 floors were the residences of mortal Gu masters. It was very lively. The next floor had people who had some relationship with immortal zombies. The highest floor. Only Gu immortals could move around here. At this moment, at the highest floor of Dark Flow Giant City, a column of thick smoke rose into the sky. Cough, cough, cough. Covered in dirt, Feng Yuan crawled out of the ruins of the secret chamber, coughing incessantly. The refinement of Star Thought Immortal Gu failed again. After setting the new alliance agreement, Feng Yuan did not return to his blessed land. He went to Dark Flow Giant City and borrowed the refinement path Gu formation of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's branch. He was not a formation path Gu immortal. He could not construct a refinement path Gu formation of this level. Feng Yuan tried to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu. Blazing Heaven Demoness followed the agreement and provided him with a large number of Gu refinement immortal materials. This time, the immortal materials were all very normal, not having been tampered with. Feng Yuan thus had a smooth journey until the final few steps, when the Gu refinement failed. A violent explosion suddenly occurred. Not only did the entire refinement path Gu formation shatter, the aftershock of the explosion even destroyed the secret room, alerting all the Gu immortals guarding Dark Flow Giant City. Even the mortal Gu masters of the lower level could sense it. When it comes to the last few steps, it's the subtle changes between the Dao marks that are hard to control. These Dao marks interact with each other and undergo intense changes. There is only one situation where the Dao marks can stabilize, that is rank 6 Star Thought Immortal Gu. At this step, it is purely up to luck. Feng Yuan sighed internally. The immortal zombies from Eastern Sea could not return to Eastern Sea for the time being. They stayed here to refine Immortal Gu and a large number of supplementary Mortal Gu. Blazing Heaven Demoness was even more so, thus she could not continue to subsidize Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's plan to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu was obstructed. He could not even use the Gu refinement secret room anymore. He had already removed the Zombie Alliance agreement. As the leader of the branch, Blazing Heaven Demoness had this authority. In Dark Flow Giant City, Feng Yuan and Fairy Li Shan were outsiders. But Fairy Li Shan was much more popular than Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan could not help but frown, thinking, It seems that in the 500 years of my previous life, Zombie Alliance also had this huge plan and succeeded in the end. But the reason was not the matter of old ancestor Shui who's stealing the graveyard. It seems that history has its own way. In this life, Zombie Alliance is setting up this super large immortal goo formation again. Feng Yuan could not stop this, of course. Zombie Alliance had an enormous force. Blazing Heaven Demoness was only a leader of a Zombie Alliance branch, but she was already suppressing Feng Yuan. If not for the fact that Feng Yuan had great value and moved Blazing Heaven Demoness, making her choose to cooperate with him, Feng Yuan might have died already. But no matter how strong Blazing Heaven Demoness was, Feng Yuan would not let go of the compensation that he deserved. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness' actions seem to be violating our alliance agreement, right? Feng Yuan looked at Fairy Li Shan and said. Fairy Li Shan smiled bitterly. Blazing Heaven Demoness had indeed violated the agreement. According to the content of the alliance agreement, Blazing Heaven Demoness had to pay Feng Yuan a huge amount of compensation. Unless Feng Yuan gave up on it willingly, Blazing Heaven Demoness would have to pay, otherwise, she would suffer the backlash of the alliance agreement and be heavily injured. Blazing Heaven Demoness was quite regretful about this. If she had known this would happen, why would she subsidize Feng Yuan? Wouldn't it have been better to change the conditions? Even if she had subsidized him, she would not have violated the agreement by changing the method. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not expect Zombie Alliance's generosity. Since Feng Yuan did not relent, she could only compensate him. Chapter 959. Who Immortal Blessed Land. Because the flow of time was different, more than half a month had passed here. In the underground cave, Feng Yuan bathed in the light of wisdom, deducing silently as usual. Here, he did not need to use vaguely familiar face. He revealed his immortal zombie appearance. He did not move, he sat cross-legged like a black reef. But in his mind, there were countless starlights shining, a vast number of star thoughts colliding intensely. Huff! After a long while, he let out a breath of turbid air. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing an extremely exhausted expression. He stood up with difficulty. The long period of intense thinking had caused his head to swell. He felt dizzy. Even though he was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, his Fire Path attainment level was too low. He could only make deductions for 7 days and 7 nights at most. After 7 days and 7 nights, he would not be able to hold on. He needed to rest. His mind was like a burning boiler. It needed to be cooled down in time. If it was not cooled down, his mind would suffer serious damage. After so many days, I have only made 20% progress in modifying Nirvana Fire. And this is with the help of the light of wisdom. If I had to complete it myself, I would need several years of hard work to achieve this result. Immortal killer moves were extremely hard to conceive. The killer move Nirvana Fire was even more exquisite. Using Fire Path to describe the profundity of life and death, if not for Blazing Heaven Demoness being a Fire Path Great Grandmaster, she might not have been able to create this move. Feng Yuan left the underground cave, returning to Dang Hun Palace to rest. After sleeping for half a day, he was refreshed. But according to his past experiences, Feng Yuan needed to rest for a whole night before he could fully recover. Who Immortal Blessed Land did not have any astronomical phenomenon yet. It did not differentiate between day and night. But if there was, it was nighttime now. There were still 4 to 6 hours left. Feng Yuan did not want to waste this time. He activated Connecting Heaven Goo, his thoughts entering jewel yellow skies. During this period of time, he selectively threw out some rank 8 immortal materials, exchanging for a large amount of food to feed his immortal goo. Of course, Feng Yuan kept the more precious quasi-rank 9 immortal materials with him. The rank 8 immortal materials sold were the lowest quality goods in the inventory. Even so, It still caused a commotion in the jewel-yellow skies. The attraction of rank 8 immortal materials was huge. This allowed Feng Yuan to pass this round of immortal goo feeding smoothly. If not for these rank 8 immortal materials, I might have to worry about this for a long time. Feng Yuan was already feeling the heavy burden of feeding immortal goo. He had too many immortal goo on him now. Very few goo immortals. He had so many immortal goo. Feeding these immortal goo was a huge burden. Actually, quality of immortal goo was more important than quantity. Like Xuesong Zi, he only had one immortal goo, but after Shadow Sect taught him an entire set of immortal killer moves, he had no weaknesses in battle. This situation was making full use of the immortal goo. The most logical and normal situation is to feed a few immortal goo and use them as cores to create different immortal killer moves. To deal with all kinds of situations. Feng Yuan also knew this, but he had no choice. These immortal goo could not be sold easily. Transactions between immortal goo were rare. Even if they were carried out, they would be exchanging goo for goo. The final transaction in jewel-yellow skies was finalized. Feng Yuan's work of feeding immortal goo had come to an end for now. As for the refinement of star-thought immortal goo, Feng Yuan had put it aside. He still had a rank 6 immortal goo recipe for all-out effort goo. He did not intend to refine it. Chapter 960. Ever since Hui Fengzi surrendered, he was controlled by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. After Central Continent's goo immortals retreated, they ordered him to guard this place. He had just joined Central Continent. He was not willing to do so. He was only a temporary fighter. He was not qualified to know Prince's Impatience's true identity. He only knew that an immortal and a mortal had entered Luo Pa Valley, while he had to guard the entrance for them. He was controlled by others. He had to work for Central Continent. Seeing He Lulan and the rest, he quickly used information path methods to inform Prince's Impatience in Luo Pa Valley. Prince's Impatience quickly learned of the news. His right hand was still trembling. It was not easy to get rid of the winds of assimilation. From this, Prince's Impatience could not help but admire Feng Jioge. He could actually resist the winds of assimilation for so long. He could not understand how he did it. Unfortunately, Feng Jioge had already died. The inheritance of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance was very fast. As long as one's identity was verified as an otherworldly demon, the Thieving Heaven inheritance would belong to them. After Feng Jioge died, only Zhao Lianyun was left in the inheritance space. Thus, she successfully inherited this true inheritance, ghostly concealment. Just earlier, she returned to Prince's Impatience and brought news of Feng Jioge's death to the latter. Sigh, I was too late. Prince's Impatience sighed in his heart. Next, he placed his hand on Zhao Lianyun's shoulder and quickly left with her. Soon, the immortal and mortal were nowhere to be seen. Right now, Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness relationship was widely known. Prince's Impatience did not intend to make a move. The circle of rank 8 goo immortals was actually very small. In the whole of Northern Plains. On the surface, there were only 5 rank 8 goo immortals. Old Ancestor Shui Hu, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, Yao Huang, Prince's Impatience, 5 Elements Grandmaster. Blazing Heaven Demoness was a rank 8 immortal zombie. She could barely get into this circle. One could say, these 6 were very familiar with each other. They had sparred with each other quite a number of times. To put it in an exaggerated way, one could even recognize the owner of a fart, and even if it turned into ashes, one could recognize it. If the Prince's Impatience wanted to act against Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan, it would definitely draw out Blazing Heaven Demoness. In Prince's Impatience's opinion, perhaps the Blazing Sky Demoness was already hiding in the surroundings. The Prince's Impatience had a special identity, so they could not act rashly. If they were to fight and the Blazing Heaven Demoness recognized him, it would be bad. Why would Prince's impatience appear in Luopa Valley? Gu immortals were not fools. It was easy to guess that the prince's impatience had a secret connection with the Shadow Sect or the forces of Zhongzhou State. Don't forget that wisdom path Gu immortals still existed in this world. Prince's impatience considered the big picture and cautiously retreated, trying to avoid leaving behind clues and evidence for the wisdom path Gu immortals to deduce. He Lulan and the rest still did not know that they had already forced a rank 8 great expert to retreat. They broke through the seal's disguise and entered Luopa Valley, looking around. Luopa Valley was in a mess. This legendary valley had experienced the 100 Days battle and was almost half destroyed. Moreover, the main part of the valley was already beyond recognition. There were Gu formations set up by Gu immortals everywhere. Some of these Gu formations were set up by the Shadow Sect, while some were set up by the Central Continent Gu immortal Hong Chi Ming. There was no doubt. These Gu formations had an extremely bad influence on the environment of Luopa Valley. As a result, the fog and Luopa winds that blew in Luopa Valley all year round were nowhere to be seen. The three started to roughly search Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan found some white lotus giant silkworm Gu remains. He sighed. It was a pity. From He Lulan, he knew that Luopa Valley once had a vast number of white lotus giant silkworm Gu. But after the 100 Days battle, there were not many left and the Central Continent Gu immortals cleaned up the battlefield. There was simply nothing left for him. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had already obtained enough white lotus giant silkworm Gu from the jewel yellow skies and fed the immortal Gu cleansed soul to its fullest. The facts proved that the foundation of those older generation Gu immortals could not be underestimated. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had enough bargaining chips to make them take action and carry out the transaction. Under the watchful eyes of He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan used open door Gu and closed door Gu. There was no reaction. Open door Gu and closed door Gu were left behind by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, but this place had already been occupied by the Shadow Sect. They had set up Gu formations everywhere and turned this place into a stronghold, a fortress. Fang Yuan sighed. He understood that Thieving Heaven's inheritance had already been obtained by someone else. The most likely one was the Shadow Sect. However, he had not guessed correctly on this point. The one who truly obtained Thieving Heaven's true inheritance was Zhao Lianyun. It was a Central Continent force. In fact, he had just obtained the inheritance not long ago. Prince's impatience came to save Feng Jioge too late. Fang Yuan came to Luopa Valley too late. Even if Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable left behind an inheritance, so many years have passed. It is normal for it to be taken away by others. Luopa Valley is the true treasure. He Lulan patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and said with a smile. Fang Yuan knew that she was implicitly urging him to get to work. Fang Yuan nodded and activated his immortal Gu, pulling up the whole of Luopa Valley. Fairy Li Shan cooperated closely at the side. Countless Gu worms flew around. They actually took away Luopa Valley directly. Outside, Hui Fengzi was secretly watching and was shocked at this scene. Prince's impatience was also surprised. He did not expect that He Lulan's side even had such an unorthodox method. This truly caught Prince's impatience unprepared. He hesitated for a while, but decided to hold back and watch from the side. After an hour, Fang Yuan finally succeeded and kept Luopa Valley in his immortal aperture. There should still be immortal apertures left here, but to be safe, we should leave first. Ever since He Lulan failed the tribulation, she had become more tactful. Her rash aura had completely disappeared. Even though Luopa Valley was in ruins, with Tai Bai Yunxing's landscape as before, it could definitely be restored. Oh, Zhao Lianyun was very cooperative throughout the entire process. I feel that even though she is an otherworldly demon, she is very sensible, we can nurture her. This little fellow is bent on saving her lover. Unfortunately, according to the information, old ancestor Shui who has already gathered enough immortal materials, he will start the Gu refinement soon. Finally, First Supreme Elder concluded, continue researching. On the other hand, we need to nurture Zhao Lianyun's sense of belonging to our sect. I am looking forward to her future. At the same time, in a nameless forest, Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child was communicating with someone through a mirror. In the mirror, there was a blurred figure of an old man. He slowly opened his mouth and said, all the arrangements are basically in place. But Celestial Court has already finished repairing Fate Goo, you need to activate it first. Understood. Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child replied solemnly. Be careful, Vice Envoy Blue. The figure in the mirror said again. 7-Star Child did not speak, he stopped using this information path Immortal Killer move as the mirror vanished. Then he turned around and left without looking back. His figure quickly disappeared into the forest. Chapter 964. It finally stopped. Fairy Bai Qing looked at the calm surface of falling heavenly river. Her face was pale and she felt lingering fear in her heart. When the sword lights shot out, she was the closest Gu immortal to the scene. She personally witnessed this shocking scene. At this moment, falling heavenly river was filled with corpses. Large numbers of ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts had incomplete body parts floating in the river. The surging white heavenly river water was dyed blood red. Although falling heavenly river came from the sky, the river water was filled with vitality. Countless ferocious beasts were hiding and reproducing. Large numbers of aquatic plants grew in it. There were also countless undercurrents, whirlpools, and other natural traps. Even Gu immortals would be in fatal danger if they fell into these traps. Fairy Bai Qing waited for a while, but no more sword lights shot out. She quickly ran into the river and picked up the corpses of the ferocious beasts or the branches and roots of ancient desolate plants and immemorial desolate plants. This was a huge windfall for her. The wealth was so great that even Fairy Bai Qing was overjoyed. But good times did not last long. Many ancient desolate beasts started to show themselves. Fairy Bai Qing could even vaguely see the vague figures of some immemorial desolate beasts through the river water. These ferocious beasts were stimulated by the thick blood water. The flesh and blood that were torn apart by the sword lights were excellent food for these ferocious beasts. More and more ferocious beasts were lured over by the flesh and blood. They started to fight intensely. They crazily bit each other on the river surface, fighting for food and creating huge waves. It was a terrifying sight. Fairy Bai Qing had no choice but to retreat. She looked at the remaining flesh and blood. Her heart was filled with regret. These were excellent Gu refinement immortal materials. The sword lights suddenly shot out. What happened in falling heavenly river? Should I go down and find out the truth? Fairy Bai Qing was worried about Feng Kim Hong. This made her hesitant. But in her heart, there was a feeling telling her. Bo Qing's clue should be at the bottom of falling heavenly river. Fairy Bai Qing gritted her teeth. Her body turned into a white rainbow. She plunged into falling heavenly river. From the source of the falling heavenly river, The unparalleled sword lights shot out in all directions, covering the entire Zhongzhou state. Whether it was the Centipede Canyon in the middle of Zhongzhou state, the Flying Frost Pavilion in the east of Zhongzhou state, or even the high and mighty Celestial Court, they were all disturbed by the sword light. For a moment, Zhongzhou state was shocked. Celestial Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's face was ashen, his hands did not stop moving. After reacting, he started to repair Heaven Overseeing Tower. Bai Chen Tian, Bai Cang Shui and Lian Jiuxing had been summoned back. At this moment, they were all rushing back. The injuries caused by the sword light were very troublesome. The sword path Dao marks seemed to be corrosive. Although the remaining Heaven Overseeing Tower was still standing, it could not last for long. If the sword Dao marks were allowed to continue invading, it would definitely lead to even more disastrous losses. Although the restoration of Fate Immortal Gu was a huge success, it is time to use it. But Heaven Overseeing Tower was cut in half. Was this a coincidence? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had a bad premonition. After a while, Bai Chen Tian returned first, followed by Bai Cang Shui. Last was Lian Jiuxing. Lian Jiuxing was delayed for a while, but because of this, he brought detailed information. I found out the sword light came from the source of falling heavenly river. The whole of central continent is in chaos now. There was a huge rock in front of him. Star path Dao marks crisscrossed on the flat rock surface. Some were horizontal, some were vertical, some were diagonally inserted, forming a dazzling diagram. Old Man Inkstone was playing the famous astrolabe chessboard. A figure descended from the sky. Instantly, the stone pavilion was filled with cold air. "You are looking for me?" Bai Ningbing coldly stared at Old Man Inkstone's back. Old Man Inkstone slowly turned around, facing Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing continued in a cold voice, "Although you helped me become an immortal, I am not a subordinate that you can order around easily." Old Man Inkstone smiled, saying softly, "Do you know? Fang Yuan is about to return." Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing's eyes brightened, she squinted, concealing the sharp light in her eyes. But whether the Immortal Gu had been successfully activated, he had to take a look to confirm. Thus, after flying a li away, he stopped in the air. Next, he saw an unbelievable scene. In the intense light, the nameless mountain peak was undamaged, but there were layers upon layers of illusory images above the mountain forest. This was a section of a long river. The river water was surging with waves, moving up and down continuously. It was filled with an indescribable natural charm, as well as an unspeakable and indescribable truth that made people forget to return. This scene, could it be the river of time? Bai Ningbing's pupils dilated, he was extremely shocked. Next, he saw that the river of time's illusory image was fading away, becoming fainter and fainter. Two figures seemed to have jumped out of the river. Their appearances and clothes were becoming clearer. These two people were fighting. Both sides were exchanging blows. The intensity of the battle shook Bai Ningbing's mind. One of them had a huge body with bulging muscles. He was like a fierce tiger or dragon, rampaging with a ferocious aura. It was a rank 8 Gu immortal. But now, when he was 10 li away from the nameless mountain peak, he felt extremely tired and weak. A strong intuition told him that if he were to force his way in, he would definitely die, and there wouldn't be a second outcome. Seeing this huge fortuitous encounter slip away from him and getting further and further away, Bai Ningbing was naturally anxious. He stayed here for 3 days, during which he tried to conceal this constantly changing phantom image. He had already tried to get rid of the aura of the immortal goo, but this could not conceal these phantom images. Although Old Man Inkstone helped him advance to immortal, he did not give him any immortal goo. This phenomenon was caused by the time path investigative immortal goo. Bai Ningbing could not conceal it by using mortal goo. Of course, if he had an outstanding mortal killer move, there was a possibility of concealing it temporarily. But his foundation was shallow and he did not have such a method. If Feng Yuan was here, what would he do? While Bai Ningbing was vexed, Feng Yuan's figure flashed in his mind. Even though he did not care about Feng Yuan, he could not deny that Feng Yuan's ruthlessness and craftiness had left a deep impression on him, subtly influencing him. Thinking about it, Bai Ningbing was shocked. He suddenly realized, this immortal goo was given to him by Old Man Inkstone. This should be part of Shadow Sect's plan. What was Shadow Sect trying to do? They were not secretly seizing graceful chaotic dual stage and silently making a fortune, but they were spreading this news as if they were afraid the whole world would not know, involving the ancient battle, involving the immortal goo house graceful chaotic dual stage, the whole of southern border will be shaken. Be it righteous path goo immortals, demonic path or lone immortals, they will all go crazy. In order to seize the immortal goo house, they will not retreat, they will definitely stir up a storm and create a storm of blood. Is Shadow Sect's goal to cause a calamity in southern border? But what benefits does this bring to them? Bai Ningbing suddenly patted his forehead, his expression was vexed, but his gaze became clear again. What is going on with me these days? I was actually blinded by greed. This is not something I can obtain. This nameless mountain will soon become the center of the whirlpool of the whole of southern border, sucking in almost all of southern border's goo immortals. I am only a rank 6 goo immortal, I lack methods. I cannot stay here for long, I should leave first. Right, I should go back and probe Old Man Inkstone, ask him what he is trying to do. Does he want to use this to lure Feng Yuan over? Bai Ningbing rushed back, but Old Man Inkstone was no longer in the stone pavilion. He went to Shadow Sect's blessed land, but could not open the blessed land's entrance. Even using information path mortal goo could not contact him. It was as if the whole of Shadow Sect, including Old Man Inkstone, had completely vanished. Bai Ningbing's suspicions became even more intense. A feeling of being abandoned made him feel that something was amiss. Central Continent, Falling Heavenly River. At this moment, at the source of Falling Heavenly River, the bottom of the river was filled with light. Countless goo immortals from Central Continent looked at the only source of light at the bottom of the river, their hearts burning with passion. In this light, an immortal zombie was floating with his eyes closed. His appearance was still the same as when he was alive, filled with vitality, sharp eyebrows, a tall nose, long jade green hair, and his spine was straight like a sword. It was Bo Qing. To think that Bo Qing had turned into an immortal zombie. Back then, spirit affinity houses Fairy Mo Yao also underwent tribulation with him. But now, we only see Bo Qing and not Mo Yao. It seems that Mo Yao has already vanished into thin air. Chapter 967. At this moment, there were no less than 30 goo immortals at the bottom of Falling Heavenly River's source. The eyes of the immortals were burning hot. They would occasionally look at the ball of light that was enveloping immortal zombie Bo Qing. At other times, they would secretly look at the surroundings. They were extremely wary of the competitors around them. Among them, the strongest competitors were the goo immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Jin Liang, Hong Chiming, Qi Yuntian, and so on. And among the immortals of the 10 great ancient sects, the one that made people feel the most threatened was Fairy Bai Qing. Seeing that the situation had reached a stalemate, Qi Yuntian said slowly, Fairy Bai Qing, the current situation is very clear. Bo Qing Kong had an immortal zombie body. His divine soul should have been destroyed by the tribulation. However, there seems to be some will and emotions left in his mind. and he has the instinct to defend himself. Thus, every time we get close, he will activate his immortal goo and burst out with extremely sharp sword lights, attacking everywhere. To weaken his hostility, they needed an object that contained Bo Qing's aura, a goo worm that he refined when he was alive, or Bo Qing's will and emotions. As long as we take out these, we will be able to get close to immortal zombie Bo Qing and gain the initiative. Fairy Bai Qing smiled bitterly. I don't have these things. If I did, I would have done it already, wouldn't I? She really didn't, because she did not expect Bo Qing's immortal zombie body to appear. Qi Yuntian smiled lightly. Why is Fairy Bai Qing lying to us? You were the first to arrive. Why did you come here in secret, alone? Could all of this be a coincidence? Fairy Bai Qing's smile became even more bitter. Sir said I came here secretly. This is wrong. I'm borrowing a path from the Myriad Dragon Dock and the War Immortal sect. I'm doing it openly and honorably. What secret? She had come to explore the source of the falling heavenly river because of Feng Jioga's last words. But she couldn't tell him the truth. Spirit Affinity Houses sighed. They had to delay the news of Feng Jioga's death as much as possible to buy time for them to make arrangements. Jin Lai Yang frowned, his voice gradually becoming stern. Fairy Bai Qing, why hide it? In this situation, if this dragged on, more goo immortals would be attracted. Any delay would lead to changes. We, the 10 great ancient sects, should work together to control the situation in Central Continent. If those lone immortals and demonic cultivators obtained Bo Qing's sword path immortal goo, it was bound to cause turmoil in Zhongzhou State. Could it be that your esteemed sect is doing this for your own selfish reasons? Are you going to abandon the overall situation of Zhongzhou State? Qi Yuntian maintained a gentle attitude and continued to persuade. Our 10 great ancient sects come from the same source after all. Let's work together and snatch immortal zombie Bo Qing. I can represent the Wind Cloud Manor and sign an alliance with your esteemed sect. I will definitely guarantee your sect's benefits in this matter. Fairy Bai Qing was silent. She sneered in her heart. Jin Liang and Qi Yuntian were pretending to be the good guy. How could she not see that he was pretending to be the good guy? She was secretly anxious. Everything happened so suddenly that Spirit Affinity House did not send any goo immortals to reinforce her. Even though she was rank 7 against the immortals, she could not do anything alone. No matter what happened to immortal zombie Bo Qing, retrieving his corpse and all his sword path immortal goo was extremely important to Spirit Affinity House. The other 9 great ancient sects also noticed this. Now that Feng Jioga's whereabouts were unknown, the odds were against him. He saw a beautiful woman in pink clothes. Her hair was tied up in a bun, her skin was tender like snow, her eyes were like spring water. She was standing not far away, staring at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan did not dare to be careless. This woman was brimming with goo immortal aura. She was a rank 6 goo immortal. Seeing Feng Yuan look over, this beautiful woman introduced herself with a smile. I am Li Mei Hua. People call me Granny Mei Hua. I've never seen you before. I wonder where you're cultivating? Feng Yuan smiled, thinking, so she is Granny Mei Hua. Even though Feng Yuan had not seen Granny Mei Hua's appearance, he had seen her granddaughter, the demonic path female goo master who may heir. It was a woman's nature to love beauty. There was no fixed relationship between a goo immortal's age and appearance. Right now, Feng Yuan was wearing a green robe, his sleeves were wide and large. When the wind blew, his green robe fluttered like a battle flag. Feng Yuan's disguise was that of a rank 6 goo immortal. He was tall and thin, he looked like a middle-aged man. He had a tall nose bridge, his eyes were long and thin, his pupils emitted traces of jade light. His whole body was emitting yin energy. He was not someone to be trifled with. Even though he was not handsome, he had his own style. So it is Granny Mei Hua. I have long heard of your name. I am Sheng Ying, I am just a villager. Fang Yuan replied. Sheng Ying. Li Mei Hua engraved this name in her heart. She could not remember such a person in southern border. However, she was not surprised. From Fang Yuan's introduction, she knew he was a lone cultivator. Southern border had many mountains, dragons and snakes lurked. Many lone immortals did not show themselves. They were not known by others. But because of the appearance of the immortal Gu house, Gu immortals were attracted. They showed up one after another. Fang Yuan, who was disguised as Sheng Ying, was just one of them. These days, the Gu immortals that Li Mei Hua contacted were mostly similar to Fang Yuan. Li Mei Hua took the initiative to strike up a conversation with him. She was very enthusiastic. This made Fang Yuan feel suspicious. Fang Yuan was about to speak, but Li Mei Hua took the initiative to tell him the reason. Fang Yuan realized at once. Li Mei Hua invited Fang Yuan to travel together. Fang Yuan thought about it for a while before agreeing. He followed Li Mei Hua and set off, stopping at Headless Mountain that was 1,000 li away. When Fang Yuan arrived, there were already many demonic path and lone immortals on the mountain. Seeing Fang Yuan, most of them looked at him curiously. Some had dark or ruthless expressions. Because they did not know Fang Yuan's background, no Gu immortals talked to Fang Yuan yet. But Granny Mei Hua was quite popular. The moment she landed, someone laughed. Li Mei Hua, you brought another one. This time, our demonic path allied to negotiate with the righteous path? Granny Mei Hua made a huge contribution. Not at all, not at all. Everyone is praising me too much. I was only doing my best. Li Mei Hua smiled as she greeted everyone. Talking to them, she handled all aspects of the relationship with ease. Let me introduce. This brother is Sheng Ying. He is a lone immortal. After dealing with them, Li Mei Hua did not forget to introduce Fang Yuan. So it is brother Sheng. Immediately, a demonic path Gu immortal cupped his fists. I am Zhong Hezi. I see that you cultivate transformation path. Oh, my name is Lan Tianhong. I am also a lone cultivator. Fang Yuan showed an unsociable expression. He was barely able to deal with them. After a short period of intimacy, Headless Mountain regained its tranquility before Fang Yuan arrived. Li Mei Hua did not stay on the mountain for long. She had to go to the Nameless Mountain to guard it. Brother, I will definitely support you. Let's do this. Good brother. Xiao Shan stretched out his hands, grabbing Sun Pang Hu and Zhou Xing's arms. After pondering for a while, he said, the demonic path is suspicious. To accomplish this, we need to put down our prejudices and suspicions. We need to trust others and follow the code of brotherhood. I have already thought of it. The village we will create will be called Yi Tian Village. This mountain will be called Yi Tian Mountain. Far away, Fang Yuan saw this and sighed faintly. Indeed, this nameless mountain that hid the immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage and the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie was Yi Tian Mountain. The first time he saw this mountain, he had already recognized it. But he had not expected the true cause of the battle of Yi Tian Mountain in his previous life to be like this. In my previous life, my level was too low. My vision was limited to the mortal world. There were layers and layers of history behind the scenes, who obtained the immortal Gu House in my previous life. Fang Yuan was very curious about this. his gaze swept downwards, piercing through the soil and inspecting the immortal goo house deep underground. Graceful chaotic dual stage suppressed the great strength true martial immortal zombie. It was unbreakable. The forbidden zone for immortals was its power leaking out. Evidently, it had the essence of food path. The goo worms that formed the immortal goo house were all well fed and in good condition. As for that rank 8 immortal zombie, although he had the great strength true martial physique, he mainly cultivated wisdom path. He was naturally unwilling to be suppressed. He used some killer move and attempted to refine the immortal goo house with his battle will. He did not succeed. His soul had completely perished, leaving behind only an empty shell. But he did not fail completely. He had left behind a large amount of battle will in the immortal goo house. This battle will had already been purified by the immortal goo house, becoming unowned pure battle will. When a battle occurs on Etion Mountain, the Goo Master's battle will and the immortal Goo House's battle will resonate. The pure battle will would gradually transform into the Goo Master's personal battle will. If one person could transform the battle will in these immortal Goo Houses into their own battle will, then they would complete the last step that the rank 8 immortal zombie could not complete back then. That was to refine the immortal Goo House and become its true owner. The duel that Southern Borders Goo Immortals agreed upon revolved around this point. Firstly, the forbidden zone for immortals had already expanded to 10,000 Li. Goo Immortals could not take action personally, they could only choose mortals as their representatives. Next, they had to form a battlefield. Only through continuous intense battles could the mortal Goo Master's battle will be incessantly stimulated. Next, a simple wisdom path trick was done on the mortal Goo Masters. Finally, after the pure battle will in the immortal Goo House was infected, it would turn into the Goo Immortal's personal battle will. To sum it up, the Goo Immortal would choose a mortal and use the mortal as a tool, while the Goo Immortal would indirectly refine graceful chaotic dual stage. Xiao Shan was the person chosen by Shao Clan's Supreme Elder. He not only had Shao Clan's Supreme Elder's immortal Goo, he also had immortal essence and a large amount of Shao Clan's Supreme Elder's battle will. But Xiao Shan was a mere mortal. He could only see the phantom image of an immortal Goo. He simply could not sense the truth. Of course, other than Xiao Shan, Xiao Mang was also a pawn of Shao Clan's Supreme Elder. If not for Shao Clan's Supreme Elder's arrangement, how could Xiao Mang coincidentally find out about Xiao Shan entering the forbidden area? Fang Yuan glanced at Gua Lao. Xiao Shan is a rank 5 Goo Master and is the first to enter the casino. Shao Clan's Supreme Elder naturally has a huge advantage. However, he has also paid a huge price for this. Even though he is only a rank 7 Goo Immortal, he has invested the most bets. Even the other rank 8s cannot compare to him. Gua Lao nodded, smiling, showing his yellow teeth. That's right, the earlier the chess piece enters Etion Mountain, the more advantageous it is. Of course, the chess piece's cultivation level has to be guaranteed. It has to be at least rank 4, otherwise if he dies inside, it would be a huge loss. Brother Xing, I won't hide it from you, I want to use myself as a gambling stake. But I am in a tight spot right now. Brother Xing, can you lend me some immortal materials for now? After the matter is over, I will return you double the amount. Fang Yuan smiled, sure. Gua Lao was overjoyed. He was about to thank him when Fang Yuan said, but we need to set a contract. Of course, it is also necessary. Gua Lao quickly nodded. Fang Yuan added, we also need to use immortal goo as collateral. The joy on Gua Lao's face froze. Brother Xing, what kind of joke is this? If I had immortal goo, why would I need to scheme for this immortal goo house? Fang Yuan's expression also changed immediately. His expression was cold, his eyes shined with a sharp light as he said, Gua Lao, you don't even have an immortal goo, yet you want to scheme for an immortal goo house? Don't you think you are being too whimsical? Your appetite is too big. Xing. Gua Lao was about to flare up, but he suddenly sensed the immortal goo aura on Fang Yuan's body that was no longer concealed. He actually has an immortal goo. Gua Lao's heart sank. Many rank 6 goo immortals did not have an immortal goo. But Fang Yuan had one. This was out of Gua Lao's expectations. In his opinion, any goo immortal with an immortal goo, they would more or less have some fame. But Xing clearly did not. He thought of Fang Yuan as a lone immortal in dire straits, only cultivating in a corner. But Fang Yuan had an immortal goo. This made Gua Lao wary. First, with an immortal goo, their battle strength would increase by a large margin. Xing, who had an immortal goo, was not someone Gua Lao could deal with. So he could not flare up. He laughed dryly and cupped his fists at Fang Yuan. "I was rude, please don't blame me, brother Xing." Fang Yuan snorted coldly. "You can leave now." I'm leaving, goodbye." Gua Lao smiled and took a few steps back, before turning around and leaving. He did not dare to linger any longer. When he walked out of the cave, the smile on his face disappeared. He showed an expression of anger and humiliation. His gaze was cold as he roared in his heart, "Umph! Having an immortal goo is really amazing. Today's humiliation. I will remember it. When I have an immortal goo, I will definitely return everything I got today to you." Inside the cave, Fang Yuan pondered. Gua Lao's matter made him realize the gambling mentality of many bottom-level goo immortals. Most of these people did not have an immortal goo, so they were extremely eager to obtain an immortal goo house. Everyone knew that one could not become fat in one go, but when it came to themselves, who did not want to become rich overnight? The current gambling house gave these goo immortals a very good competitive environment. Under normal circumstances, like finding a wild immortal goo immortals would fight for it. These bottom-level goo immortals without immortal goo would have low battle strength. How could they be the match of other goo immortals? But this gambling house did not test the goo immortals' own battle strength, but other aspects. All of this gave the bottom-level goo immortals hope of winning. There were many examples like Gua Lao. Fang Yuan thought of Shao Clan's supreme elder. The lion group howled in pain as they were heavily injured by the wind scythes. Countless Qi Grand Lions died on the spot. The wind scythes tore their corpses into thousands of pieces, causing a rain of blood to fall from the sky. There were countless bones and minced meat mixed in it. Wild Winja, you are truly awe-inspiring. Old Man Inkstone smiled lightly, praising him. Jia, however, frowned. Most of the wind scythes he sent out were aimed at Old Man Inkstone. But the wind scythes were blocked by the goo formation and dissipated, while the goo formation only rippled and was not damaged. This showed that its defense was beyond imagination. Who are these people? What are their intentions? Plotting against us, they are simply too daring, they don't want to live. You dare to oppose the whole of Southern Border's goo immortal world. The goo immortals scolded angrily or were suspicious. Time did not allow them to wait for Shadow Sect's response. The heavenly tribulation arrived. A majestic dragon roar resounded in the world. A burning cloud covered an area of 10,000 li, pressing down from above. For blazing cloud tribulation. Someone recognized it. Someone shouted. Be careful, I have passed this 4 blazing cloud tribulation. It has a total of 4 layers. Each layer is fiercer than the one before it. A fire path Gu Immortal reminded. Block it. There is also the dragon roar. This is the dragon roar tribulation and 4 blazing cloud tribulation. 2 tribulations. Protect the surrounding Gu Immortals. Preserve our strength. The Gu Immortals shouted angrily, working together to undergo the tribulation. A normal 4 blazing cloud tribulation. It should only cover an area of 100 li. How can there be such a huge burning cloud? On Tian Mountain. Fang Yuan also looked in shock. Floating clouds could block the vision of mortal Gu masters, but they could not block Fang Yuan's vision. He had a bad feeling. I seem to have stepped into a huge trap. These black-robed Gu Immortals. They seem to be very similar to the Shadow Sect Gu Immortals that He Lulan mentioned. They actually dared to scheme against so many southern border Gu Immortals. What are they trying to do? It seems that this heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity is not a result of someone undergoing tribulation, it is their doing. With Old Man Inkstone at the lead, the Shadow Sect Immortals set up a giant Gu formation, trapping all the southern border Gu Immortals. The southern border Gu Immortals wanted to escape and attack the Gu formation, but to no avail, they could only endure the bombardment of the tribulations. As time passed, the power of the tribulations became more terrifying. Soon, the rank 7 Gu Immortals could not hold on anymore. After another 3 waves, the rank 8 Gu Immortals also found it difficult to deal with them. Their expressions were unsightly. It was not that they did not try, but they all failed in front of the Shadow Sect Gu formation. Block this wave of tribulations, let me do it. Peng Shilong made up his mind, activating his trump card killer move. The aura was grand, light waves spread out, but the Shadow Sect Gu formation only shook 3 times before stabilizing. What Gu formation is this? The southern border Immortals saw this. Their hearts sank to rock bottom. They could not conceal their worries. The heavenly tribulations came one after another, the time between each one getting shorter and shorter. Different types of tribulations came one after another. It was like a torrential downpour, vast and endless. The Gu Immortals gradually attacked less and defended more. They lost the initiative. Hold on. Jia Yi shouted, we still have a chance. The tribulations are vast and endless. They target us. They also affect the surrounding Gu formation. The Immortals heard this and their hearts shook. Even though rank 6 Gu Immortals had already died, the remaining Immortals did not give up. They were bitterly holding on. They still had hope in their hearts. Once the Gu formation was destroyed by the tribulations, they would be able to escape. The situation in the field was seen by Old Man Xianxia. He could see through all the changes like looking at a fire. Wuxia, he called softly. Behind him stood a young man. He had wavy black hair that reached his shoulders. His eyes flickered with countless colors. The colors mixed together and formed into a whirlpool that slowly rotated. His nose bridge was tall. The lines of his lips were like they were carved by a knife. If he pursed his lips, he would have a cold and demonic charm. But right now, he was concentrating on looking at the sky. The corners of his mouth were wide open, his smile spread across his face, revealing his white teeth. He looked somewhat silly. Wuxia. Seeing that there was no response, Old Man Inkstone called out again. You called me, I was looking at the fireworks. The young Gu Immortal reacted and replied with a smile. Old Man Inkstone smiled bitterly. These are not simple fireworks, these are tribulations. Although they are beautiful, they contain a fatal threat. These are all the handiwork of Providence. It wants to destroy us. It is our greatest enemy. Carefree wisdom heart physique. Another 10 extreme immortal zombie. You are Shang Clan's Shang Gui Kai. Peng Shi Long frowned deeply. He recognized the black-robed Gu immortal's identity. I have a deep relationship with Shang Clan's first supreme elder. As a Shang Clan member, you actually joined a demonic organization and caused chaos in the world. A prodigal son is more precious than gold. It is not too late for you to regret. Otherwise, if you cause a huge disaster, your clan will be implicated as well. The black-robed Gu immortal sneered in disdain. What do you know? Shang Gui Kai is merely my soul's incarnation. What is a mere Shang clan? How can it compare to my plan? Boom. Another bolt of tribulation lightning descended, causing the 4 southern border immortals to waver. Don't waste time with him, let's change directions. Blazing glory lightning brilliance, northern dark ice soul, carefree wisdom heart. The 10 extreme physiques that only appear once in 100 years actually appeared one after another. This is not a coincidence. This Gu formation should be using one of the 10 extreme physiques to have such great power. In that case, he is the only loophole. After being obstructed by the carefree wisdom heart immortal zombie, the 4 immortals conversed at lightning speed, instantly turning their gazes towards the young Gu immortal in Wuxia. Among all the Gu immortals present, he was the most special. Because he was a living person, his aura also showed that he did not have one of the 10 extreme physiques. The 4 immortals were heavily injured. They charged towards Wuxia. Wuxia's heart pounded. He shouted, "What do we do? What do we do? They are coming." Don't be nervous, use your best method. The black-robed Gu immortal beside him reminded. I am not nervous, I am not nervous. Wuxia breathed in deeply, but his breathing was still rapid. Seeing that the 4 immortals were getting closer, Wuxia recalled the scene of his birth. He was born from a dream realm. When he opened his eyes, the first person he saw was Old Man Inkstone. Old Man Inkstone smiled lightly. He sized him up with his black eyes. His tone was filled with admiration. Good, good, good. Pure dream reality seeker physique, you are my greatest achievement in researching dream path. Since Bo Qing is dead, you will replace him and become our strongest battle strength to suppress the situation. Who are you, and who am I? Wuxia asked curiously. You are me and I am you. I am Old Man Inkstone, and as for you, you shall be called Wuxia. Old Man Inkstone chuckled. Next, he waved his sleeves. Countless thoughts poured into Wuxia's mind. Wuxia felt a wave of information flowing into his mind. The time was limited. I will only teach you one immortal killer move. Although it did not have any offensive power, it was at the peak of Dream Path in the current 5 regions. It was at the forefront of this era. The situation is hopeless. Fang Yuan could not help but cry out in his heart, sigh. Now, I can only continue to disguise my identity and hope that no one finds out. But when the rank 7 and rank 6 Gu immortals were all dead, and only 2 rank 8 Gu immortals were left, Etian Mountain suddenly started shaking. Soon, the shaking increased in intensity. The earth shook and the mountains shook. What is going on? The shaking attracted the gazes of the 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. Did you take graceful chaotic duel stage? The 2 rank 8 Gu immortals shouted at each other. But they were both stunned, realizing that it was not the other's fault. Fang Yuan's body also shook. He had not refined the immortal Gu house yet. Then who was it? Boom. Mountain rocks cracked. A huge hole appeared on the ground, and a figure jumped out of the hole. Great strength, true martial immortal zombie. He had actually escaped the suppression of the immortal Gu house, flying into the sky and seeing the light of day again. However, before Fang Yuan could react, a cold snort resounded. You want to escape your fate in front of us? A beam of light shot down vertically from above the sky. Rank 9 Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower. The immortals of the Celestial Court had already arrived. The pure white pillar of light had terrifying might. It easily broke the 10 extreme formation. The 2 southern border rank 8s were instantly annihilated. Damn it! The rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie could not dodge in time. He could only roar in indignation before he was smashed into smithereens by the Pillar of Light. The Pillar of Light did not slow down. It shot towards Etion Mountain. Am I going to die? Fang Yuan raised his head and gritted his teeth, his muscles tensed up. He could not block the full strength attack of a rank 9 immortal goo house. He only had one trump card left, Spring Autumn Cicada. At the next moment, Fang Yuan self-detonated. He failed. Spring Autumn Cicada carried Fang Yuan's will. It had just entered the river of time when it shattered into countless fragments. He could only use the 4 publicly recognized strongest immortal killer moves to deal with immortal materials: Slumbering Lightning Python, Reflecting Snow, and Muffled Thunder Stone Drum. Only wind grinding could be accomplished in one go. Unfortunately, I do not have these 4 killer moves. To deal with earthly limits astral chi, I can only put in a lot of effort. A thought flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. He stepped on the ground and his body flew into the air, lightly leaping. He jumped into the tortoise shell. Inside the poisonous blood. Fang Yuan's sharp nails flashed as he cut wounds on his 6 monstrous arms. He then made wounds on his chest, back, and other areas. Blood refinement killer move, blood thread travel. Traces of blood flowed out of these wounds. The blood traces quickly fused into the dark purple poisonous blood. Soon, the poisonous blood in the tortoise shell walk seemed to be drawn in. It started to enter Fang Yuan's wounds. Intense pain spread. Fang Yuan grunted. Immortal zombies did not feel pain. Fang Yuan could feel pain because he was using goo worm methods. He needed to feel pain to understand to what extent the immortal material was being processed. Fang Yuan's blood and the poisonous blood in the tortoise shell walk continued to mix, forming a cycle that flowed in and out of Fang Yuan's body. After this process stabilized, Fang Yuan swallowed the earthly limits astral chi that he had taken out earlier. Gulp. He swallowed the earthly limits astral chi. This was a unique blood path goo refinement method that he had created in his previous life. He named this the flesh body blood refinement method. The earthly limits astral chi entered his body and was cleansed by the blood, fusing into the blood. This blood flowed out of Fang Yuan's body through his wounds, entering the tortoise shell walk. It sank to the bottom of the walk. At the same time, the poisonous blood in the walk flowed into Fang Yuan's body through his wounds, cleansing the earthly limits astral chi. Time passed. 3 days and 2 nights passed. Fang Yuan was covered in injuries, his face was distorted from the pain, his 8 monstrous arms were inserted into the poisonous blood, his fangs were exposed, his eyes were bloodshot, he was breathing like a bull. There is still 1 night left. I can completely process the earthly limits astral chi in my body. As long as I get through this, the most difficult step in the process of refining change form immortal goo will be over. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's painful expression froze. His eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and his bright green eyes suddenly became confused, losing almost all of their divine light. During the process of refining immortal goo, one had to maintain high concentration at all times. How could he be distracted like this? He raised his head and spat out a mouthful of poisonous blood. Next, he fell down, landing in the poisonous blood in the tortoise shell, creating a huge wave of blood. The blood wave rushed out of the tortoise shell, splashing on the grass. Soon, a large patch of lush green grass was corroded into dark red smoke. Master! Star Form Land Spirit shouted with a worried expression as he jumped into the tortoise shell. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's head popped out of the pool of blood. He flopped around for a while before standing up again. The dazed expression on his face faded, his eyes regained their vigor as he muttered, This is? Hearing Fang Yuan muttering to himself, Star Form Land Spirit became even more worried. Did Master become stupid because of the immortal goo refinement failure? Fang Yuan first looked at his hands, then at the tortoise shell and the pool of blood. Finally his gaze stopped on star form land spirit. What time is it now? Fang Yuan asked. Star form land spirit's heart jumped, but he still answered, many days have passed since Master started refining the immortal goo. She was no longer a burly man. Although Attitude Goo was rank 8, its activation requirement was very low. It only needed the Goo Immortal's mental energy. It did not need to expend any immortal essence. Thus, the cost of Fang Yuan's practice was not high. Because of his familiarity, he could reduce the time he needed to activate familiar face from the original hour to half. The preparation work has come to an end. Next, I will have to wait for Tai by Yunxing to undergo tribulation. Fang Yuan settled down and stayed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, occasionally going to the small village where the spring dream fruit tree was. He continued to refine Dream Path Mortal Goo. He then used these Dream Path Mortal Goo to pick large numbers of spring dream fruits. Chapter 984. Western Desert, Green Heaven Fragment World. The sky was green, cool winds were blowing here, the 4 seasons did not stop. A pure white and magnificent city floated steadily in the sky, reflecting a faint golden radiance. Today, humans were the rulers of the world. The once dominant variant human races were now hiding in different corners of the world, struggling to survive. And this Green Heaven Fragment World was the paradise of one of the variant human races, the Feathermen. Immortal Goo House Sacred Feather City was the strongest base of the Featherman race. At this moment, colorful flags were fluttering in Sacred Feather City, Cheers were resounding in the battle stage. All the feathermen were cheering the name of one of their own. Yu Fei! Yu Fei! Yu Fei! The original Featherman King had died. According to the Featherman customs, the new Featherman King would be elected in battle. But just a moment ago, the battle had already ended. Dan Yu, the prince of the Feathermen, who was originally the most popular candidate, was actually defeated. The commoner black-haired young man Yu Fei obtained the final victory. I, Yu Fei, have finally realized my life dream. I am the Featherman King. Yu Fei was heavily injured, but he did not care. He raised his head and laughed loudly. He stretched his arms and win-win on his back, enjoying everyone's cheers. He was grinning from ear to ear. His smile was very cheerful, his mouth was wide open, his teeth were exposed. This generation's Featherman King is quite unique. He is different from the previous ones. He is an interesting lad. I heard that he is very ambitious. He wants to develop the Featherman Empire. But after he becomes the Featherman King for some time, he should stabilize. Behind the scenes, the three Featherman Gu immortals conversed casually. They had smiles on their faces. But right at this moment, an intense attack descended on this peaceful city. Boom! The sacred feather city shook violently amidst the earth-shattering explosion. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Yu Fei was caught off guard. He lost his footing and fell to the ground. He even rolled thrice. Quickly look, this. The Featherman who saw this was the first to notice something amiss. He pointed at the sky. But he stuttered in fear, unable to speak. Next, most of the Feathermen raised their heads. They were shocked to find that above their heads, a huge crack appeared in the greenish sky. Several figures descended from the crack like demonic gods. The three Featherman Gu immortals in Sacred Feather City had already reacted. They flew into the sky. They appeared and faced the invading enemies while shouting orders to the Feathermen in the city. Be careful, a powerful enemy is attacking. Quick, sound the alarm and protect our homes. Gu Masters, get into position and occupy the formation course. Activate Sacred Feather City's defenses. The city was in a state of panic and chaos. The Sacred Feather City had been peaceful for a long time. It was like a paradise without any conflicts. The military preparations were very lax. Coupled with the fact that the new king had just been elected, both the military and the people were unable to make a proper response. The other party was so aggressive. The three Featherman Gu immortals had grim expressions. They held a trace of hope and tried to negotiate peacefully. But the leader of the attackers, White Sea Shada, gave an order that shattered the three Featherman Gu immortals' hopes. This old Gu immortal had a cold gaze. In an extremely cold voice, he said, "Begin the attack." The three Featherman immortals were not their match. They could only retreat to the immortal Gu house, Sacred Feather City. Sacred Feather City was attacked by the Western Desert Immortals. Battlefield killer moves were unleashed one after another, covering the entire battlefield. Countless mortal killer moves and immortal killer moves were used. Right now, he was silently activating slavery immortal Gu. Zhou Zhong resisted intensely, the intensity increasing. But a moment later, his resistance vanished. He was successfully enslaved by Fang Yuan. At once, he became Fang Yuan's subordinate. I finally succeeded. Fang Yuan was exhausted. He was extremely tired. He ordered Zhou Zhong, quickly replace Xingling and take over the control of Sacred Feather City. Yes, Master. Zhou Zhong dragged his heavily injured body and flew towards the center of Sacred Feather City. Elder Xingling, hurry up and support the first Supreme Elder. I will control the immortal Gu house. Zhou Zhong shouted. Xingling was overjoyed. The Featherman First Supreme Elder's situation was very bad. Even though he was controlling the immortal Gu house, the whole of Sacred Feather City was being held back by the enemy's methods. He could not display his true strength. Rather than using Sacred Feather City's strength, Zhengling might as well reinforce him personally. Are your injuries all right? Zhengling was about to move, but he showed some hesitation. Quick, look at the situation now. Even if I die, I will defend the immortal Gu house. Zhou Zhong was covered in blood as he shouted. Thus, he could grasp the timing so precisely, sneaking into the immortal Gu house and enslaving Gu immortal Zhou Zhong while the two sides were fighting. There were many opportunities like this, but this was the best opportunity. Zhou Zhong was controlled by an immortal killer move and could not move. This gave Fang Yuan a huge advantage. From Zhengling's soul, Fang Yuan learned that this immortal Gu house sacred feather city was locked by the enemy and could not move. But for a person like Fang Yuan, if he did not try it himself, he would not be satisfied. After trying, he could not snatch this sacred feather city. Fang Yuan could only settle for the next best thing, watching the situation develop. Like in his previous life, Zhou Zhong dragged his injured body and barely managed to control the immortal Gu house, freeing Zhengling's battle strength. Zhengling went to reinforce First Supreme Elder, fighting White Sea Shadowa and the rest. This intense battle was the most crucial one in the entire battle of Sacred Feather City. The result was the same as in Fang Yuan's previous life. White Sea Shadowa and the rest were forced to retreat through a loophole. First Supreme Elder was heavily injured. He was targeted by the Western Desert Gu Immortals. As for Zhengling, he was in a better state. After this battle, the immortal Gu house was repaired. There were no more loopholes. Its defense was perfect again. But the Featherman First Supreme Elder died in the city from his heavy injuries. After losing their strongest battle strength, the two Featherman Gu Immortals held on for a night. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, they decided to give up the immortal Gu house and retreat. They gathered all the Feathermen and activated the immortal killer move Heaven's Wish. I wish for my Feathermen to survive. I wish for my Feathermen to be free. I wish for my Feathermen to have a world. The Western Desert Gu Immortals watched as the Feathermen left. Once the Feathermen left, they would obtain the complete immortal Gu house, Sacred Feather City. This was the first time Fang Yuan was experiencing Heaven's Wish. He sensed a majestic white light sweeping him and the Feathermen into a tunnel filled with white light. His body was like a piece of wood in a whirlpool, spinning continuously. After several minutes, the surrounding white light vanished. Fang Yuan landed on solid ground again. He felt dizzy. He almost fell to the ground. The surrounding mortal Feathermen. He was already lying on the ground in a disorderly manner. Only the two Featherman Gu Immortals, Zhengling and Zhou Zhong, were standing vigilantly. Fang Yuan shook his head. It seems that after enslaving Zhou Zhong, my main body's battle strength is no longer worth looking forward to. Where is this place? The Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong looked around. The Featherman Gu Immortal Zhengling's expression changed. He said, "Oh no. This is a human Gu Immortal's immortal aperture blessed land. We are being treated as an earthly calamity." The original land spirit of Langya was quite conservative. He would not create Langya sect and recruit Fang Yuan as an external supreme elder. He would not agree to help Fang Yuan when he was in danger. The battle of Langya sect ended. The 100 Days battle in Luopa Valley began. Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He recuperated while refining Dream Path Mortal Goo. At the same time, he stockpiled Goo refinement immortal materials, preparing to refine Immortal Goo. A month later, he picked all the spring dream fruits and refined a large number of Dream Path Mortal Goo. The quantity was much higher than in his previous life. Fang Yuan waved his hand and smiled. "Madam, you are exaggerating. To deduce the flaw of this battlefield killer move, I need to spend some effort, but that was not what I deduced earlier." Immediately, an immortal zombie asked, "Then what did Sir deduce?" Fang Yuan answered calmly, "I deduced some information about battlefield killer moves. For example, this battlefield killer move that we are in is called Freezing Rain Frozen Earth." Hearing this answer, all the immortals were stunned. Immediately, Shark Demon frowned. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. He had a vicious nature. He was about to act up when Su Baiman secretly stopped him. Gu Immortal Budan scoffed. "Chen Dao, are you playing with us? Who doesn't know the name of this battlefield killer move? It is called Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. To think that you have such guts despite your low abilities, you actually dare to trick Shark Demon and Su Baiman." Su Baiman laughed, easing the atmosphere. "Bu Dan, shut up. I think Brother Chen is only joking. He is about to use his true method." Fang Yuan shook his head. "Madam, this is what I deduced." Su Baiman's expression froze. His gaze slowly turned dark. "What?" Shark Demon snorted coldly. He could no longer hold back. He stared with wide eyes as he walked forward fiercely. At this time, Tai Bai Yunsheng stepped forward, blocking Fang Yuan and Shark Demon. He cupped his fists towards Shark Demon, smiling bitterly. "Lord Shark Demon, it was my fault. I did not say it clearly, but this Brother Chen has such a personality, he always leaves half of his words unsaid. I have been troubled by this for a long time." Shark Demon's expression eased. He looked at Fang Yuan. My Brother Chen, just tell me everything that you have calculated." Tai Bai Yunsheng pretended to be distressed and said. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. "Everyone, I have indeed deduced the origin of the battlefield killer move. But it is not only Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. Below this Freezing Rain Frozen Earth are Fighting Soul Battlefield, 8 Doors Labyrinth, and Unmoving Troops." Fighting Soul Battlefield, 8 Doors Labyrinth, and Unmoving Troops, is this true? Shark Demon was immediately attracted by Fang Yuan's words. His eyes shined as he stared at Fang Yuan with anticipation. Fang Yuan waved his feather fan leisurely. "I deduced it personally. How can it be false?" Shark Demon and Su Baiman immediately transmitted their voices. Shark Demon was overjoyed. "Madam, if this Wisdom Star's deductions are accurate, then his wisdom path attainment is truly amazing." Su Baiman agreed. "That's right. Earlier, we invited several Wisdom Path Gu Immortals, but it was very difficult to deduce the battlefield killer move. I didn't expect this person to give me an answer so quickly and silently." Shark Demon pondered. "We need to wait and see. Maybe he is just speaking without thinking, pretending to be mysterious? If the deduction is wrong, what use is it?